Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite pot stirrer, Adam Friendon.
Pot smoke? Oh, shit. Wait.
You gotta wait at least
shucks.
a couple minutes.
Oh, shucks. Come on, let's get into this video. Pretend that didn't happen.
That did happen. Anyway, today we'll be watching another. Oh my God, Vice! They know what they're doing. Vice knows what they're doing. They're just like, listen, we're gonna get a bunch of conservatives and a bunch of woke people in a room together, and we're gonna have them argue about stuff, and it's gonna make for good content.
Look at you. You're like, I don't want to say liberals. Isn't that the thing kind of deceptive? I tried to fix the title because I thought the title is deceptive. Conservatives debate liberals. Wait, which one of these people are the liberals?
Yes. None of them, really. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, some of the conservatives seem to be pretty liberal.
Yeah, that's why I fixed the title. I was like, woke progressives versus liberal conservatives. Conservatives are the only ones that are conserving liberalism.
Yes. Well, it annoys me, like, when you're like, oh, when I hear people say liberals said this, libtards say that, blah, blah, blah. First of all, I understand that libtard is like a great word.
Oh, yeah.
I understand the appeal.
Yeah.
However, the problem is just the only way I think we're going to move forward in this country is when people can understand what's happening philosophically in our
Of
country.
course. Look at that. I went from being a total philosophy hater to a lover of philosophy. Philosophy is where it's at. You got to understand this stuff philosophically.
Yes. And that's the problem, is that right now the left is basically being subverted, taken over by socialism and socialist philosophy. And they don't realize it. Most people don't realize it. If the kids realize it, but the adults, they have no clue. They either have no clue what's going on or they're just too afraid to speak out against it.
I was listening to some podcast this morning, and the guy was saying he was arguing with his daughter for like an hour about socialism. And in the end of it realized, oh, she means socialism like democratic socialism, like universal health care and stuff.
Yeah, right. See,
and I mean the abolition of private property.
It's so annoying too, because there's so many intentionally bad faith people on BreadTube in that sphere who do this like weird game where they try to sucker kids into being socialist by being like, oh, we're just talking about like the Nordic model where you have health care and good unemployment insurance. It's like, that's not what they're talking about.
The Nordic model. They're so capitalist. What do you?
Yes. You have Richard Wolff. I mean, Richard Wolff was so dishonest. He's like, oh, socialism is when the government does stuff. Like, really, Richard? Oh, so we live in a socialist country right now?
Socialism is when the government does everything. That's a giant difference. Yeah.
Right.
So let's get into this video. What do you think?
Jump into the video. This is conservatives debate liberals, even though it's really conservatives debate wokies on the U.S. education system.
Now, do you want to fast forward? It's a little slow here in the beginning. I mean, it gets, sparks fly towards the end. They start talking about critical race theory. They start talking about it, all the interesting stuff.
Well, I mean, I didn't write any time codes to skip.
Okay.
But if you did, we can skip.
We can. We'll just throw some jokes in. We'll try and liven it up.
Like, that's a great conversation for you to have with your child. But I don't think that taxpayer-funded hatred should be something that we allow in our schools.
Okay, bro, real talk though, like brother to brother. Teaching white privilege does not inherently mean black people are less. Factually incorrect.
I mean, it literally does. I mean, it literally does, right? Like, what do you mean by white privilege? If one person's privileged, everybody else is lacking that privilege by definition.
Well, what they're trying to say is they're trying to say that just because white privilege exists doesn't mean that like black achievements are less. I think that's what they're trying to say.
Okay?
Right? First of all, it's just, to me, it's hilarious that like they're like, listen to me, brother to brother, like black. Excuse me, fellow black man. Like,
bro.
Like, it's I don't know. To me, that really rubs me the wrong way. Like framing that sort of, is that wrong to frame it in that kind of racialized lens? Is there something inherently wrong with doing that?
Look, girlfriend, Lipstick wear to lipstick wear. I'm sorry.
Well, obviously, like we're gonna
couldn't
talk
help
about
myself.
that, right? We're gonna talk about that, yes. But we'll get into it a little bit more first.
People are less. Factually incorrect.
Wow.
SATs.
No, wait. We
they are.
gotta be careful.
I'm Mina Durson. I'm a correspondent here at Vice News, and we're going to talk about education today. We tried to bring a very diverse mix of voices here. Obviously, we're not going to be able to represent every single opinion out there when it comes to education, but we are really thankful for your time and for your perspectives. I also have 2 kids in school.
I do like they had to put out that disclaimer in the beginning of all their Vice panels. We tried so hard to get as many diverse people as we could on this panel, but obviously we missed something somewhere.
Right.
We don't have a trans disabled Pacific Islander on this panel, so please, it'll be just don't leave an angry comment, please.
Yeah. The comments are on this video? Interesting.
Oh, are they?
I don't know.
They were off on the last one, weren't they?
They, intermittently turn the comments off. I guess
They
if
are
they
on
get too.
this one.
Okay,
It's
yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
We'll see.
Also,
if that lasts.
have experienced some of this from the parent side as well. So let's just start really broadly. What's the purpose of education?
I think the purpose of education is twofold. One, to help build and support the individual, but also help build and support society as a whole. Because even though you may not have a kid in education, you pay taxes to public school because we as a society depend on and need education for society to work.
Well, I don't know what you're booing. That's a good answer, right? It's a good answer. What's wrong with that?
I'm booing about me paying taxes and not having a kid in school.
Of course.
Yeah.
I think
Look,
diverse
you pay
education.
taxes and you don't have a kid. Well, most
You
of the
don't know
time
that, Adam.
taxes come from property taxes. But I mean, even if you rent, you pay property tax or your rent. So
Right.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, you need, you want to have good public education because you want to have a good society.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Sure. Hi. Sure.
It's funny. I was actually thinking about this the other day, which is kind of off topic. I was thinking about how like machine learning, I think, is the key to unlocking everything.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Because it was, I talked about how there was, I watched a video that was using machine learning to figure out to get a computer to play Mario.
Right.
And it was interesting that when you looked at the evolution of the machine learning figuring out how to play Mario, it matched almost directly the punctuated equilibrium of evolution, of natural evolution.
Of course. Yeah. Because it's an evolutionary process.
Right. So if you don't know, punctuated equilibrium is, I believe that's what it's called, is an evolutionary process that was weird that they would notice when they kind of look at evolution. It wouldn't be a gradual, like continual slope in one direction. It'd be these like periods of just nothing or like very little improvement and then massive jumps up in evolution. And then like periods of nothing and then massive jumps up. So it's kind of like so instead of like being like a slope up, it's like a staircase. They kind of noticed. And it was interesting because scientists were like trying to figure out like why that like kind of seems to be counterintuitive. And to me, it's fascinating that computer evolution with machine learning is literally the same process. It's like these staircase effects. And
Well,
so
they find some tool that is completely useful in many different domains. Like as soon as they discovered the wheel, that's like a giant leap up.
I mean like biological evolution.
Right. Well, cultural evolution is this
right, or
same sort
the
of
cultural
process.
evolution is probably the same way too. Yeah, I would. Yeah, and it's interesting, and really because it's basically, and the reason for that is because it works according to the same principles, which is it's just random chance throwing whatever sticks to the wall, so you kind of get stuck in a rut until eventually you just randomly find the one thing that works, and then all of a sudden it like boosts up. And I kind of think that's the way like almost all of human progress goes, essentially, and that's part of why public education is so important, and having as many people as possible educated is important because, and this is part of why communism will never work, you can't really direct, people aren't smart enough or have the foreknowledge to direct progress. You basically just need to have as many people as possible that are educated working on as many things as possible at all times, and randomly one of them is going to figure out something good by chance. And that's really that's what kind of human evolution or human progress is. And that's kind of the importance of public education. It's just machine learning. It's just we're throwing a bunch of people into classrooms and saying, okay, one of you is going to figure out something that's going to be useful to us.
Joseph Henrich actually goes through the math of this, and it's numbers of learners, because learners can accidentally stumble upon some innovation, and then the amount of integration between the learners. And if you put that next to like intelligence, it blows intelligence away. It's like brute force numbers just completely destroys intelligence. It's one of the arguments why I think, having a society structured, to produce the most intelligent people, I think is really just kind of a fool's errand.
Well, what should it be producing for them?
Just more people in productive roles, just exactly like you said. Yeah.
Right, but not just more people in productive roles, more people that are, educated, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
To educate and not indoctrinate. And I think that in a lot of ways we've strayed from that in the original purpose.
There's CJ, one of our protagonists.
What's he? Are these all school teachers? I mean, some of them were.
It said it was a combination of teachers and activists. So it says CJ here is a student.
And I think that in a lot of ways we've strayed from that in the original purpose of what it's supposed to be.
I think it should be intelligence and character. I think you should be able to understand the world around you and understand who you are and your purpose and try to make the world a better place. I think that it has to be a mix of the skills.
Very Marxist right there.
Well, it's
it's not about understanding the world. It's how you change the world.
It's so frustrating because 15 years ago, I would hear that statement. You should try to make the world a better place. And you're like, that's a good thing, right?
Of course, yeah. Until you realize it's from Karl Marx.
Well, no. But like, there's nothing wrong with, well, first of all, it's from Jesus, Adam. Okay. It's from, Judaism. From even before then. Okay. To make the world a better place. But it's just, it's frustrating now because there's so many things I read where I'm like, oh, I don't like, if this is in a non-woke perspective, I agree with it. But is it in a woke perspective? Because that's so much of the game here is to use language in a way that kind of tricks people, into saying, oh, that's a good thing. And it's like, oh, it's actually a bad thing.
The Karl Marx quote is, the philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways. The point, however, is to change it.
Right.
Yeah.
Memorizing the formulas, understanding the world around you, but then also what to do with it.
And just to go off that, the idea that education, you have to balance the importance of memorizing the quadratic formula while simultaneously addressing social and political issues, respectively. So children have both the know-how, general knowledge, and also kind of self-awareness and character, so they're able to develop their own opinions.
So this is Desmond. Wait. Let me go back.
And also memorizing the quadratic formula while simultaneously.
This is important.
Understanding the world around you, but then also what to do with it.
And just to go off that, the idea that education, you have to balance the importance of memorizing the quadratic formula while simultaneously addressing social and political issues, respectively. So
they said, first of all, I don't know what this person's pronouns are. Okay. And I don't know if they ever say, so I'm going to call him a guy. They said, if you caught that, they said, yes, it's important to know like the quadratic equations and know these formulas, but also it's important to know about social and cultural issues.
Right.
So there's your kind of like woke Marxist indoctrination in the classroom element sneaking in there already. Saying you need to make sure that kids understand political issues. It's like, well, why? Well, should you? Is that your place?
I think this is the thing that bothers me about these discussions, because in order for a culture to adhere, you do need to impart the cultural norms that everybody shares. And public school is the perfect place to impart that.
Right.
The problem is, like, we're drifting to the point where we don't even have any overlapping cultural norms, which we need to sit down and figure that out. We really do. Because I'm not sure you can have a society where you don't have any overlapping cultural norms.
No, yes. But there's a difference between teaching cultural norms and like, because when they say what they're saying, they're not talking about teaching cultural norms. At least that's not how I'm interpreting it. I'm interpreting it saying, you need to teach them basically woke norms, woke
Well, yeah,
indoctrination.
that's the problem though. They're saying these are overarching cultural norms when
Right.
nobody's made a decision that those are the overarching cultural norms.
Right.
Back when the overarching cultural norms were, prayer in public schools, we're all Christians. So nobody had a problem with that because everyone was basically accepted that as the norm. Now
Mhm.
we're drifting to the point where we don't really have a cultural norm. But can we sustain a society that doesn't have one? I don't think
No.
so.
No, you can't.
So we need to sit down in a room and say, listen, you know, here's sociology, and I'm not talking about like the feminist, queer theory sociology. I'm talking about the real sociology about what makes societies function. We need some sort of guiding ethos, and it doesn't have to be, this is the be all and end all, and these are the only cultural norms you can adopt. Obviously, in American society, we have, an American ethos, and we have, wherever you're from, obviously a lot of immigrants carry some of their ethos from their homelands and adopt them in tandem with an American ethos. But we need to get together on what the American ethos is.
Yeah.
And that's the
They,
problem. I think the woke people come in and they say, listen, this is the American ethos, right? It's a culture of, civil rights, and we're going to continue the civil rights movement from here until infinity. When nobody agreed to that, civil rights is a part of our history, but it's not necessarily, ubiquitous for our future.
well, I mean, I wouldn't classify it that way. I would classify it like they're going to hollow out the idea of civil rights and replace them with, socialist revolution, essentially. And that's what has to continue on forever until, into the future.
Okay.
Because civil rights was a movement about liberal principles.
Well, I mean, we had American history and government class, which I think, government obviously taught how our American system of government works. Those are cultural norms, right?
Okay, sure.
Yeah, those things need to be taught.
Well,
They should be taught in school. Where else are you going to teach them? So
I
you're going to
don't.
have a school where we say, listen, we don't teach anything about the culture or the cultural norms.
Well,
It's
actually, no,
like,
no.
what's
I
the
don't
point
know.
of
Like,
even
okay,
going to school?
when I went to school, I don't think there wasn't. I don't remember teachers really trying to tell me the answer to any moral question. Like,
Mhm.
obviously, in the way in which people discuss things and like the literature you read, there's going to be embedded in it some kind of maybe even invisible to you moral system or morality that you're kind of swimming in so you can't see. So obviously, when I went to school, and we live in a society that's based on the principles of liberalism, from the Enlightenment era. Like obviously those ideas were kind of embedded in my education, but I never really had a teacher like come out and make like definitive moral claims really about anything
Yeah, they
that
do
I
all the time.
remember.
Look, did they let you cheat on your tests?
No, of course not. But that's
Okay,
not what I'm
well, that's
talking
a
about.
moral claim.
I understand, but that's what I'm talking about in terms of like that's a moral claim that's kind of embedded in what we're doing, as opposed to them saying like you need to do X, you need to do Y. Like I never had a teacher that says like, you need to vote for George W. Bush, you need to vote for Al Gore, you need to vote for, or you need to complain to your parents to vote for Bill Clinton or Obama or whoever. I never had a teacher like come out and have conversation like even when I had a current events class in high school, I never had a teacher come out about some kind of issue that was contemporary and being discussed politically and give a statement about it. That I never experienced that ever, except for once. The only time that ever happened was my biology teacher in high school talking about evolution, and that was the only time that ever came up. I never had a teacher do any of this stuff. So I like that's what I'm saying. Like it feels like now it's kind of like, oh, with you need to be on board with pride, you need to be on board with trans issues, you need to be on board with CRT, you need to be on board with woke issues, you need to be on board with white privilege. None of that stuff existed. None of this moralizing existed when I went to school. And so I don't think that it needs to exist now. I don't think we need this moralization. I think the kind of liberal principles you're talking about are just embedded in what we do, and you don't need to like point them out specifically.
But this is why they're trying to shoehorn it into American history. Look,
Yes. They're
you
desperately
have to
looking for an
teach. You
avenue to
have to
shoehorn
teach.
it in
You have
somewhere.
to teach American history because you have to have a shared ethic of where we all come from, where America came from.
Right.
They're basically They want to shoehorn in America came from white privilege and
Yes.
whites subjugating other people, and those other people built America while whites sat back with their legs up and watched. That's the American history that they want to teach. It's a lie. It's a total fabrication. But that's the American history they want to teach because they want some revenge fantasy against whites. It's so obvious.
Right. And that was a big part of the point of the 1619 Project was to
Yes.
find an avenue to kind of push this into. And yeah, history has been the big one because then they put up this kind of BS argument that like, oh, you don't want to teach, history. You don't want to teach history of slavery if you don't want CRT in the classroom, blah, 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 blah.
But you
blah.
can't step back and go, listen, teaching American history has become too politicized. So, you guys make up your own American history and, you figure it out. You can't do that.
Of course.
That's impossible. Yeah, exactly. So this is where the battle takes place. But it's so bizarre that we have to do these weird like Vice panels where we're just basically going to tiptoe around, we're not even really going to approach the real problem head on. Like we need to hammer out a ethic, a history of America that we can all sign off on that matches the facts and makes everyone feel good.
Well, I don't know I don't agree. First of all, I don't think that's possible.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think you need to feel good. I think you just need to have
what's impossible about it?
Because first of all, because a lot of history and a lot of the way in which things are taught are going to be inherently political.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I know.
So,
that's why I added the makes everyone feel okay.
Well, okay. So instead of saying feel good, you said feeling good. Maybe so we can downgrade that to just accept it. Like everyone can accept. How about that?
Okay. Look,
everyone can accept.
There's a lot of different narratives that people take into their lives because they make them more productive. So I'm, team truth. It's got to at least match the truth in some way, shape, or form, right? The problem with the 1619 Project is it just deviates from the truth so far. It's like, obviously it's got a political project to make one side feel, exceptional about themselves because they get to, denigrate the people that they hate. That's the whole point of it. But it's also just factually incorrect. So it needs to match the facts and it needs to also be acceptable by all parties.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I think it has to be neutral because that's the only way you're going to get everyone to accept it.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have just this neutral framework. You're like, okay, yeah, we accept that. Don't add your moral feelings onto something. Just say this is what happened then, there, and why.
But as soon as the whiteness comes out, you're all like, it's already. And
of course.
Dialogue always has been on the show a few times. Like he's totally into this stuff. Black guy, and I can't. It just doesn't get through to him that it's offensive. Like he keeps going, oh, it shouldn't be offensive. And I'm like, it is. I mean, I don't look that if some racist in the South, sat him down and said, look, I'm using the N-word, but I don't, it's, you shouldn't be offended by that. It's just my culture. Like maybe you should be offended by that. Like why? I don't understand why he totally understands when it's that situation. But when we're saying, this is offensive to us, it's like, no, you shouldn't feel offended.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I guess I do though. I mean,
there was an interesting panel. I haven't listened to the whole thing. Maybe
with
we'll listen
Coleman
to some part
Hughes?
of it. Yes. Maybe we'll listen to some part of it in the future where Coleman doesn't seem to have a strong opinion, or he's at least not saying his opinion. But the other people on the panel are seeming to have this opinion that it's a bad idea, even though they're against woke stuff. They think it's a bad idea to just ban it in education. And I was just like, I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Because it's like, I was thinking like, imagine if instead of, socialism that was being taught, it was fascism, right? Is anyone going to have a problem with banning fascism?
No, they're just going to say ban that shit. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so it's weird to me. Like, there's a huge difference between, free speech in a space like Twitter, Facebook, or YouTube, where like, yeah, you can advocate for something as long as you're not advocating for violence, free speech. And, well, this is public education, which everyone has to agree upon, which, you're not supposed to be acting as a political actor whatsoever about your, independent feelings of things whatsoever. Yeah. So yeah, no, like communism, socialism, like if you want to have some class in high school where you like teach about the concept, that's different than actually promoting it. And that's the problem is I don't trust any of these people that want to teach this stuff. They're all going to promote it. No one trusts them to be, impartial or neutral about any of these topics.
I mean, whiteness, it's so obvious. You got to be just indoctrinated to the gills to not see it. Like if a bunch of white people sat around in a class called Blackness Studies, what would you think of that? What would you think? Like it's so obvious. It's so obvious what's going on.
Yeah. No, it's very obvious. Well, it's just it's all just P plus P equals R.
Yes.
That's all it is. It's just because, whites are the quote unquote dominant power group. There's an acceptability of racism that people just shrug their shoulders at.
Which I get. I mean, obviously you got to look at the veracity of the threat.
Right.
And if whites have a majority, and they start drifting down the ethnocentric path, I mean, a couple of elections could change the entire country. So I think that's why we have such a taboo about, talking about white ethnocentric shit.
Right. But
with blacks, obviously they're black nationalists and whatnot, but they have 13% of the population. I'm not worried about the next couple of elections. I'm living in a black ethno state.
Right. But, I got in a big argument with someone about this a couple of days ago, is that the increase in white nationalism that we're seeing, I believe, is directly a response to 100%. All this woke stuff, studies. All this attack on whiteness. Because, before like 2016, it was very rare for me, in my experience, and I've heard this from, of course, it's personal experience, but I've heard this from basically everyone. I've never heard anyone counter this. My experience is very rare to go on the internet in any space except for like 4chan and see like blatant racism. It's very rare to see that.
Yeah.
You see people joking and making like edgy jokes like always, but you wouldn't really see like people advocating for white nationalism. You just didn't see that on the internet. And then it's like, oh, suddenly when wokeness, shows its ugly head, starts attacking white people, all these white people become activated because they feel like they're under threat, they're under attack. And some of them, fall into the ideology of white nationalism.
Yeah.
And they refuse to acknowledge or take responsibility essentially for creating all these white nationalists.
Yeah. Yeah. You're the one telling them they have white privilege. What the fuck? That's not us.
Miss from 6 for 200 Kazarkazarks. Thank you. Says, I wonder if public education isn't actually an anti-evolutionary process because you're essentially teaching everyone the same thing the same way. You want universal access to knowledge, not universal interpretation of it. Well, it's not like so I understand what you're saying, but it's not like every teacher, is not a robot, right? Every teacher can teach a class differently. The curriculums in every state are going to be different. In every county are going to be different. So I think there's plenty of variety in classrooms, especially nowadays with, the amount of access to information people can get. I think there's a lot of variety. So I'm not really worried about that aspect of it, but I understand what you're saying. A-Rock for $20 says the rules of politics should be taught, not the political aims or end goals. That's an interesting idea. I agree with.
Yeah, I agree too.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's a good idea. So.
Well, that's what government was when I was a kid.
Dialogue always for $5.
Ago.
Dialogue always. He heard you mention his name.
Oh, did he? Holy cow!
He appeared from the ether. Either that or Dialogue always is just a regular listener, which is possible.
I think he's obviously welcome on the show. So.
Dialogue always for $5 says, have either of you actually read the 1619 Project? Yeah, I read it when it came out. Yeah, I did.
Oh my God.
Some of it's innocuous and some of it's really bad. And I think like the really bad part that a lot of people fixated on, myself included, was that Nicole Hannah-Jones was very obviously trying to destroy the origin mythos of the country and to sort of frame it in this way that like, oh, it wasn't people looking for religious freedom. Oh, it wasn't, people fighting against the British. It was slavery. That's the origin mythos that Hannah Nicole Jones wants to embed in the minds of American people, the 1619 Project.
which
Well,
is
it's an aspect of
awful.
it, which is awful. And the point of doing that is to then give further credence to the idea of CRT, that we have racism embedded in every system of American life, and the only way to fix them is through some form of anti-liberal revolution.
Look how different that is from just the American ethos I think of. Like I think of, the American Revolution being revolving around freedom, right? Look, we're being oppressed by these tyrants and we want to do our own thing, right? But Hannah Nicole Smith comes in and she says, no, the white people were like, we need to be tyrants. We need to go someplace where we can lord over people, right? It's so antithetical to the guiding ethic that we have now. Right? I mean, even coming through the pandemic, like you see it more than ever. Americans are like, no, fuck you. I'm doing my own thing. Like that's an American ethic. And I feel like we just have generations and generations of immigrants coming here who, that's why they came here. They're like, listen, I live in a place where people are bossing me around and it sucks. I want to go to a place where I can chart my own destiny. So I'm going to go to America. And we've been basically, kind of taking everybody's people away from them that have that strong individualistic, hard work ethic. And that's been great for the country. Yeah.
It's funny today. I just bookmarked. James Lindsay tweeted this thing out, and it was showing that Nicole Hannah-Jones said, "The 1619 Project does not argue that 1619 is our true founding." And then immediately later, she also tweeted out, "I argue that the 1619 is our true founding."
No way.
So there does seem to be some kind of, I don't know, call it dishonesty, call it whatever you want. There's something going on here that's a little sussy-wussy, but
yeah.
Anyway, let's continue.
A lot of hatred driving this stuff. A lot of hate.
Children have both the know-how, general knowledge, and also kind of self-awareness and character, so they're able to develop their own opinions.
Yeah, I think that the purpose of education is to understand the world that you exist in and use that understanding as a means for.
Was that
That's a high school student?
Okay, gotcha.
No one but Adam knows why I'm laughing. And I'm not going to say.
Continue.
For creating change or even understanding yourself on a deeper level.
I believe the purpose is simply just to prepare the individual to be successful in the society that they exist in.
Critical.
Nice. There's Philip. Philip is another protagonist of our panel.
To be successful in the society that they exist in. How can you be... Look, if you step into a society that has no cultural norms whatsoever, how successful do you think you can be in that society?
Well, first of all, it's impossible for society to not have any cultural norms.
I know.
That's not a thing, right?
Yeah, but that's the direction we're headed.
Right.
Learn how to live out your full potential so you can be independent, and everything else really flows from there.
The purpose of education is to prepare children for the real life and also make sure that they are literate.
Nice. There's Callie. That's our third, I think, and final protagonist of the panel.
Private school founder, yeah.
Yeah. So basically, the left half of the panel is, ironically, the right-wing people. They did that on purpose.
So I think the purpose is to raise the next generation of leaders. And when you think about what you want your leaders to be like, you want them to be knowledgeable, and you want them to be compassionate, you want them to be self-aware, you want them to understand the best way to move forward, not just for themselves personally, but for their whole community.
When we talk about
What about the next generation? What about the next generation of followers? I mean, there's only so many leaders.
That was another statement that I had that exact same thought where I was like, oh, it's so frustrating, because the idea that hearing a teacher say, we're raising the next generation of leaders, right? And we need to impart into them important values. It's like, that's a thing that you've been hearing for 50 years, right? In education. And there's nothing wrong with that. But then it's like, oh, but now you hear it in the woke time, and it just makes you it makes you become so suspicious, doesn't it? You're just like, That's why I hate so much of what's happening. It's all embedding itself in using language. Liberal language is kind of a skin suit to sneak in under the radar.
Yeah.
And it's the worst thing. Actually, the best way I think to conceptualize wokeness is that essentially you had a bunch of socialist academics who they drew up the blueprints to create bombs that would destroy society or liberal society, but then they removed like the label. So you have all these people that don't realize that they're reading the blueprints for bombs to blow up society, and they're building this thing, and they have no clue what it is until it blows up.
Scary.
Yep.
That's why I don't like the fact that we're just tiptoeing around it. I mean, we need to
Right.
talk about this stuff directly, not just be like, oh, how do you feel about that?
No, you're right, but and that's why it's annoying. The literal only way to talk about this issue directly is to understand what's happening ideologically and philosophically, and to differentiate, liberalism versus socialism, and that's what woke is.
Yeah. Well, also an honest conversation about the stakes. Because I think both sides will say, if I don't win, if my side doesn't win, it's the Holocaust of the trans people, right? It's a trans genocide.
But
where it's a complete fictitious stakes. I mean, there are real stakes here. The coherence of society is nothing to scoff at.
But that's why, that's true. That's why I love my definition of wokeness as waking up to the idea that liberalism will not solve social and cultural problems. Because, whenever we're talking to someone or debating someone, they always ask you that question kind of smugly. They're like, well, what do you define as woke, right? Because they're expecting some like weird answer that's vague. And every time I give them that answer, there's kind of like a stunned silence of they don't know how to respond to.
Yeah, because they don't. Oh man, their definition of woke is just so. I mean, it's just so low. Low IQ.
It's very low resolution. Yeah. How about we'll say that?
No, it's dumb. It's stupid. It's just like they just see it as a pejorative. They see it as like anti-immigration.
Right.
That's what
they want to say that there is no definition. It's all just, nonsense. That's what they want to say.
Who should decide what's being taught?
Parents. I think that parents should have a huge say in what's going on in the classroom because it's their kids, not ours. As a public school teacher 15 years, I was always aware that these are not my children. We have to make sure that we're respecting parents and their beliefs and their values.
I think the Constitution agrees with that.
Yes.
Here in America, ranging back to the early 1900s, plenty of Supreme Court cases have ruled in that favor that it is the parents' right ultimately to decide a child's education, medical needs, etc.
I would push back though and say that there does need to be collaboration, right? I completely respect your idea of it is not our job as
no, F you.
Well,
I'm sorry,
I had to say, I know, even though they are our protagonists, I think this first answer is a really bad answer because it's not really like when you say parents, what does that mean? Like, that's not like, it's not the parents, it's the community as a whole through the voting process is what dictates what you learn in public school. Like individual parents don't dictate what you learn in private school. Like I would just like that to be made clear in this context.
I don't like you're farming out the education of your children to somebody else, like you're subcontracting it. It's not a collaboration between you and the subcontractor. You hire someone to build a house for you. You say, this is a house I want. You don't say, oh, you just do whatever house you think looks good.
No. Yeah, no, right. But that's okay. So what I'm saying is, like, if a teacher says, or if a parent says, I don't believe in evolution, right? If their child goes to public school, they're going to learn about evolution. It doesn't matter what the parent personally believes regarding that topic. If the parent is, believes that there should be a violent overthrow of the government and be replaced with, some kind of anarchical commune, right? That's not going to be taught in school. It doesn't matter what the parent feels.
Yeah, but this person is talking about a collaboration on the fly about what the child is going to learn. Like,
no, right.
The curriculum needs to be worked out in advance. This is why I'm talking about, I don't like this tiptoeing around what the curriculum is. Like, we need to sit down and go, listen, we need this, 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 and this. And we're not going to leave this room until we hammer it out.
Right.
This isn't going to happen in the classroom, when you feel like, oh, I bought this book at this used bookstore and I want to talk to my students about it.
No, right.
It's like, no.
everyone's answer to this question is terrible because it's not really the process. The process is you vote for someone you vote for your local government, and your local government makes that determination.
Right.
That's the process.
Well,
There's no like having this conversation, blah 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 blah.
Look,
now obviously you're gonna want to hope that through the election process, your views are going to be represented, through the education process, and hopefully we would agree. We hope we would agree. We're kind of shifting away from that education process should be politically neutral. And this is part of why I disagreed with the people on Coleman Hughes's panel, is because, like, when you look at the Stop Woke Act and things of that nature in Florida, if DeSantis was passing legislation that essentially stopped woke stuff from being taught in schools, but replaced it with right wing, Christian nationalism or something of that extent, or some sort of like right wing political view, I would be completely against that.
Of course,
but
yeah.
None of that's happening to my knowledge.
Right.
To my knowledge, all that's happening is they're just stopping woke crap from being taught in school. They're trying to stop woke crap from being taught in schools. They're not adding any sort of like, oh, well, now we need to have a right-wing biased version of education.
Right. They're basically saying our ethic has always been you can't even say anti-racist anymore without,
right,
conjuring up Ibram X. Kendi and actual racism. Like, our ethic has always been, not to be racist. So he's just basically piggybacking off of that. But what I'm saying here is the parents need to be involved. It's their kids. They need to come together on a curriculum, and that curriculum needs to be dispensed to the educators. And we need to have a conversation.
That's not how this works. Parents don't like sit around and write a curriculum and then they give it to the school board. Like, that's not really how this works.
Yeah, but government steps in and does it with parental input. Look, you keep skipping the part where I'm saying, look, we are deciding the curriculum and giving it to you, the educator, and the educator doesn't go, well, I need to add some stuff here, and this is a conversation about how I want to teach it, and like, that's why I'm saying, like, no. Do you disagree with that?
No. I don't think so.
Because this person is saying, listen, this needs to be like a conversation. We need to have a back and forth. I need to be flexible here. Right? Because they want to. It's the same thing if the science teacher comes out and says, look, I'm a young earth creationist, and I need to be flexible on this curriculum here. Right?
Right. But there is some flexibility. It's just that the flexibility has to exist within our liberal framework.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, like, if the parent, say the parent, is a fascist or whatever, that's not going to be taught in school. Or if the parent is a young earth creationist,
hold on. You keep jumping back to the parent, and I keep talking about
I understand
the contractor.
I see.
Okay?
The teacher.
Look,
yes. No, I agree.
You keep jumping back to how we design the house, and I'm going. Listen, the executor of the house has no say in the design of the house. That's between you and your architect.
You're talking about the teacher. I understand.
Right.
Right. And as I said before, teachers, to my knowledge, they don't have free speech. As
they don't. They're public
the
servants.
Yes.
Yes. Right. They're public employees.
Yes.
But they have this idea, oh no, we're the priestess of the woke religion now.
Yes.
We need to come out and look, I can't say this because it violates my conscience.
Well, it's fascinating because, right now there's a lot of people on like the woke left who are basically, it's not cancel culture, it's accountability culture.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, freedom of speech doesn't mean that you're, freedom of responsibility, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fire this guy.
Right, but then when it comes to a teacher who is basically taking it upon themselves to politicize education and indoctrinate a child in some politicized way, suddenly then free speech becomes a massive issue to them when it doesn't even make sense in the context because they're a public employee acting on behalf of the state.
Yeah.
It's almost like people
that needs to be clear, though.
Yeah, it's almost like people only defend the concept of free speech or attack it when it suits them politically, and they don't have some like actual thought out principle.
It's so weird to me because other people have said this on the panel. Like, they seem to understand that there's a taboo about me, a stranger, teaching my religion to some other kid,
Right.
to somebody else's kid.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
That's huge. That's like a huge no-no.
Yeah.
But yet you have these teachers that are like, what? No, that's my job. Like I need to teach my religion to look, these people's parents, they have a terrible religion, and my woke religion is the savior of humanity. It's so weird.
They have this idea, and this has been an idea for a long time, even before woke stuff, which is that, oh, there's all these parents out there. They're all like backwards, racist, bigoted rednecks.
Yes, totally.
And you need to have like some kind of progressive teacher come in and like teach them the right, the right way to think and live about the world. And it's like, that's not your job. Right?
Exactly. But
it shouldn't be.
But that's literally why they become teachers now, which is like the scary thing. Look, as soon as we can automate teaching away and like just have a robot in the classroom, that I think society might jump forward in leaps and bounds. Like you were saying, the stair step thing. That's exactly what's going to happen.
Go. There you go. Well, then it'll just be dependent on who controls the robot.
Curriculum bot 3000.
I don't know if I agree with that, but I mean, it's all very indicative of Paulo Freire. Freire, is that how you say his name? I don't know. James Lindsay talks about him all the time. He's one of the big guys that kind of promoted this idea of critical pedagogy, that what you're teaching, like the subject matter, isn't important to teaching children. It's just teaching them revolution is what's important, essentially.
Right. Okay.
To put forth a belief in front of children, right? That includes not perpetuating parents' beliefs in the classroom as well. In my opinion, that would be keeping a non-biased viewpoint, simply presenting issues, and then allowing kids to decide for themselves.
I would.
The fact that they use the word non-bias is just, I mean, death to the truth there. Jeez.
Well, what's your problem with that?
Well, just the whole idea that they have this perception that, oh, my belief system is just objective reality, unbiased objective reality, when that couldn't be further from the truth.
So let's say, well, I don't know about this individual specifically, right? We're kind of talking about in generalities of like the woke movement. That is the idea. Now, so on its face, is it? Well, I don't even know if I agree with that.
Look,
because wait a minute.
We've heard a minute of this person.
I know. But like, so they say like things should just be presented to kids in a non-biased way, which I agree with. However, not everything should be.
They said they should not perpetuate the parents' biases.
Right.
That's completely different.
Wait, they said that they shouldn't necessarily perpetuate the parents' biases. Things should be presented in a non-biased way for the kids to decide themselves. Okay, that was what they were saying. Now, that sounds okay on its face, but I still have a problem with that, which is that not every subject matter, in my opinion, should be taught in classes or school, depending on the subject matter, of course. So like, yeah, sure, if you're taking a current events elective in high school, you can talk about all this stuff. Like that's the point of taking the class. But in most other classes that you're taking, when you're taking math, science, psychology, history, civics, all the kind of core classes you take in high school, you shouldn't be, why would you ever be talking about any of these political issues ever for any reason?
Because you're a woke religionist, and you got to spread your religion in the classroom.
Right.
Otherwise, you don't get satisfaction in your life. You go home and you eat your TV dinner by yourself and watch, reruns on TV.
Right.
You've got a totally depressing life.
And it seems like that's why the two avenues that they kind of want to sneak into here are English and history, because they feel like those are the broad enough subjects that they can kind of like weasel in a bunch of woke progressive gobbledygook that is kind of shouldn't even be there.
Well, reading too, obviously, for the real young ones. They're like, oh, look, look, how to be an anti-racist baby. It's for 2-year-olds. Look, we're learning to read. No, I'm serious. And we can back it up and listen to it again, but this person is saying the parents are racist and we need to teach kids not to be racist like their racist parents. That's exactly what
I'm trying to listen.
Good faith Gary left
I'm
the
good faith Gary
building.
over here. You can be bad faith Barry. That's fine. But,
Well, no,
we're gonna
how is
strike a
this
balance
bad
between
faith?
the two of us.
Now we have to back it up because you call me bad faith Barry. Listen closely.
You said
here.
you accused them
Listen
of
closely
saying all the
here.
parents were racist.
Listen closely here, and you tell me in your heart of hearts if that's not what this person means.
Say that there does need to be collaboration, right? I completely respect your idea of it is not our job as educators to put forth a belief in front of children, right? That includes not perpetuating parents' beliefs in the classroom as well.
Okay, so they said they said, if we're taking them at face value, educators should not be putting forward a belief in front of children, any belief.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that would mean that if they're being honest.
Well,
but
it also means not perpetuating parents' beliefs.
I understand that.
What are those parents' beliefs that they're not supposed to perpetuate?
Whatever they are. What do you mean? So, okay, but that's if we're gonna take Desmond's words on face value, it's being honest, okay?
Right. Well, no, I'm asking.
Then
you
they're just saying that they should be
mind
completely
reading
neutral. Okay.
What when Desmond has an image in their mind of the
I don't know. I can't read
beliefs,
Desmond's mind, Dad.
You know what it is.
Well,
you know exactly what it is.
Well, of course.
The homophobic beliefs of the parents.
Right. So
I can't perpetuate those homophobic beliefs of those parents.
So this is going to come up.
My job to rid the world of homophobia.
This is going to come up.
I'm starting
later.
with your children.
This is going to come up later in the conversation. When they talk, it's pretty early in the conversation. We're going to talk about Desmond's appearance, which is completely creating what we believe. This is like why the appearance is so damaging and stupid for Desmond to put makeup on.
Of course, completely undermines their argument.
Completely undermines all their credibility. Completely undermines their argument because it's like, okay, well, you can come out and you could say things that sound reasonable, but you lose a lot of trust, like right off the bat.
Yeah.
So
can you imagine your surgeon comes out to shake your hand before you're gonna get your triple bypass, and they look like Desmond? What are you thinking? You're like, I'm gonna fucking die. That's what you're thinking. You're like, this person cares more about their makeup than they do about actually cleaning out my arteries. Yeah. Look, it's just, oh my God,
right.
It's just so. I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
In my opinion, that would be keeping a non-biased viewpoint, simply presenting issues, and then allowing kids to decide for themselves.
I would agree.
Yeah. So I rest on, Sitch is too afraid to say it, but obviously he's talking about ridding the world of homophobia.
Okay.
I don't
mind reader Adam over here.
Hold on.
Read all the minds.
And not only that, I can't look. If you want to present non-biasedly, you have to present your appearance in a non-biased way. Duh. Look, if Desmond's fascist counterpart wants to come to class, in his fucking Nazi armband and go, look, I'm just here neutrally.
Right.
People are going to shit their pants and rightfully. So how is this any different?
So we'll talk about this more when this comes up in the video. I'm assuming the thought process for Desmond here is I'm going to be like this very outwardly queer individual. And then when I'm like, reasonable, that will give a good image and appearance to like queerness. That's what I guess the thought process is. I don't think it works.
Yeah.
At all. Because there's a difference between like, oh, someone is gay and they're very reasonable, and you say, well, I guess gay people are reasonable, and like, no, I'm going out of my way to visually appear very queer for an aesthetic choice. It's like appearing like your queer appearance isn't really related in my mind to defense of sexual orientation at all.
Yeah. No.
Or gender identity.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you had. Well, we'll talk about this when it comes.
Yeah, I know it's hysterical. No, this panel gets crazy. I said we should. This part's kind of boring, but I mean, it's.
Yeah, I know we've been gabbing off for like an hour.
Agree agree that I think it needs to be a collaborative effort. The way that we decide curriculum in Texas is that work groups comprised of community members, educators, parents, even in some cases students and public service officials come together to draft curriculum plans, and then it's ultimately decided on by our State Board of Education, which has a lot of kind of assistance from parents as well. So I think—
Look, this high school student knows more about how a curriculum is made than PSA Sitch does.
What are you talking about? That's literally— wait a minute. Oh, why you got a bad face? Why you got a bad face me so hard?
Look,
oh my God. I was about to say, so funny because I was about to say, this, I forget her name. She has a very bad take on CRT. Later in this conversation.
Okay.
Like a dog awful.
She's only a high school student, so I mean.
But I was going to say, she's the one that actually explained the process of how curriculum is formed correctly.
Yeah, totally.
Which is true. Yeah, you have, so.
Public forum, exactly.
Well, sort of. But
how's it not a public forum?
Well, when you say public forum, to me, that makes me think like, oh, there's like thousands and thousands of people in the community all come together in like a large room and they say like, should we teach kids this? And they say, yay or nay. Like, it's like, no, you have a bunch
but
of
they do have a school board meeting where people come in and lodge their objections.
I understand.
I watch them online. It's funny.
I know. And it is open to the public.
A lot of people come in there and freak out. They're like, what the hell? Why are you teaching this to my kids?
Right. But what I'm saying is like, there's groups of people who are like the homeowners association people and the busybodies who form these groups where they're like, we're going to write a bunch of recommendations to the school board, and the school board looks at them and they either decide to do it or not.
I listened to one in some town in Southern California where they were electing the officials that were going to basically put together the curriculum, and I lost all hope for humanity. I
know.
Oh my God.
It's terrible. Like, as I say, it's all HOA people at these
Well,
meetings.
and they were just also, obviously Southern California woke to the gills and competing on who could be like more woke because it was like some sort of elected position. I was like, this.
But that's exactly why. But that's exactly why it's important to not just it be everything. This is where I disagree with some people on the right, or they're like, everything just should be local government. It's like, no, you don't want that. You want some collaboration between local and state and federal government, because you're going to have these pockets of like the wokest woke people doing the wokest woke that ever woke to woke. And it's just going to be disastrous.
I do think that we should have school choice. Like, I've completely been sold on the idea of school choice.
Yeah, me too.
But there still needs to be some sort of shared ethic that like all the private schools basically take some test on, whatever government, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, well, they do, or they're supposed to.
Yeah.
I think that format can be really effective because it also empowers students to become involved in the fate of their education. And as a student myself, I think that that's incredibly important because our perspectives need to be heard as well.
The voices of parents need to be heard in that equation. But unfortunately, what we've seen recently is that parents' voices have been demonized in this process. You've seen parents who've criticized local school boards labeled terrorists simply for caring about the quality of their education that their child is receiving. These teachers are temporary caretakers. When they come back home, it's the parent who has to explain that this is this radical belief that was put in front of you. This was this idea that you've never been raised around that parent now has to explain. And at the end of the day, that isn't just confined to a classroom. Now it's bleeding into their upbringing. And there's only one person responsible for their upbringing, and it's the parents. It's not the educator, it's not the teacher, it's their parents.
I like the idea.
Thank you, CJ. Pretty base take from CJ. The only thing I'd say about the thing before CJ with the girl was that I think kids and students can have a good take on like the way in which they're being educated. I don't trust the students and kids to be weighing in on what they should be taught. I don't think most high school students as like a group have the knowledge to be like, oh, I should be taught these subjects.
Yeah, it's so weird that it's like children teaching children. So much of this, I feel like, is children teaching children.
Right.
Where, you'd want to, I don't know, you'd want some wisdom, some experience.
Now, maybe they could say, listen, we can't concentrate because, there's one kid that's always acting up in class. and we don't have any way, the teacher has no way to get rid of them, maybe the kids will have knowledge about those sorts of processes, but.
Idea of the collaboration, and obviously parents' voices belong at that table. I also like the emphasis on students having a say in this, and also other people adults that aren't parents. I'm invested in that too, even though I don't have children of my own. And I hear what you're saying about.
I didn't see that coming, Sitch. Did you?
How dare you?
Well, it's always, look, it's becoming,
How dare you? You transphobe.
Look, trans people can have kids. What are you talking about? You don't know if this person's had bottom surgery. They could totally have kids.
That's true.
The stereotype is that all of these, social justice activists, none of them have kids. Like their whole purpose is wrapped up in this, in their activism. They don't have time for kids. Look, they're trying to teach your kids. It's becoming like a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Having to, parents needing to confront or address, I guess, what kids are learning at school. But giving kids the exposure to other ideas or other things that they wouldn't be exposed to otherwise is, I think, part of what's going to help raise the next generation of people that are able to look outside their own lived experience.
But I think that
That just sounded so wrong to me. Oh, my God. So bad.
Well, this is why it's just annoying, because if you heard someone say this in the 90s, you'd be like, oh, I have no problem with what they said. But you hear it now, and you're like, oh, no.
Well, I mean, all the talk of exposing yourself to children just, I don't know.
Oh, that's what you were.
Incredibly.
I didn't realize that's what you were focusing on.
In this kind of context,
you
it
pervert.
seemed incredibly, very.
God, you are a transphobe. Terrible.
Look, I didn't choose a language.
Okay. Okay.
Here, listen again. Listen close.
And I hear what you're saying about having to, parents needing to confront or address, I guess, what kids are learning at school. But giving kids the exposure to other ideas or other things that they wouldn't be exposed to otherwise is, I think, part of what's going to help raise the next generation of people that are able to look outside their own lived experience.
But
They only said it once.
Able to look outside their own lived experience. I thought you couldn't look outside your own lived experience. I thought that was the whole idea behind lived experience. You just gotta shut up.
Right. It depends how woke you are, right?
Gotta shut up.
Yep.
Is Thal Cullivar? I can't remember. I think it is.
That's how you prove that you can look outside your own lived experience, is whether you have the right opinion or not.
Right, yeah.
Because if you have the wrong opinion, then you can't.
I mean, isn't art
Oh my God.
Isn't art completely useless if it's, I thought the whole idea behind art was to basically educate people on other lived experiences. But I guess if that's impossible, then there should be no art.
Thal for $200. Oh my
right.
God.
What happened? What? We got a $200 super chat?
Thal,
better be very enthusiastically read.
Who is Cullivar, yes.
Oh, it is Cullivar, okay.
Thal is Cullivar, yeah. They did it because you took a screenshot of the last one, and so now you have your two.
Are you sure?
You have your two super chats. They said A team reigns supreme.
Look at that.
For $200.
And I already got it up. I already got it up on the side there. Look at that.
On one hand, I appreciate $200, Cullivar. On the other hand, I despise it.
No way. It's based. It's totally based. Cullivar knows what he's doing.
How terrible.
Welcome back, Cullivar. Why'd you change your name?
Thal for another $20 says, parents' beliefs should always be honored in the classroom with their children. Without the parents, there's no school, no money, no teachers, no kids. So yeah, parents should retain 90% of the power at all times. Well, but the problem with that in theory, or in practice, I guess. I understand what you're saying in theory, but in practice, I guess, what do we talk about? What is the 10%, I guess? Is the 10% all of our political differences? Right? Because that would be really the conversation. Because, if you have most areas of the country, there's going to be like a 40, 60, 50, 50-ish kind of political split. And so if half the parents want their students to learn the left-wing education, half want them to learn the right-wing education, that's why it's got to be neutral to agree on that. But
why does education have to be left-wing and right-wing?
It doesn't. That's what I'm saying. It should be neutral. Should be as politically neutral as possible. And now, if you want your kid to learn a very politicized education, you can find a private school where they teach that. That's your choice. But public school should be the neutral option.
Such BS.
But that's, I mean, at the end of the day, the parent does have the choice. If they want to push their kid in this is the way I think it should work. Public school as neutral as possible, and then if the parent wants to sort of push their kid in some direction, religiously or politically, they can find a private school that has that ethos, and that's the parent's decision, right, to do that. And so, yeah, it is the parent's decision 100% in that context. The parent is the ultimate person, as long as they're not being abusive to their child. The ultimate person has that choice and that control.
So many people are teaching their kids, homeschooling kids, that school choice has to become a thing. It's just completely unfair that these people are paying taxes for a service that they aren't even getting because the school system is just so bad.
Yeah, I think more and more people, even on the left and the center, are waking up to school choice as being acceptable.
Yeah. Democrats are in bed with the school system, so that's why.
Right. So you have two things, which is, first of all, as you said, teachers union is a very big political organization for Democrats. I think that's why the Democrat, as a party, not like the individual people, but as like a party, the politicians have been very against school choice. But the ideological concern that they've been pushing for the last 30 years is that, if you have school choice, all the right-wingers are going to pull their kids out of school and they're going to put them all in some sort of Christian nationalist school, essentially. Which I think people are starting to get over those fears. Tommy for $20. Thank you, Tommy. Says this is Tommy's first super chat. Says a replacement guest question for Are Owls Birds could be, are dolphins fish? I'm curious how many would say yes. A team has my heart, but S class has my mind. Well, there you go.
Nice. I like that.
That's a good
split.
question. Are dolphins fish? That's a good one.
Minds are highly overrated.
Right.
Gotta think with your heart.
I think that oftentimes those different ideas are presented in the classroom as a student as the only idea. When you're being taught that, there's this many genders or anything like this, where you haven't been exposed to that in your own household, it's being presented as like the end all be all when it actually isn't. It's about educating and not indoctrinating.
Based!
Right. Very based.
Yeah. What are you talking about? It's follow the science. There's 72 genders. You transphobic bigot. You homophobe.
As long as that is presented as a counterpoint to, well, there's people who believe this, but there's also people who believe this, that's okay. The reality of it is that in most classrooms across the country, that isn't what's happening.
And to piggyback on...
Look, I completely miss the intelligent design debates of the early aughts, because at least the intelligent design people understood how science worked. I don't have any faith that these people even understand science.
Well, what do you mean by how it works?
Well, no, the intelligent design people, basically they realized that there was these rules of evidence that you needed to, meet.
Right.
The woke people don't have any rules of evidence that they feel compelled to meet.
Let me add something to that. There is, obviously, we've talked about this. This is, in CRT, the sort of the idea that you can't deconstruct the master's tools, the master's house with the master's tools.
That's a lie.
Which essentially means you can't deconstruct a liberal society using liberal tools, and they include science as one of those tools. And so there is a contingent of this, left-wing activism that is anti-science, even though they won't admit it straight up, but they are very anti-science. That's part of where standpoint epistemology comes in from. But there are lots of left-wing activists who even if they don't believe in, using science, they will still do it for political purposes. And so that's where you get all these like really garbage left-wing quote unquote studies.
Yeah. Quote unquote.
And so, so there's so like tons of woke activists who do understand the rules, or at least the importance of the perception of appearing scientific, and they do use science to their advantage.
Right.
So.
Okay.
Off of that one side as a bigot, white supremacist, homophobic. There's a lot of parents in America that are Christian or
It's the country not indoctrinating. As long as that is presented as a counterpoint to, well, there's people who believe this, but there's also people who believe this, that's okay. The reality of it is
teach the controversy. He just said teach the controversy. It's so weird how this totally mirrors the intelligent design debate.
I know, right?
It is. Yeah.
It's very weird, yeah.
Wait, no, there is no controversy here. There are 72 genders, you bigot.
is that in most classrooms across the country, that isn't what's happening.
And to piggyback off of that, one side is labeled as a bigot, white supremacist, homophobic. There's a lot of parents in America that are Christian or, they believe in two genders, gender binary. And if you say that as a teacher, especially, you could be labeled as homophobic. So there isn't this unbiased classroom because there's one side that can't really be as loud as the other side without risk of, losing our jobs even.
True.
But you two.
This is so great. Like you've completely slanted the playing field so you can't even have a fair game here.
Yeah.
It's like, but they're like, yeah, but what's wrong with that? We're winning. Are you? I don't know.
Two are kind of the ones that brought in the conflict of like, there is an indoctrination going on and only one side it has this opinion and this side is not allowed to talk and we have to be quiet. When really you guys are actually the loudest in regards to this issue thus far, right?
Right now, yes,
So,
in
yeah,
this room,
so I
yes.
wouldn't necessarily say that.
So, okay, I didn't understand. So was Desmond saying they're the loudest in this room, or did they mean they're the loudest in the public conversation?
They mean they're the loudest in the public conversation. Desmond lives in a world where the right is completely ascendant and the left is, feckless progressives that are just all neoliberal shills.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's annoying because I hear this a lot on the left. There's like this weird gaslighting campaign from the far left, which is essentially these cultural issues are made up. They're not real. It's the right wing that's,
Oh, I know.
cares so much about trans people. They're the ones that keep bringing this up. And it's like, what are you like? Wait, what? Like, what is this gaslighting?
Look, you're indoctrinating our kids. We have to bring it up.
Yeah,
what are you
it's
talking about?
It's like, we're going to sneak a bunch of stuff into public education. And then when you point out and you say, wait a minute, you can't do this. And they say, well, why are you bringing this up?
Yeah.
It's like, what do you mean? You're the ones that are doing it. What? Get out of here with this gaslighting BS. It's just so dishonest.
Look, we've totally socially transitioned your child and haven't told you about it.
Right.
Why are you so mad, bro?
Yeah,
like, why are
exactly.
you so upset? Oh, here, I'll get it. Never mind.
That's the quiet. What I would say though is like I do want to push away if possible, but I'd love for you to hear this, right? Is that idea of someone sees me and they go, oh, you're one of those that teach that there's 72 different types of gender. Desmond Fambrini, he, him, gender fluid, bisexual. My students do not know this because it doesn't.
Your students totally know this. What are you talking about?
Doesn't come up because I'm a learning specialist and it's my job to educate and teach a curriculum, right? Now, if I'm asked directly by a parent or if there's confusion, oh, why do you wear makeup? Same reason why girls do, because it's fun for me. It doesn't need to be this very controversial, I'm gonna mess with this child's upbringing, they're gonna go home and they're gonna turn into a gender fluid and they're gonna think there's 72 genders.
I think that's a question you say you should go ask your parents about how they feel about that.
Well, so,
And-
okay.
Wait, there's so much to unpack here.
I know.
Okay, so first of all, as you say, it's so funny. Desmond's okay. So Desmond does it.
My kids don't know that.
Right?
Bullshit.
Yeah, my kids don't know that. What are you like? Okay.
Bullshit.
Well, what are you talking about? Your kids don't know that. Your kids know something is up. Okay, when you enter in a classroom as a man with makeup on,
Right.
they know something's up. This is not like
Yeah, they're looking up your Instagram before the end of the class. Definitely.
right.
They
Like,
know
give me a
everything
break.
about you.
Right. Give me a break. And then when their response is like, okay, parents ask me, why am I wearing makeup? And I say the same reason women do, because it's fun. It's like,
Right.
wait a minute.
I know.
First of
that's
all-
horrible.
Yeah, first of all, I don't know what kind of school you went to.
Yeah.
Even when I had female teachers, they did not wear that love. I don't know what makeup Desmond wears in
Right.
class, but assuming it's similar to this, they did not wear that heavy of a makeup, right? Did your teachers like doll themselves up to teach class?
No, obviously not.
Like, I don't remember a single teacher having like really bright lipstick and like really visible blush on their face. I don't remember anything like that, in school. And like part of the reason that, you would have teachers dress kind of conservatively is because it's distracting.
Of
You don't want
course.
to have your teacher distract you. Like, if Desmond was my teacher, I couldn't focus because I'd just be like, oh my God, why are they trying to be so fucking gay?
Right.
That'd be every thought, like that enter my brain every second. Or just like I'm being distracted by like their overt queer signaling, which is intentional.
It's
You're not
totally
born that
intentional.
way.
Yeah.
It's an aesthetic choice. You're not born that way. Okay. Just
Right.
by being gay, if you're gay, you're not born out of the womb with lipstick and blush on your face, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, this would be like someone saying, listen, I'm a huge Kiss fan. I really like the band Kiss, okay?
Full
As a
makeup.
teacher. So it means that every day in school for my English class, I'm gonna dress up in like full Kiss makeup, with like the face paint and the leather and everything. And I'm gonna just teach my
badass.
class normally, but I'm gonna be like dressed up like a Kiss band member or something.
I love it.
And you're like, why? No, what the fuck? Stop. What are you? Stop it.
Yeah.
And well, okay, we'll keep going for a second.
Okay,
Teachers are supposed to teach reading, math, science, the things that are actually going to make them contributing members of society. Answering a child's questions about whether or not men or women should be wearing makeup or not is, I don't think, within that realm.
Okay, so you said science, right? And so we're talking about a physical science, we're talking about human anatomy and biology here. So a child says, I thought boys could not wear makeup. I have an X and Y chromosome and I'm wearing makeup. I could factually answer that without indoctrinating with any opinion.
Okay. Wait. That's not even true, though. So if first of all, if a little, okay. First of all, you have to ask yourself,
Look,
there's
it's
so much
science.
here.
I'm wearing makeup right now.
Right. Okay, there's so much here. First of all, they said,
Oh my God.
I can answer the question of whether boys can wear makeup without indoctrinating them. It's like, wait, why are you even broaching that topic in a science class? This is completely unrelated to the topic 100%.
Is Desmond a teacher? Desmond's a teacher, right?
Yes.
Public
Desmond
school
is a
teacher?
Right. Yes.
Okay. Do we know
That'd
what
be
they
like-
teach?
I don't think they say what the subject is. But this would be like, imagine if you walked into class and every day your science teacher wore a t-shirt that says Jesus died for your sins. And it
Yeah,
had a picture
totally.
of Jesus crucified.
Totally.
Okay. You'd be like, why are they always wearing this t-shirt? And you ask them about it. And obviously them wearing that t-shirt is trying to do something. There's a point to it. They're trying to provoke a conversation. They're trying to make you think something. And so for Desmond to say, like, I just wear makeup because it's fun, I have to call 1000% BS on that.
Totally.
Even if Desmond is too surface level to even understand their own intentions.
You mean stupid?
Or stupid, yes. There's so obviously a political reason for a man to wear what is designed as and determined by society as female makeup.
Right.
Okay. There is an intention there. There is a point.
Well, there's a
They're
point when females wear the makeup, right?
Right, but there's a different point, right?
Well,
And
is
so-
there?
Of course. What do you mean? There's a completely different point. If a woman is wearing makeup, she's trying to, look attractive in order to feel confident about herself because it's all based in like mate
Yeah,
selection.
she's trying to attract a mate. Yeah.
Right.
How is that any different?
Because when Desmond's doing it, it's nothing to do with mate selection.
How do you know?
It's because
How do you know?
I'll tell you why.
Look,
First of all,
you're giving him way too much a benefit of the doubt.
no, I'm not. You're
Listen.
you're so wrong about this. The point of Desmond or any male who's wearing female makeup is to
Right.
transgress norms. That's the point. Now, yes, you can make some argument and say, well, at the end of the day, they want to appear like a rebel to attract a mate or whatever, blah, 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 blah. Okay, fine, whatever. That's not important. What's important is the main purpose of wearing the makeup is to transgress norms and to promote a queer idea that
Could
we
be dual
need to be
purpose.
fighting back at heterosexual normativity.
Could be
That's
dual
the point
purpose.
of it. It could be, but that's not the purpose that I find important to focus on.
Mhm.
The purpose I find important to focus on is the political purpose, which is we need to strike back against heteronormative values essentially.
If a woman came in all dolled up, you would assume that she was doing it to be attractive, to be sexually attractive.
Yeah, but first of all, if a teacher did that, I'd be like, "This is really sus."
Yeah,
Are they
someone would talk to them. They would say, "Listen, you can't come out. You can't look.
Right.
Every single kid in your class is going to be unable to focus."
Right.
Yeah, they would say something.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But so my point is that for Desmond to say like, "Oh, I can answer this question about can a man wear makeup from a neutral standpoint?" It's like, no, you can't. You first of all, you asking the question is already breaking the grounds of political neutrality from its base. Just putting children in the position to ask the question is already the political position.
Yeah.
Okay. And then number two, to say that if a kid says like a little kid, because it sounds like they're talking about like little kid, because only a little kid would say like, "I thought boys can't wear makeup," right? So if a little kid, 6 or 7-year-old, says says, "Can a boy wear makeup?" and you say like yes or no, that's a political answer. What do you mean? If they say, "I thought boys couldn't wear makeup," they're not, obviously the child's not asking you, "I thought boys physically, scientifically they can't wear makeup." Like if a boy puts makeup on his face, it just immediately like sucks into their skin and disappears. That's not what they're asking you. They're not asking, "Oh, if a boy puts on makeup, like that's going to be like they ate a piece of gluten and their dick flies off and explodes." They're not asking that. They're just saying, "I thought socially and culturally boys were not supposed to wear makeup." So you saying yes, they can is a political answer on its face. And it's wild to me that Desmond's trying to pass this off like it's not.
Look, you went to Starbucks and got approached by a gay man who put his phone number on your cup and wanted you to call him and go out with him, right?
Yeah.
So if you went back to that Starbucks with full makeup on, like Desmond,
yeah,
what do you think the message that what message would that send to that gay barista?
That I'm very queer.
Okay. So to tell children, "Oh yeah, you can wear makeup because it's fun," when obviously it's also signaling something very specific to a very specific community, that's evil. That's fucking wrong. That's totally wrong.
No, that's true. That's a very good point.
Look,
it is signaling something. It's not just fun.
It's not just fun. Yeah, exactly. You're turning that child into a target. Like, no.
Well, I wouldn't say target.
No.
I would say target, but I'm saying it's dishonest. It's dishonest if Desmond says to a kid, "Oh, I just do it because it's fun." That's a lie.
Totally dishonest. It's sexual signaling. That's exactly what it is.
Right.
Yeah, and you're hiding behind this, "Oh, this is our religion, so we can't really talk about it." But it's sexual signaling. Look, this is the same thing that Jordan Peterson got in trouble with the I think it was Vice.
It was Vice,
asking him about the makeup thing. Look, makeup is sexual signaling. Look, grow up. Why has everyone forgotten this? Why does everyone think, "Oh no, this is just like," no, it's something completely different.
Well,
are we all toddlers now?
Makeup is sexual signaling, but it's a little simplistic to say that's all it is. It's a more complicated.
If Desmond wants to come in with a clown nose on and like clown makeup and a big wig, okay.
Right.
That's not sexual signaling.
Yes.
But this is like, I can't tell. Like if you didn't have no context whatsoever and you just put a photo up here, people would say this is sexual signaling. That's what's going on. This guy's looking for a date.
Queer signaling. Something's going on here.
Look, like, it's just, like you have to include that context, and not including that context is lying. Right. This is why you have to have, and look, nobody's going to say this on this panel because like, it's just, they're trying to, not get canceled. That's what they're doing.
What could have got cut? Because these conversations are like 3 or 4 hours.
Maybe it got cut. Maybe it totally got cut. But this is one of the reasons why I hate these things, because it's like nobody's talking honestly here. And we talked, I think last week on the show when we were talking about, sexual signaling has to be very coy, right? You have to give someone's plausible deniability. So it's easy to fall into this trap that, "Oh no, I'm not really sexually signaling." or am I? Like,
Right.
It's easier to, in serious situations, just to say, listen, that we're educating young minds here. Let's keep our sexual signaling to a minimum. What do you think?
Yeah. I agree.
But it's in no way scientific, your answer to that question.
How is that not scientific?
I would say maybe cultural, or it's a perception or an opinion, but it's in no way scientific.
Anyone else? True. I am a chatty person, so I'm going to take a pause and I'm going to let's see if anyone else has something to say.
So
trying to spin it as like it's science that, men can wear makeup. Who says it's what? That's completely ridiculous.
It's total straw man.
I just had one question for you, because not all homes are welcoming or open to conversation or safe. So how do we balance that?
I think that what we're saying is that there are certain conversations that are not to be had with a teacher. And I think that the argument that a lot of people on the right and conservatives are making is that we just don't feel as if actors of the state should be having conversations that are taxpayer-funded conversations with children about conversations that have not come up in their own households. And to that point, if you can't talk about God in the classroom, why can we talk about every gender under the sun, right? I think that's the conundrum that we find ourselves in. If we are banning those conversations, we've banned those a long time ago, then how can we have these conversations just because they belong to a different side of the political aisle?
Great. Yeah,
Hallelujah.
great. Yeah. This is another reason why I wish that we could have these conversations in terms of separation in church and state, but it's so politically toxic because the right doesn't want to, neither side wants to think of their, cherished beliefs being just, something that the other side doesn't agree with.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? Like every time I bring this up that woke is a religion, I always feel like we get people in our audience that are Christian that are like, why are you denigrating religion? It's like obviously woke is a cult. It's different. But I mean, my definition of a cult is just a religion that you're not in. Like,
right.
As soon as you're in it, then it's my religion, but everything else is a cult. Yeah.
Sure. Why do they, I feel like Vice, they just make them sit in like what looks to be the most uncomfortable chairs.
Yeah. For 3 hours. It's like awful.
Come on, give them some nice chairs with armrests, and like cushions. Like they're going to sit there for a while. Vice. Like, how do you give them these tiny little bar stools essentially?
You got to get good shots out of them to get the body language and stuff.
Yeah, but you can do that with having like a nice, comfortable chair. Okay. I'm not saying like they should all have recliners or something.
Why? I guess, are we so hurting for teachers that we have to hire, covert political activists?
Well, no, it's just that they are drawn to those fields.
Yeah, but I would just not hire them. I'd be like, listen.
Well, that's what you got to do.
I think you'd be perfect waiting tables. Like, this is not the job for you. There are certain jobs, like journalist. Why are we hiring political activists as journalists? That's so stupid.
Yep.
Yeah. It's funny. I was thinking, because we were talking to FT Signifier about standpoint theory. And standpoint theory is the idea that, somebody has a certain lived experience that gives them special knowledge that other people will not possess. And the part of the irony of it is, they're the most biased party in the world to whatever it is that you're asking them to give their experience about. Why would you do that? Like the whole idea behind having a judge is that the judge is impartial. Like, I don't care who, I'm going to look at this from an impartial perspective, right? I don't care who wins or loses here. I care about the truth. But as soon as you bring in someone who has, unique knowledge about the specific topic, they're the most biased party you could ask. It's kind of crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Is the chat going nuts? What happened? What did I miss?
Nothing.
I think we actually talk about God in the classroom all the time, right?
Yeah.
Who's taught religion? Who's taught world religions? Who's taught God,
I'm so.
This is such a bad. This is such a bad gaslighting thing. Like, you're not okay. If you're in history class and you learn about the Crusades, right? We learned about the Crusades in history class. They just said, oh, they give like kind of like, the explanation of why these things happened. There's a religious motivation, there's a political motivation, right? They don't get into the philosophy or theology of like Christianity and whether it's right or wrong. They just say like, oh, it was like these are the religious reasons, or there were religious reasons that were kind of motivating people's behavior. They don't go into like, well, was Jesus really, the Son of God? Like that never comes up in a public school classroom, at least from my experience.
Yeah. It completely infuriates me, the whole, yeah, we're always taught about God, so stuff it. We're going to talk about our God too. It's like,
right. It's total BS.
Yeah. Major straw man. And not only that, the guy was saying, look, he's saying we should keep God out of the classroom. That was my takeaway. He wasn't making an advocacy for like getting prayer back in public schools. He's like, listen, public school got better when we took God out.
Right.
Why are we bringing in a new God?
They're pretending like God is still in the classroom just because people talk about God. It's not like if there was some famous historical person that was trans or something that was relevant to some history that was lesson that was being taught, and you just talked about them being trans, you're like, okay, well, that's fine. Like that's part of history. But that's not happening. That's not the case in any situations.
Yeah.
They try to pretend like it is, but it's not. Brian Allman for $50. Thank you, Brian. Says, my female teachers never wore makeup or dressed in a crazy manner because they were overworked and exhausted, and not wearing makeup meant an extra 30 minutes of sleep. That's a great point.
I feel like all my teachers were like married and had kids and stuff. I mean, some of their kids we were in class with. So.
Yeah. Daniel the Bruce for $20. Says, nobody cares about boys wearing makeup. David Bowie existed. It's fine. It's been a thing. The people saying boys can't wear makeup are the gender theory crowd because they say you're not a boy with makeup. You're an alt gender. Well, of course, there's a massive difference between a rock star,
I know,
right, wearing makeup or some kind of outfit in a performance versus a teacher in a classroom. Kind of goes back to my KISS example. So, yeah. Obviously, David Bowie can wear makeup, fine, whatever. But if you walked into class and your teacher was done up like David Bowie, you'd be like, wait a minute, what's happening? They accidentally stumble into Labyrinth. Like, what the fuck is happening here? I thought this was a classroom.
Oh, Labyrinth would be good. That's a good get up.
Like, imagine if you walked, like, same thing, if you walked into classroom and you had a male teacher who was like, say they were like super buff, and they were just wearing like this tiny tank top and like tiny shorts, and their like muscles are bulging everywhere. Like they're doing like a, what's it called? They're doing like one of those, oil up my muscles and have the judges judge me competitions, right? And you'd be like, what the fuck? This is like, what is happening? Like I don't care that this is quote unquote heteronormative. This is not supposed to be in a classroom. Like, what the fuck's happening here?
It's so bizarre to me because it really is. It's like children teaching children. It's like when I was in school, it was the teachers that were enforcing the dress code for the children. We were the ones that were pushing the envelope, right?
Yes,
I want to wear my bracelet with the metal spikes on it, right?
Yeah,
But here, it's like now the teachers are the ones that are like pushing the dress code. Why are we having this dress code conversation with the teachers?
Right. It's
like,
ridiculous.
grow the fuck up.
Grow up. Yeah, because to me, what this says is you actually care more about your politics than you care about teaching children.
Right. Yeah.
That's what it says to me.
Well,
because it's obviously
it says to
distracting.
me, you are a child.
Yes.
All of this says to me, you are a child.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I didn't imagine you had a teacher. Imagine you had like a hot teacher, she's got like some low cut blouse on or something. So, cleavage is like spilling out of her top and she's wearing some short skirt. You'd be like, what the fuck is happening?
No, I would love that class.
Yeah, everyone was that. Every guy would be like, this is the best class ever. Not every guy would get an F in that class. They would totally get an F in that class. But hey, it would be like, they wouldn't be able to pay attention.
Oh, it's so bad.
History in the way that, Puritans, and that's okay, because God is part of the fabric of history and whatever else.
We talk about it from a development perspective. This is how Christianity originated. This is how Islam originated. We don't talk about
This is so I'm so infuriated. This is so gaslighting. It's
I
totally,
know.
if you
I know.
look, if you're a teacher and you can't tell the difference between church on Sunday and like a class on ancient religions, you're a moron. You're a fucking moron. You do not understand enough about human psychology to be teaching anyone anything. You should be waiting tables. You should be taking orders. That's where your role in life is.
Yeah.
The fact that these people are in classrooms is just, I mean, it's a testament
Right.
to.
Well, no, you saying that it's like kids, I think, is very apt because, yeah, like, when I went to kids, when I went to school, lots of kids were wearing, like goth gear, right? Wear the big black pants, the spike bracelets, the makeup, and all this stuff. But imagine it's like, but the teachers didn't wear that, right?
No.
And so, like, fine, if the kids want to wear that, fine, whatever. But imagine if the teacher came to class like that. You'd be like, what the hell's happening? This is so inappropriate.
It is inappropriate. I immediately would throw all that shit away. I'd be like, these people are lame. I'm going to dress in a suit and tie next week.
There you go. See,
I mean, I'm trying to individuate myself from these.
There you go. See,
squares.
See, maybe we have this backwards. Okay, we're all like, oh no, we shouldn't have these teachers dress like this because it's going to indoctrinate kids. It's actually the opposite. You should force every teacher to be gender queer. It's going to make every kid like disgusted in it because they all want to rebel. They're like, oh, what the fuck? This is boomer cringe.
I know. Oh man, so true.
This is what this gender is, and this is if you feel this way, then there's gender affirmation therapy, all those things.
I think you actually bring up a really good parallel of like, I feel comfortable and I feel like it is okay to talk about identity issues the same way we talk about God. Not indoctrinating anyone, not telling this is what you have to be.
Look, you're not supposed to be talking about God, you moron.
Right.
What's going on here?
Well, I mean, also, and I wish someone would say, like, what class are we talking about this, right? What class is gender identity issues going to come up in a normal curriculum?
Yeah.
Like, when? What? No, stop.
Yeah. Comes up in goth identity class. It's like, what?
I mean, there wasn't like, remember the gender identity wars of the 1600s that ravaged Europe. Like when is this ever going to come up?
They always try to shoehorn trans people into history. Like all these trans people from history.
Yeah, I know.
Such bullshit.
Or you have to believe, but saying this is something that some people believe.
But in the sense of gender.
Nobody should say that though. Nobody comes out and goes, oh, look, Jews believe this and Christians believe that. No, they don't. They keep it out of public school for a reason.
Right.
Ask your parents about that.
Identity, I don't see that parallel. How is that making someone more literate, more successful?
What I hear you saying is that learning about different gender identities does not make somebody a more considerate, well-rounded person, but learning about different religions does make you a more.
What he did? Oh my God!
That's not what they said at all.
Bad faith.
I know. That's not what they said at all.
These people are so bad faith.
Yeah.
Look, he's saying, no, we don't have religion in the classroom, and that's a good thing. They're like, wait, I hear you saying we should teach religion.
Right. Well, no, yeah, he said religion shouldn't be in the classroom, and there's a difference between, talking about religion in some context of some historical event that's very different than advocating for the religion or talking about the theological considerations of the religion. Unless you took a class that was specifically, like the history of religions or something, you wouldn't really talk about that.
Yeah, but they're going to teach it objectively. There's a difference between personal beliefs and our shared objective reality. That's the key.
Yeah, well, part of the big issue here and why there's no trust, and there shouldn't be any trust, is that under liberal principles, there was an agreement that education and science should be, at least in theory, obviously a lot of people don't agree with this or don't follow it, but should be, at least in theory, objective and neutral. And the problem is with sort of the woke critical theory-esque socialist ideology, it's literally the opposite. It's no. These things shouldn't be taught neutrally. They should be taught in order to create revolutionaries, essentially.
The philosophers have hereunto only interpreted the world in various ways. The point, however,
right, exactly. That's the thing.
Change it.
Why would I trust any of these teachers teaching wokeness to teach it in an objectively neutral way when woke ideology itself says it shouldn't be taught in a neutral way?
Yeah, they're proselytizers, obviously.
Right.
They just want to proselytize you into, sexual signaling that you don't know you're doing.
Right.
Like, I can tell Sitch hates it when I go in that direction, but
I don't know what.
it's just so true.
I don't have a problem with the talking about sexual signaling for makeup at all. I mean, it's true. I just think there's other considerations to take into account here. Which
Well, you're right.
I don't know why you don't want to take them into account.
Well, no, these people might be so stupid that they don't even understand that they don't even really fathom that. Like, yeah, sure, he thinks it's just fun. He doesn't understand the
that's not
context.
No, I don't. He's doing it. He's doing it to buck heteronormative society. That's the point. That's the point. That's the conscious point. It's not a subconscious thing. That's the conscious point.
So is he lying when he like the idea that makeup is sexual signaling? He doesn't like he'd go, oh no, of course it's not sexual signaling.
Well, I'm not talking about sexual signaling.
Right.
So.
Right. Yeah. He's doing it to buck heteronormative.
Yes, and if he says it's just
society.
for fun, I don't believe him. Listen, I'm usually good faith Gary. I good faith Gary to him earlier in the conversation. I literally refuse to believe that Desmond is so stupid to think I'm literally just putting makeup on because it's fun and that's all it means. I don't believe for a second that's what's happening.
Consider it relevant.
I'm saying part of history. I don't understand where gender identity falls within what we should be teaching.
Religious history and God comes into play in terms of history, cool. But don't gay people and trans people too? It's not like I'm the first transgender person to ever walk this earth. Like there are trans people that were in.
I got some nodding from the high school students. They're so.
I know.
They're so gullible. That's why this is what's so insidious about it, because they're like, yeah, the church gets them 1 day a week. We get them 5. They're like, they're so evil. They're so evil.
Well, it's funny because you could say like, well, wait a minute. This concept of transgenderism that you're talking about, this concept didn't even exist until recently.
Yeah, totally.
So how many transgender people in history were there actually? For a concept that didn't even exist. I mean, the transgender crowd is the crowd that says everything's a social construct, right? So if transgenderism is a social construct and the social construct didn't exist until now, what the hell are you talking about?
They're totally delusional.
Right.
This is the thing. I mean, it's defined as a mental illness, and I know that that's controversial, but should we really have mentally ill people teaching our kids? I'm not sure we should.
Going full turf.
Well, I mean, it's still classified as a mental illness.
So, okay. I have no problem with a trans person teaching education whatsoever. As long as it's not them indoctrinating the kid with some garbage.
Prove to me that is possible, because I have not seen. Well,
of course it's possible. What do you mean?
I guess Blair White's not going to go into a classroom and start preaching her ideology.
Well, she might in the other direction. So that's a good example.
She might go in there and tell them, no, you can't. None of you should be trans.
She would be a super right wing. No. Oh, listen, you can be trans and be a teacher, right? I'm sure there's lots of trans people out there. This is a problem.
Look, when I said mentally ill, I meant the fact that they're completely, woke. They have
first of all,
religious
gender dysphoria is a mental illness, right? But
that's the mental illness, wokeness.
Right. So there's lots of trans people out there that they just want to transition and then they just want to live their life. They don't want to make this like the struggle session for their life. They want to base their entire identity around their transness. Okay. And those people can go and be teachers, and I have full confidence that'll be totally fucking fine. There's lots of teachers out there that suffer from anxiety, depression, OCD, and lots of other mental illnesses. So I don't think just having mental illness means that you can't, be a teacher. I would say that teaching probably gives most teachers mental illnesses, honestly.
I know, that's what I was going to say.
Especially nowadays.
We just need to reinvigorate that social taboo that you just don't, teach your religion to other. The problem here is people don't think of wokeness as a religion because they think religion has to do with God and the supernatural. They don't understand that there can be secular religions.
I agree that wokeness is basically a religion in terms of how it operates in our brains. But that concept will never pick up traction. I think what could pick up traction is that wokeness is a political philosophy.
Right.
Because people will agree, well, not just religion shouldn't be taught, but teachers shouldn't be telling kids like who to vote for. Everyone would probably agree with that.
Right.
And so the problem is that
wokeness,
and yeah, thank you. And the problem is that wokeness is sort of, it's hiding under the guise of like, well, it's not a political philosophy unless you think that like I shouldn't have equal rights, that trans people shouldn't have equal rights or black people shouldn't have equal rights. Like that's kind of like the skin, their suit they're wearing and kind of protecting themselves with. And if you could rip off that skin suit and show the truth and say, no. This is a political philosophy that's based around destroying liberalism. And people could like really grapple that in their brain, then you could eliminate it from school because everyone agrees that, politics shouldn't be, overtly being pushed on children in schools, public schools anyway.
Except in Florida.
And gay people who were part of major movements in this country, like from the civil rights movement to the feminist movement to, obviously Stonewall. Like, isn't that part of history too?
Let's just take a step back. So just show of hands.
So obviously, it's such a bet. Like
nobody answers.
Well, there probably someone answers. They just cut it out. Like if, I don't know, hypothetically say that there was some famous king or queen somewhere in history that was trans by our definition today, and they had some, impact in history, and you learned about them. There's nothing wrong with saying, that individual would be considered trans by today, and then you move on, right? I don't think anyone has a problem with that. Just saying like the words, this person is trans, right? Or this person was gay. Like that's fine. That's not what anyone's talking about. And it's so dishonest, in my opinion, to frame it like that's the problem.
Yeah, it is completely dishonest.
Who here thinks school is the best option for kids? Okay. And who thinks private school is the best option for kids? Who thinks homeschool is the best option for kids? And then some of you guys didn't raise your hands at all.
It's so challenging to pick one right answer for that because essentially what you're asking is who do you trust the most with your children? Who do you trust to give them the cultural values that I have and then fill in the gaps where I don't necessarily know the answer, but I trust that they're experts and are going to give my children the attention that they need in order to develop so that they can be a better version of themselves.
If I had to choose one, it's public school. It is the best tool we have to give everybody a chance at a good education. No matter where you come from, how much money you have, public schools where not everybody thinks the same and people are coming from all walks of life is a good microcosm of that global experience where you can learn critical thinking skills and learn how to be a good community member because not everybody looks like you or thinks like you.
She says globalist critical theory. She said
no.
critical thinking, but
close enough. It's so, I wonder where that concept of critical thinking came from. Was it just a coincidence? Because I know when I was growing up, everyone and their mother talked about critical thinking and they did not even remotely mean it in the critical theory socialist sense.
Of course. Yeah.
So
I'm highly skeptical of critical thinking.
Well, what does it mean? It's one of those undefinable terms, right? It means to be smart, right? What does that mean? What does critical thinking really mean?
Well, I think people obviously, as quickly as possible, shut their brains off because it saves energy. So, I'm guilty of that as well. So it's hard to sustain, unbiased, critical examination of any topic for any length of time. So
sure, but say hypothetically, because usually when people say critical thinking, what they're really trying to
scientific mindset.
Yes, scientific mindset, turning off your elephant, right?
Yep.
Being objective. Obviously that should be taught in schools. Now when I was in school and we had these teachers trying to teach kids to critical think, it was all garbage. Because none of it was actually about thought process and how people think about things.
Yeah, they never told us thinking fast and slow. They never taught us that.
Yeah, if that was taught in schools, how you actually form thoughts, that would be incredibly useful. That'd be insanely useful, right?
But nobody on this panel is talking about we should teach, the Daniel Kahneman model of thinking.
Right.
They're all talking about, should we teach 32 genders or math and science?
Right, right.
Holly, you were shaking your head.
Oh, well, first of all, our schools are more segregated ever than
Yeah.
our public schools, especially in blue states. New York and California have the most segregated schools. And on top of that, we are in a place where our public schools are not safe, especially the last 20 years. And I just don't see why sending our kids to these environments where it's unsafe. We also used to be, because I used to be on the left, we used to be against the institutionalization of our children. These kids are being institutionalized, having these places where there's 2,000, 3,000 kids. I'm okay with public school, but the problem with it is that it's become an environment where it's almost like the school to prison pipeline. We used to talk about that in the 90s. We're not talking about that anymore. And I think that's something that parents need to wake up about and America needs to wake up about, the institutionalization of our children.
I talk about the school to prison pipeline
Yeah.
all day, every day. And I hear what you're saying, that it's terrible that there are parents who are sending their kids to schools that are not safe. However, what about the parents that don't have a choice?
So Sean had a video about this. He talks about this a lot, and I agree with him. The school to prison pipeline thing, I think, is total BS. And that idea has made schooling so much worse, because it was that kind of mythos of like, oh, you're going to have these kids and they're going to act up in school and they're going to be suspended and they're going to put in all these, problem areas, and that's just going to shuttle them into prison. So the solution is you just don't suspend them and you just don't punish them, right? That's the solution that was basically handed down. And now what happens? Schools are even worse, because and this is why, this is a real tragedy of all this stuff. I've said this a million times. I think the biggest problem facing education right now is it's not money. It's not teachers need to teach smarter, right? It's not even the curriculum. It's just there's a handful of kids in a lot of classes who are the problem children.
Right.
And they basically ruin the class for everyone.
Yeah.
And the only way to deal with these children is to remove them from the classroom.
Yep.
That is it. There's no other way to deal with it. And I don't know why this, if DeSantis, here's what DeSantis or some Republican governor somewhere, there's free money on the table, okay, to coin a Scott Adams term, who's being canceled. I'm sure we'll talk about that at some point.
Oh, horrible racist term.
There you go. The free money on the table is for some Republican governor somewhere to create a program where they say, listen, if you have a problem child who we're bringing back suspensions, both indoor and outdoor, and if you have a child that is suspended too many times or say is expelled from, too many schools, they get sent to some sort of mandatory public school that's basically like a military drill school for problem children.
We had this in California. You didn't have this in Florida?
I don't know if we had it.
We had a couple kids that were just obviously like the troublemakers, and they got removed and sent to the problem school, where they have they have 40 kids from all over the area,
right?
Who are just like, those kids are going to end up in prison.
But
that is the prison. That is the school to prison pipeline, right there.
But was it just normal school but strict for bad kids? I'm literally saying it should be taught. Those kids should be taught in the same sort of space, as if they were recruits for the army. I think they need that level of discipline and group discipline, essentially, where they actually because I think that's the only way you're gonna get those kids to behave, because they're gonna be like, oh, it's so cool to rebel. Well, it's not so cool to rebel when you act up and that gets everyone around you in trouble, right?
Yeah,
then
well,
it's not
I
so
went
cool
to the
to
chill
rebel,
school.
is it?
I didn't get kicked out of school, so
well, I didn't. But that's what
I
I'm
don't
saying.
know the experience there, but hopefully it was horrible.
I don't think they were. I could be wrong, and maybe this has been tested somewhere. But to me, that's where the free money is for some Republican governor to do this, to say we're bringing back suspension, we're going to pull out all the problem kids, we're going to put them in these very strict sort of drill education schools and lock down this and see if it works. Maybe it doesn't work. How should I know? But see if it works, and if it does, they can point to their numbers and say, hey, look at this. Look at you, blue states, nanny boo boo. All your woke coddling has made education crap. And using, strict discipline, we're bringing our numbers up.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because, when people complain about teachers, first of all, I think the teachers union it's terrible because it's so highly political. But when people complain about teachers, and that's why I hate Waiting for Superman, it's a garbage movie.
Oh,
They don't understand that when you have people in a system, especially like kind of in a low level of a system, and they're behaving poorly, it's usually because the system is incentivizing bad behavior. And that's the way like a lot of these public school systems are set up, where like essentially because there's no discipline, there's no disciplinary system, the schools kind of force the teachers, they kind of coerce the teachers into just passing the students. So like just give them D's, just pass them to move them out of the system. Because if you give them an F, then they have to repeat the year and the problem child just comes back. And then the principal of the school gets a call from, their boss, from someone higher up in the state, and they say, why is your school producing so many F students, right?
Yeah.
And then they get in trouble. And then the principal says, listen, if you give your kids Fs, you're going to have to go to some sort of summer class as a teacher to learn how to teach better. Like that's the problem, right? So the system is very much in a lot of these states set up in this very coercively, disgustingly negative way.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about like the most marginalized community when I said public schools here, because I agree with you. The public schools have a lot of work to do to become the safe places where our kids are not in institutions where they're ignored or not giving the services they need. And also for the people that don't have a choice and that is the only option their kids have, I just believe that's worth fighting for. That's why I said
absolutely. I'm a big advocate for school choice.
Well, why don't we just show of hands? Who believes in school choice?
Can you just specify like what do you mean by
So
that?
that's where parents can apply the money that they pay to taxes. They get vouchers and they can put that into any school that they want.
How are you a school teacher and you don't know what school choice is? Like I'm totally thinking this is a plan.
To be fair, I'm assuming they mean like, what do you mean by school choice, right?
Right. Okay. What's the other version of school choice?
I don't know. I'm just saying. I think it's always
I thought
fair.
There was only one.
I think it's always fair to ask someone how they're defining a term. Okay. I think that's always fair.
Okay. That person passes really well. There's no reason for them to say that they're trans.
The second I saw them, I knew they were a trans man.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they seemed like just an effeminate guy.
Yeah, I mean, they pass. They definitely. I think trans men would generally pass better than trans women anyway.
Yeah.
For a multitude of reasons, but.
Well, the only reason to say that you're trans, if you pass, is to like make a statement about being trans.
Right.
That's my take.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, that's true. That's true-ish. That's true enough.
I mean, I think you should tell somebody before you go out on a date with them. But I'm not going to go out on a date with you. So just like, I don't need to know.
Right.
Very popular in red states right now, and a lot of blue states are against it, especially teachers' unions are against it because it's taking money away from the public schools and creating more of a competitive market.
Right. That's why I wouldn't raise my hand. Yeah.
Sometimes with school choice, it gets a little bit tricky, right? My first class the first day, I had 25 students. By day 2, I had 19 because 6 parents switched out of the class because they saw me and they were like, there's no freaking way, before I even got a word in.
As a parent.
Those are smart parents.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's going to be like, oh, so discriminatory. You're doing it yourself.
Well, I mean, it's and it's annoying because like, okay.
I see you and I see no difference in the Nazi. Like, I don't want Nazis teaching my kids either.
Right. But we don't have to even go to the extreme of like the Nazi. Like,
no, I like it.
If you imagine if you like went and you were meeting your kid's your kid's teacher, right? And first of all, I'm curious as to what age group this guy's teaching, because like, how often do parents like see, like, when do the parents go and meet their teachers? Like, that's not like a thing that happens except in like very young grade levels, right? Like
you usually meet the teacher on the first day of class, obviously.
Not in like.
Not in like junior high or anything. Obviously, it's
not even like
a bunch of teachers then.
Like after first grade, I don't think my parents like met my teachers on the first day of class.
Well, your parents didn't care. They were like,
maybe was this the normal experience for people in elementary school when you're like 7 your parents like meet your teacher on the first day of class? I don't know.
I
But
think they
anyways,
met the teacher if it was a new school, but
maybe. I don't know.
My
But
parents, look, I was a latchkey kid, man. My parents didn't give a fuck what my
right.
teacher looked like.
But
I had normal teachers. And if I came home and I said, listen, our teacher is really, you know, trying to indoctrinate us in the classroom, my parents would get all up in the school. They'd be all over that.
right. No, but even so, I'm saying like, so imagine you're a parent and you meet your kid's teacher for whatever reason,
Mhm.
and they're like so disheveled, right? Like they're
Like
completely
they look homeless.
yeah, like they look homeless essentially. Like they smell,
Right.
their clothes are like worn out or dirty. Like you take your kid out of the classroom because you're like, what the fuck? Like, what's up with this person? Like, what the hell's going on here? You wouldn't trust that this person's gonna be able to like educate your kid properly. And
Mhm.
so it's like, yeah, there's so much visual information that you're conveying to people. Sometimes, I mean, that's a big like part of the reason of wearing a suit. Now, obviously, a lot of teachers, male teachers, don't wear suits anymore. But part of the reason of wearing a suit or business attire is to kind of cut down on that signaling, right? It's like a uniform. It's to say like, no, we're kind of trying to move beyond the sort of visual signifier or stand out in some kind of specific way. So,
Yeah, and to
and
establish some sort of authority with the students.
right, and that too. That's another right. And so for Desmond to say, I'm gonna make this decision to put on makeup, I would look at that. I'd meet Desmond and be like, okay, this is a person who teaching kids and providing good education is secondary because the kid's going to be distracted by why is this guy wearing makeup?
Yeah. It's going to be a question that needs to
Right.
be answered, but that's why Desmond is doing it, because he can't wait to answer that question for you.
Exactly.
He just wants to answer that question so bad.
Like
I'm so glad you asked the question that I intended you to ask by wearing this stuff.
Right. Like if I met a teacher and they were dressed, and it says a woman, but they're dressed like they're about to go out to the club, I'd be like, what the hell's happening here? Why are you dressed like that?
Yeah.
Well, I'd be like, oh, so teaching to them is secondary. Like they're trying to do something. I don't know what they're trying to do. I don't know if it's some weird groomer shit, or I don't know if they're trying to attract some parents. It's parent teacher day or something. Like,
Right.
but
Get a
I'd be
new
like,
husband.
what the fuck? Right. I'd be like, what is happening here? Like, obviously, the teaching the kids is secondary.
Yeah. It's also basic. Vice is doing this on purpose. They know Desmond.
Of course.
Desmond is a paid actor.
Well, no. See, this is what's even funnier is like Desmond should be aware that Vice is like, okay, we need to find like the most overtly queer person possible to make all the right wingers like crazy on the panel.
Yeah. I'm not even a right winger, and I'm going nuts.
I know. But
It's it flies in the face of very basic human psychology. Like everyone who has their first job understands, like on stage, off stage, right? I mean, whatever job you have, you get it. Like if you're, I mean, when do you not understand that there's like a wall between you and the customer, the person that you're providing service to?
Right.
Right?
Right.
Like it would just be out of place if you went out and started talking about, your personal life or whatever. It's like, come on.
Yeah.
But Desmond wants to wear his personal life on his face.
Right. There's that amazing South Park episode where last season Mr. Garrison keeps trying to tell the kids about his date.
Yeah.
And the kids just they don't care.
Yes.
And then every time PC principal comes in, he thinks the kids are homophobic or something. So he keeps punishing them because they don't care about hearing about Mr. Garrison's dates.
Yeah. It's just so basic.
You got to watch the last episode of South Park.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about prophilicity, so you'd like it. It's very funny.
It is. I think you told me that before, but I haven't watched it.
Yeah. Yep.
I'll bring up a tab so I remember. Prophilicity, South Park. Even when I worked as a bartender, the same rules still applied. It was like, if you're having a bad day or you've got problems, suck it up. Customers don't want to hear about that shit.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, what job is this not the case?
Mm-hmm.
But Desmond's like, no, I got to have the authentic me for the children to understand. I'm an activist at heart.
Mm-hmm.
It's so weird.
I would want to know, like, do you not think that that is okay or they're right to withdraw when they see you? Because ultimately, you're probably an excellent educator.
I appreciate that.
I have no doubt about that. But I think we...
Lying to his face.
I have doubts.
Lying to his face.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Look, Desmond, you're the worst educator on the planet. I'm willing to say it.
Let's
I
not
don't
go
know.
that far.
Look, I don't know that I've seen a worse educator. Look, I had a painting teacher back in college that showed up high every single day to class, and he was a better teacher than you.
We get into muddy waters when we start trying to take that choice away from the parent.
Do I think that it is okay for a parent to see me and go, not around my kid? No, I don't think that's okay.
I think it's perfectly sane and rational for any parent to do that. And the fact that you don't understand it makes me think that you're actually not smart enough to be teaching children.
Well, I would question why they were even hired in the first place. Like, what the hell's wrong with the school?
Look, how are they cranking out these teachers that don't understand basic psychology? This is like
Most
basic
people don't understand
psychology.
basic psychology.
Yeah, but these are educators. These are the people that are supposed to be teaching other people how to think.
I know.
How to think. No, you're wrong. Look, we run a comedy show. Our people who listen to our show know more about how to think than these educators do.
Here's how I would talk to Desmond. I'd say, what is the purpose of wearing the makeup? And they'd say, well, it's fun. And I'd say, well, that's interesting. So you know that wearing this makeup has caused lots of problems, right? In the past, in terms of people pulling their kids out of school and directed, anger towards you. So when you say it's fun, what does that mean? Is that the fun part? Is it the reaction?
It's triggering the conservatives. Look, it's the conservative cucks. It's triggering them. I love it. That's what he's saying.
And if not, if you just mean like the act of you like the aesthetic quality of wearing it's fun, so why does that? I guess I'd say I don't think you're being honest with yourself if that's what you're with me. Of course. Because no one's going to do something that they don't have a strong feeling for. Like if you're just doing something, right? Whenever I put on a blue shirt, right, and I go to school, I get beat up for some reason. Like, I don't know. Some people at the school really hate the color blue. Okay. And I keep wearing the blue shirt. And you say, why are you wearing the blue shirt, Sitch? And I say, I don't know. I just think it's fun. I just like the color blue. That's not an answer because I know it's invoking a response, a visceral response, and I keep doing it. So obviously there's something deeper psychologically going on here. And to just kind of shrug it off and say it's fun is not an acceptable answer.
Yeah, we need to go a little deeper into this fun thing.
Right. And so if you have some aspect of your personality that is the most contentious part of your personality, or that's causing the most conflict in your life, and someone asks you, well, why are you doing that? And you say, I don't know, it's just fun. It's like bullshit, right? Totally. This is the thing that's causing all this conflict in your life, and you're just like going to shrug it off and say, I don't know.
Look, you just become the therapist for your employee. That's why I'm like, this whole school system is the problem. Like, you need to fire this person. This person just needs to be fired. Oh man, God, what I would give to fire this person. That'd be such a good job. What was that movie where the guy was the person firing people? Oh God, I would love that.
Up in the Air.
So love that.
You want to be George
guess
Clooney?
What? Guess what? Look, I got a surprise for you today. Why don't you come into my office? What?
Listen, don't. I think
I'm going too far.
You're personalizing this a little too much.
I have a really low tolerance for stupidity.
Yeah.
And it's evil. It's totally evil. It's totally evil. Like, I don't know.
I think Desmond is wrong. I don't think Desmond is an evil person.
Well, no, I think more harm comes in the world through stupidity than malice. I don't think. I don't know. Maybe Desmond is doing it to be malicious. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know the particulars of it, but there's a lot of harm that's coming into the world through this behavior that bugs me. What's the name of the episode? It's season 26 on.
It's the second episode. It's the next, whatever the newest episode.
The World Privacy Tour. Does that sound
yes.
right? Okay. Sounds amazing.
The two plot lines are that Meghan Markle and Harry are on a worldwide privacy tour where they just go all over the world to famous places and then they demand their privacy while doing it. So they're just drawing attention to themselves while demanding their privacy. And then the second part is Kyle goes to a branding agency to try to work on his Pro-Felicity brand.
Oh, wow. Do they even use the term Pro-Felicity?
No, they don't use the term Pro-Felicity.
That'd be crazy.
Obviously. But
look, I appreciate what you're saying, Sitch. Maybe I'm going too far. I don't wish ill will on Desmond in any way, shape, or form. Look, Desmond, if you want to move to California, maybe you're in California. You know, you could probably make a killing as a real estate agent. There's a bunch of woke people in Southern California that love to buy houses, and would just love your whole shtick. They'd talk to you about it for hours and hours and hours. Okay. I don't think you should be teaching school children. I don't think that's the right place for you, the right vocation for you.
Right.
So I think there's I believe in a society where, there's a place for everyone, but it's important to have people in the right place. And I don't think, in the same way, I don't think, some crazed Jehovah's Witness that wanted to convert their entire classroom to being JWs. I don't think that would be a good fit for them either. So, and the fact that you don't even seem to realize that that's what your mission is to convert young children who don't know any better, who are so naive to your ideology, that's scary to me. Very scary. All right.
Hit it up.
That's my speech.
I feel like that's really crossing the line because you are, for lack of better words, discriminating against me openly.
Of course. Yeah. Discrimination. That's what it is. That's what we do during the hiring process. We discriminate. We say this person would be good for this and this person wouldn't be.
It's like seeing a black teacher and being like, there's no way.
No.
Yeah. Nothing like that.
Because, you don't choose, your skin color, right?
Yeah.
And you could say you don't choose to be gay. I'm assuming they're gay.
No one's asking you not to be gay.
Right, but that doesn't mean that you get to wear whatever you want, right?
Yeah.
If there's a black teacher and they decide that every day they want to dress up like T'Challa, like the Black Panther.
Yeah.
Like they taught class in a Black Panther outfit. I'd be like, that is not acceptable.
This makes me hate this person even more because it's just and to wrap it up in racism.
Yeah.
It's just,
well,
there's a good reason to discriminate. Yeah.
Right. Well, they're wrapping up. Well, to be clear, because you don't get in trouble, there's good reason to discriminate against certain things, right?
Yeah.
So, as I said, you meet your child's teacher and they're like a homeless man. You can be forgiven for discriminating against them. Maybe they shouldn't be a teacher, right? Maybe they're the most brilliant person ever, but you're like, holy shit, there's literally flies flying around this guy. I don't know if this person should be an educator. If you walk into class and your guy teaching your kid is wearing a big swastika on his t-shirt, it's a fine reason to discriminate against them.
Yeah, and Desmond would know that.
Right.
Desmond would understand that. But they're saying, look, this isn't a swastika, though. You got to suck it up.
Right. But it's like, why? But yeah, but to compare it to racism, where it's like, well, wait a minute. Why it's different. You're choosing to do something. Someone being black isn't signaling something to the world, right? That's the racism. To say, oh, because of your skin color, you're signaling something. The world's like, no. Right? You're not making some decision there. You, Desmond, are making a decision by wearing makeup to say something. And parents are well within their rights to say, I don't want what this person is selling.
What you're saying. Yeah, exactly. Right. That's a perfect way to put it. I don't want what this person is selling. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is the same.
It's liar. Total liar.
Still the right of the parent to make that decision as to whether or not they want their child to learn from you.
I love the way the black guy steps up and he's like, oh yeah, you're going to go the black direction, huh? Shut the fuck up, dude.
Okay.
Like, it's still that parent's right. Like, you can disagree with their motivations, their motives, their ideas,
Would you say
but it's still their child.
This started around school choice. Even if you want.
Look at all the white people are like, totally shut.
I know. They're like, we
Like,
can't involve our.
how
It's a
dare-
good thing. It's a good thing. Vice is like, listen, for our 3 conservatives, we got to make sure they're all black.
I know. Otherwise, there won't be any conversation going on.
I know.
But I think this white woman, though, is woke, though. The other guy in the end, I don't know. He's like, I'm just going to get the $250 for today. I'm not going to say anything.
Want to decide on a different learning environment for your kid, the people that do not have the option to send their child to a different place, the bar should not be so low. And that's my concern with school choice, is that sometimes people think that if everyone flees to the suburbs, who is teaching in these schools where everyone has decided they don't want their tax dollars going to? And that's one of the big concerns. With funding of education being the way that it's set up, it essentially makes it so that the people that are stuck with these as their options don't end up with as good a school. And everyone deserves to have their kid go to a good school.
See, that they're totally bearing the lead here, because I want to know, is Desmond the teacher you get when you're at the like inner city school where you just can't afford to take your kid out of the school?
I don't think. Listen, I don't know, right?
Well, you'd
don't
think
know.
that would
But-
be more of a possibility than he's in a private school and they're like,
No.
oh, we just
Well,
lost
no,
5
no.
students, but you
Desmond
know, no,
is in a
don't worry
private
about it.
school, according to Desmond's little ticker in the beginning of the.
Oh,
video.
he is. He's in a private school.
That's what it said.
Oh, okay.
But I was gonna say, I don't think Desmond would survive in a low-income public
Oh, of
school.
course they would be. Yeah, they'd be like, oh, you think this is fun? Here's how I have fun.
Yeah, because it'd just be nonstop the students, making fun of Desmond. Constantly.
Right. Yeah. Desmond would have a lot of running mascara.
Yes.
Well, if there's school choice, they won't be stuck with those options. They can have other options. That's the whole point of that. Also, it is the school district's job to appropriately use those budgets. Most of the budget in the schools aren't going to the teachers. We got cafeteria workers, janitors, all of these people that are getting paid.
It used to be 9 out of 10 people that were employees of schools and districts were teachers. Now it's 50-50.
Yes.
So there is some mismanagement of funds in this country. We actually fund our kids really well.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Too many administrators.
Just to go back a little bit to like when you guys are raising your hands about the different choices, you raised your hand for homeschooling. Can you talk us through like why do you think homeschooling is the best option?
If we look at the history of this country, a lot of people were homeschooled. A lot of our founders were homeschooled. Like they only went to school till 3rd grade, a lot of them. And I think what has happened is parents have decided that the government is going to do a better job at raising their children than themselves. We have also come to a place where school is taking up the majority of our day. And we have this mistrust of parents that they can't educate their own children. And I think that that's wrong. I think that a lot of parents, and if you look at homeschool data, like my friend Phil right here, he's got 7 kids and he's homeschooling them all. And actually homeschool kids are turning out really well.
I think you bring up a lot of very valid points, but I have to say, and I just want your opinion on this, I would never homeschool my own kids. And I want my kids to be smarter than me, than I ever was. How am I going to have a child that is smarter and does better than I do if I'm their only teacher?
You grow alongside your child.
Okay.
I think as a teacher, I feel like I've learned the
My intuition
So dumb.
has always been against homeschooling. But if you actually look at the studies, I'm pretty sure that most studies say that homeschool kids have pretty good outcomes, if not better outcomes than most public school kids.
Yeah, because the parents care way more. And I just like, if you had to come up with a curriculum for your kid, that kid's going to be way smarter than any of these public school kids, obviously.
Because I always
You're gonna
wondered
like
if
the righteous mind, day one.
right. I always wondered if because my argument against homeschooling was always, even if the kids are not learning or learning better, they're missing out on important social interaction and social learning. Now, I don't know if that's actually true. That's just where my intuition.
Yeah,
kind of
how
leads
could you
me.
make that up? I mean, there's like Boy Scouts, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's still not the same, right?
It's
There's
not,
a difference
yeah.
between going to a place,
Oh my
Now, obviously, it
God.
depends on what kind of public school you're going to. Like, if you're going to a public school that's so fraught with disciplinary problems that you don't actually learn, then, obviously screw that. But I'm saying, like, assuming you're going to, like, a, reasonably, good public school, I always wondered about that. I don't know. I should see if there's studies on that. assuming someone has looked into that, but
Yeah. God, man, my whole school was my social life. Yeah, I can't.
right.
That would be like a giant. God, I would hate that.
Now I guess nowadays it's probably easier because you can form social groups not if you're young, you can form social groups through interest in video games instead of just school, which was, and extracurricular activities, which was really the only way to form groups, social groups as a kid back in the day before the internet.
Yeah.
So maybe that problem is kind of fixing itself. But
most in my life as a teacher, like more so than in college. And, so parents becoming teachers is actually good for them as well.
Okay.
And then even in the public schools, a lot of teachers are relying on the lesson plans. But speaking from experience, I got to give the credit where it's due. My wife does the homeschooling in it, and I've watched that process of her learning alongside, to make sure when they ask these questions, I'm getting knowledge on the material as well so I can help you get through it. Nothing replaces that value, that bonding time that she gets to have with the kids.
I taught high school for 6 years, and I quit, and I'm a stay-at-home mom with my own kids. So we're a one-income family. We're lucky enough to be able to live off of my husband's salary. Would you say that most homeschool families have one parent working?
I do think the statistics show that that is the case.
It's like the only way to do it well.
Pretty much. And, another misconception, though, is that they think it's a matter of income and homeschool families have to be rich and et cetera. And I think the average homeschool family makes like $65K. So the reality is they're scaling back and making sacrifices for this lifestyle because they value what is coming out of it.
So let's just say that for the people that homeschool isn't an option, what is for so many people it's not, I do not think that school choice is the way to go about that, which I know is a lot of people's answer to that.
Can we just get Sean in here? What are your thoughts on this?
School choice gives people an exit ramp. You get to send your kid to a school that best fits what you think is best for their development. At the end of the day, it's kitchen table conversations about we've worked hard to raise a family. We want to spend our money in a way that best fits our child, best fits our family. And when you don't have school choice, you do make those trade-offs. There are real consequences there.
The school is considered one of those shared spaces, one of those last kind of shared spaces where you might bump into someone who maybe comes from a different background than you, has a different ideology than you. What do you lose if you homeschool and then you're not putting yourself in these kind of situations?
What you lose is negative influences. One of the biggest things I think when it comes to homeschool is keeping my kids away from your bad kids. We've went and taken our children to pride parades. And you know what I mean? We've been there, we've been loving, and we showed support to the people there. But at the same time, we explain our views on the matter that we believe marriage is between a man and a woman. And from experience...
Okay. I have a little problem with this statement. What they just said makes no sense. They said, we take our children to pride parades, but then tell them that we think gay marriage shouldn't be allowed. Do I believe this statement? There's something up here. I don't believe this is a thing, right? This is
you could say for culturally for us, for our people, we don't believe in gay marriage.
Okay. It's going to take listen. It's going to take a supremely enlightened individual, which maybe they are, right, to say, I'm going to teach my children that gay marriage is wrong, but then also take them to a pride parade. Because what is the point of taking them to the pride parade if you're going to say gay marriage is wrong? It's very bizarre.
Well, I was listening, so I don't know. One of them says that being heterosexual was a choice, which I completely disagree with.
He says this, yes. And I disagree. They go into this more, right? He says this.
Right.
He thinks being heterosexual is a choice. Yeah.
I feel like you're delusional if you believe your sexuality is a choice.
Right, but again, just going to this, why would you ever take your kid to a pride parade if you think gay marriage is wrong? If you think being gay is wrong? If you think it's a choice and it's wrong, why would you ever take them to a pride parade? It's just, such a weird thing to say.
Are you saying maybe
I don't know.
Maybe he was driving home and there was
pride
parade
parade
was in the way or something.
Yeah.
He's counting that.
Maybe. Yeah.
You don't
maybe
know.
That's what happens. Maybe.
And he had to explain in the car. Yeah.
Right.
You could think of it in other contexts where, a Christian could explain to their kids how, Hanukkah works without making judgments about it, and say, Hanukkah is this way, but we do Christmas this way.
No, right. Listen, I'm not saying that I'm not impugning this guy saying
Right.
like he's teaching his kids that gay people are bad, right? Well,
but as soon as
he obviously is to some extent, but by just the nature of kind of the argument. But he could be teaching children, hey, we don't think you should be gay, but you should treat gay people with respect as if as you would anyone else, right? I believe that that's probably what he told us.
Yeah, that's what
I'm
he's
just
going
saying.
For here.
You wouldn't. I just don't know why you take your kids to a pride parade intentionally. I think it's more like what you said. I think it's some kind of like, "Whoa, we stumbled upon a pride parade." Well, I took my kids to a pride parade. Yeah, it's like, okay.
I was taking my kids home from the ball game, and there was a pride parade on our street.
Right. They had a random encounter. They're just walking on the street, and all of a sudden, like, they got hit by the random encounter pride parade that was just going by.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Got some assless chaps in your face, and you're like having to explain gay marriage all of a sudden. Look, I'm in favor of gay marriage. I don't think you choose your sexuality. I don't think you choose your sexual orientation.
Right.
Like the only people who can choose their sexual orientation are bisexual people, because evidently they're attracted to both male and female.
Well,
so
I don't think they chose that, right? They can choose who they want to sleep with, right? But I don't
no,
think
they
chose to be bisexual.
No, I'm saying they can choose what kind of relationship they want to get in because they're attracted to both.
Right.
They didn't choose to be attracted to both, obviously. But most people are just as much unattracted to one sex as they are attracted to the other sex. Like it's not just like I'm attracted to this sex and this sex I'm like ho hum on.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, I wouldn't want to fool around with that.
Right.
Yeah. So, but that's why I don't know, like him saying that he chose to be heterosexual makes me think, okay, well, so you're bisexual then. You could just suck a dick and you'd be fine with it. Which I'm like, okay, maybe not.
Well, did we, because I got up for a second. Did he say that yet? Or is there time about he says that? I know he says that later.
He says it later on, yeah.
Okay, so we'll get to that part.
No, whenever anybody says that, I chose my sexual, or, I chose to be heterosexual, I think, okay. So then you could.
Well, if someone says that, I think one of two things. I think, yes, what you said, that they are either actually bisexual or repressed gay. Or number two is that they are straight, but they're just so indoctrinated with some idea they thought that they chose it.
Right.
I mean, I didn't choose to be straight. Like,
yeah.
It just happened. Like, I didn't make a conscious decision.
Yeah, puberty hit and you're like, wow, these girls, for some reason, I feel
exactly
like I really want to run over and talk to them.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Yeah. The mind. That's a one, like, God, I was so girl crazy during school. I just.
Oh, we know.
No, being homeschooled.
Oh, that's right.
Like,
yeah,
what would happen there? I'm like thinking,
you couldn't date anyone till like college. Basically,
that would suck.
Unless you were in. Now it would depend, because I know like a lot of homeschool kids would say that their parents would, make sure to put them in extracurricular activities where they can meet other kids, or if they were like neighbors or something. But it definitely limits your dating pool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
And talking to people, I understand that a lot of people who choose that lifestyle, it is based on trauma. A lot of were molested or sexually assaulted as children. So
that's just bad.
You could see Desmond's face. Like, oh no.
Desmond's either remembering his sexual assault.
I don't know.
Look, I'm kidding. I don't
buy.
Look, I've been very mean to Desmond here.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say you've been.
No, look, I don't buy the people are gay because they've been sexually assaulted. That's bad. Not based on any good evidence. So
it's interesting. So first of all, when I was first listening to this, I literally started saying no.
I know.
Look, with this, and I like bolted up because I was listening to it. I was like, I have to see Desmond's face.
This. Oh, so you did? You pulled the phone out, huh?
I was like, yes. I'm like, wait a minute. Let me see the reactions of the panel here. This is being said.
I wish that. Look, this thing that he's saying destroys his credibility as much as Desmond wearing a full face of makeup. Like, it's the same kind of destruction of credibility here.
Yes.
I wish someone could explain that to Desmond.
Yes.
It's like,
that's a great point. That's a great point. Yeah. But well, here, let's let him finish what he's saying before I interject.
Okay.
So I don't think it's okay for me to teach to my children that this is something normal we ought to accept when it doesn't progress society. We would not be able to procreate if everybody were to choose that lifestyle. So I think it's okay for me as a parent to say, hey, this exists, that exists, but this is our view on it, and this is how we want to present it to them.
Well, first of all, I think that's a terrible reason for why you should be like, well, if everyone was gay, you couldn't have children. You're like, oh, okay, again, I don't think people choose this. But anyway, so this was a very common belief in the past that being sexually assaulted would make children gay, right? And so I was curious because I'm like, I remember hearing about this in like the 90s, right? And then it kind of went away when gay acceptance happened. And I never actually looked into this.
Oh,
so
really?
I looked into it, or I tried to look into it. It's actually very bizarre. So there actually is a very high correlation for people that are gay and sexual assault as a child when they're a kid.
Really?
Yes. It's been repeated in every study.
Really?
Yes. It's something like, so the numbers differ, but it's something around the effect of like, so when they do these statistics, they say, let me see, I have a bunch of tabs open. They'll say something like, this one seems kind of high, but I'll just use it. They say that 13% of straight adults will report that they were sexually molested in some fashion as a child, right?
Right.
30% of LGBT adults will say that they were sexually molested in some fashion as child. And that number, around the 20 to 30% number, seems to be repeated in most of the studies I could find for molestation. Now, here's the thing. Obviously, so 23% is very high, but it's obviously correlative, because if being sexually molested made you gay, it would be 100%, right? It wouldn't be 20, 30%.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Right there.
Right. But there still is a weird thing here that's going on. Because if you say, okay, if hypothetically, 10% of, which seems really high to me already, but say hypothetically if 10% of adults, were molested as children, and 20 to 30% of gay adults were molested as children, what's going on? Something weird is going on here. And so I actually tried to look into research. I'm sure like Aiden probably knows a lot more about this than I do. But when I tried to look into this, there isn't actually that I couldn't find that much good research on why that is the case. Because no one wants to say, because some of the older theories were like being sexually assaulted. The older theories don't make any sense to me. So the old theory was, well, if you're male, if you're a boy and you're sexually assaulted by a man, because usually people that are sexually assaulted as children is by a man. If you're a boy and you're sexually assaulted by a man, that confuses you sexually to make you attracted to men because you think that's the way sex is supposed to be. But if you're a girl and you're sexually abused by a man, that makes you afraid of men. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Why would little boys and little girls have the exact opposite interpretation of sexual molestation? That doesn't make any sense to me. And then the other element
were
is
the
that,
statistics broken down by male or female?
They're similar. So even among lesbians, there's a much higher than average sexual molestation as a child.
By a man?
By a man.
So that makes sense then.
No, but it doesn't. Why would little girls have a completely different reaction?
If you're sexually assaulted by a man and you're afraid of men, then you'd become a lesbian.
No, but then
That
wouldn't
makes
it?
sense.
No, but it doesn't. But I'm saying, why would boys not have the same reaction? Why would little boys have the opposite reaction? Why would it make them attracted to men if they're sexually assaulted by a man?
Yeah. I
Like,
get what
yeah,
you're
that would
saying.
make sense if little boys were being sexually molested by like women,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then you say, oh, they're both having the exact same reaction, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's the opposite. That's why I'm a little. That doesn't make sense to me. Why little boys and little girls would have the exact opposite interpretation of being molested doesn't really make sense to me.
Yeah.
Another argument was that having trauma could actually, having traumatic events can alter your brain chemistry, but even though it's not exactly known how that would make you gay, the more modern theories, because no one wants to say that being molested makes you gay, the more modern theories, which again, I'm not really sure I buy these either, is the idea that children that are gay are more likely to be socially isolated and thus become easier targets for predation, essentially.
Oh, that's
Like,
an interesting theory.
like the sexual predator will look for kids that are more isolated. More isolated kids are more likely to be gay, therefore a higher rate of sexual assault, that kind of makes sense to a degree, but I'm not sure that's 100% what's going on.
Can't they just do this with mice? Can't they get like one mouse to sexually assault another
I
mouse?
don't think they
then,
can do it with mice.
Then they just do the experiment that way?
I don't think they can do it with mice, no. No.
You have to breed mice that are
Right.
that are sexual assaulters.
Now, there is something else going on here, which I found in one of the studies.
With the mice or with the
Not with mice.
humans? Oh, okay.
There were no mice. There were no mice involved. Okay.
Okay. Is that unethical to have one mouse sexually assault another mouse? Wait a second.
It is.
They're
it's
mice.
Probably not.
It's probably how they reproduce. It's probably all
go.
sexual assault.
There you go. I
What
don't
am
know
I
how
thinking?
mice sexually reproduce.
So now that we know that all mice reproduce through sexual assault, we just need to find out how many of them are gay.
Right.
And then we know, and then we have the answer to our study.
Now
We should do more science.
we should do more science with mice. Yeah. Now there's something. Now there might be an explanation for this that no one really wants to talk about.
Oh no. Do we have to talk about it?
Well, I just thought it was interesting.
Okay.
Because I found one study that was not just talking about
Prepare for impact, guys.
that wasn't just talking about whether people were sexually assaulted as a child. Well, first of all, there's one interesting statistic too, which is that it seemed like. Well, actually, no, I'm not sure about that, so I'm not going to say that. But anyway, okay. So I found one study that not only asked people if they were sexually assaulted, but then it asked them if they enjoyed it.
Oh no. Oh man.
That's where things get difficult, right?
Oh no. What was the finding? I'm scared. I'm afraid to ask.
Well, here's the question. So the finding was that for a
How
lot
many
of
of the respondents were Milo?
so for the people that responded, at least from the study, if the sexual assault or molestation when they were underage, I should say, if the sexual molestation when they were underage was by whatever person that they become attracted to as an adult. So if it was a gay man who was molested by a man, or if it was a gay woman that was molested by a woman, a lot of them, that they would say that their molestation was a positive experience.
Right.
Right. So what I'm wondering.
Well, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, if you got molested by some super hot teacher, you'd be like, yeah, that was amazing. Right?
Exactly. Right. So I'm wondering, because there's this
But
thing
that's not driving your sexuality. You already are attracted to hot.
Yes. Right. No, but
teachers.
but I'm relating this back to why are there higher rates of sexual assaults or sexual molestation of children among the gay community?
Right.
Or rather, why have gay people been sexually molested at higher rates than straight kids?
Because the chomos are guys. They're gay guys.
Well, I don't know, but it's true for lesbians too, though. So maybe that theory doesn't make any sense.
Lesbians are chomos too. A lot of lesbian chomos.
But I'm wondering if what makes those numbers higher is because it's sort of like that weird thing that Milo was talking about.
Wait,
You know, where you have
are you saying that that a lesbian is sexually assaulted by a man and it's a positive experience for her, and then she becomes a lesbian? Like that doesn't make any sense.
No. I'm saying according to the study I saw, it was if they were lesbian and they were sexually molested by a woman, there's a high likelihood that they would say that it was a pleasant experience.
Right, because it's this hot teacher for them.
Right. So what I'm wondering is that because the thing is, when you look at these statistics that show like sexual molestation rates for children, it's an automatic thing because of age of consent. They're not asking these people whether they found the experience pleasurable or not.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying?
They're not asking the child molester.
They're not asking the victim.
Right. Okay.
When they do this, when they have these statistics, they're not asking the victim, "Oh, did you enjoy your molestation when you were a child?"
How big was the study where they did ask them that?
Let's see.
How many participants? Look, we're going to the mat here for science.
It was only 280 people, so it's not some massive statistic.
280 is still significant, I think.
Yeah, but I would like that to be repeated, right?
Oh, obviously.
But the thing is, people don't want to repeat. I mean,
Sitch
this is
wants
a very
Sitch wants to repeat the.
This is a very contentious study to repeat when you start asking children whether they enjoyed their sexual molestation, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
But no.
Gotta
So
get
I'm wondering if that's why the numbers
stomached researchers.
Right. But I'm wondering if that's why the numbers are higher for the gay community. And this is the dangers of the kind of causation correlation effect that Philip has made in the clip, is that just because there's a high correlation doesn't mean that that's causing the effect, right?
Yeah, of course. That would be my point. Look, I don't think there is a part of the brain that figures out what you're attracted to. And I feel like that's just off the shelf neurons, right? And sometimes people get, they're in a male body and they get attracted to the male body in the brain. It's like, it's very simple for me.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you feel the same way? I don't. Look, it's so weird when you step out and think about it, being attracted to, males or females, and the whole biology, it's just weird. It's weird. It's just weird. Right?
Right.
I mean, when you look at, animals are obviously, they have sex too. They're attracted to, things that you wouldn't find attractive, obviously. It's weird the way the brain works. So
there's another idea too, which is a good point, which is that there's another theory that, when I'm looking at this data, even if it's like, because the study I'm looking at is from 2010, but it's polling adults.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously the adults were kids back before like the widespread acceptance of being gay. And so there's a theory that like before the acceptance and toleration of kids, young teens who were gay would often, be more isolated, less likely to have friends that they could turn to, which would either make them, which would make them kind of that prime risk for molestation because they're like extra isolated, which like nowadays you wouldn't necessarily, I mean, I guess it depends on where you live, but in a lot of areas nowadays you wouldn't really expect just because someone's gay to become socially isolated, right?
Yeah, it's just in popular culture, it's so mainstream now. You see it everywhere.
Right, nowadays, right. But back in the day, so that would maybe that theory about the isolation would make more sense, in like when talking about kids growing up in like, the 80s, 70s, 60s, like that could make sense then.
Before widespread acceptance of homosexuality, I mean, it had to be just bizarre. All your friends are talking about, basically all the guys are going girl crazy, all the girls are going guy crazy, and you're just like not participating in that, but you're keeping your mouth shut because you're like, whoa, you're having a completely different experience.
Right.
But everybody else is talking about their experience openly, chiding you on how you're experiencing the same thing and you're really not.
Right.
That's got to be just a completely weird upbringing.
Sure.
Which I can empathize with. I totally can. That's the thing. Because you have the Desmonds of the world here going, I had this weird upbringing. I want to make sure nobody else has that weird upbringing.
Right.
Well, I think we can solve that problem without, teaching, sex ed to fucking 5-year-olds. Like, what? Right? I mean, this is why I would like to talk about these, have adult conversations about them in specifics. Like you can solve that problem without letting everyone wear makeup in the classroom.
Right.
Like there's adult ways to solve these problems, and there's just like not adult ways.
Guy for $20. Thank you. Says Adam's elephant is rampaging through the Castro district right now.
Yeah, I was gonna read that one. Thanks, Guy.
What is the Castro district?
Look, I have a gay friend, okay? I'm not a homophobe.
What is the Castro district, Adam?
You don't know? I've hung out in the Castro district like
what is it? I'm
24 times. I mean, I grew up in Northern California, so me and my friends would always go to San Francisco to go to concerts and stuff like that. The Castro district is just like Pride Parade 24/7, 365. It's like
okay.
It's basic. Okay. It's like the gayest part of San Francisco.
Okay.
Yeah.
It says it was one of the first gay neighborhoods. Now I don't know what a gay neighborhood means.
Yeah, the whole neighborhood's gay. I'm telling you.
But it's named. Yeah. It's not named after Castro from Cuba. It's named after Jose Castro, a Californian leader of Mexican opposition to U.S. rule in California. So there you go. Interesting.
I mean, I have the same, and it's funny. There's this conflation thing that people on the left do that really bugs me. They want to act like you making an offhanded comment about your wife and you going to the movies is all of a sudden like you sharing your entire sexual history with the classroom or something.
Right.
But I don't have a problem if a gay teacher says, me and my husband went to a show in San Francisco last weekend, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, kids can put 2 and 2 together, but you don't need to explain, the entire workings in the bedroom for someone to be able to say that. They act like, but people on the left act like just making that kind of offhanded comment. You are like, if the person's mind can't jump to, oh, how do these two people have sex? Then all of a sudden they're confused. When that's not, kids grow up thinking, mom and dad are partners without the sex component until they're old enough, correct? I mean, that's the way they conceptualize it.
Aiden brought up a good point too in the chat, which is that a lot of people, when they're adults, as a psychological defense mechanism, will reconceptualize the sexual assault they experienced as a kid as something that they enjoyed. So maybe those that self-reporting data isn't the best data to rely on.
Because it's like a coping thing.
Because it could be a coping mechanism. That's a really good point, yeah. So that's fair.
I had a friend of mine that was convinced, and he felt horrible about this, that he made his brother gay because he used to always like call him gay and stuff. That was like his go-to put down when they were kids.
I don't think that makes anyone gay.
Right. And he ended up being gay, and he was convinced that his brother became gay just to spite him, just to get even with him.
That's so funny.
I know.
It's like, you call me gay, I'll show you.
I know.
You gay.
I'm like, Tim, that's not how that works. Okay.
So funny.
You need to let this go. Okay. You need to stop beating yourself up. No, he believed it. No, it was me. I did it.
Gay.
I did it.
That was like
he felt so bad about it.
That's so funny. That was the go-to insult
in
like the 90s for whatever reason. It was calling people gay. So I'm sure lots of kids were called gay.
Of course. Yeah.
Like constantly.
I never insulted people that way because I was always very progressive.
Oh, I'm sure. You were very progressive even back then.
No, I still feel guilty because like there were kids, people just like they were constantly targeted with gay slurs. And I was like, oh, that's so bad. Yeah. I wonder if any of those kids turned out to be gay, though. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't think they were gay though. I think they were just, targeted just because something to say. Look, you didn't read you changed the poll. You didn't read the other poll. Look,
So
we need
the
to check in. Yeah.
The last poll was, should PSA Sitch give up all hope that Donald Trump will drop out of the 2024 presidential race? Money with wings emoji.
Yeah, that's my $500. That's PSA Sitch's $500
Those of you that don't
flying
know,
over to my house.
Those of you new viewers that do not know, I foolishly made a bet.
Oh, now it's foolish. It's been up and down, but now it does seem foolish.
I bet. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I'm still holding out hope here.
Right.
I made a bet with Adam that Donald Trump would say he was running, but would drop out before the first primary.
Right. The Iowa caucuses. Yeah.
For $500.
We're going to be watching those Iowa caucuses on election night together. Right. Oh, it's going to be so good.
So we'll see. We'll see. So 50% says, give it up. Trump is in it to win it. 25% says no. Sitch knows Don's secret truth.
Look, you got this is.
I got 25%. There you go.
You got 25%.
And 24% said Don and Ron 2024.
Right.
Thank you.
Which I don't think even can happen, but
yeah, 1.8 thousand people voted. Yeah, I don't think there's any chance that they're going to run together, especially after Donald called Ron DeSantis a groomer and a pedophile.
I think.
I don't think it's going to happen.
I made a prediction a long time ago.
Yeah.
That is coming true. So Tim Scott has announced he's running for president.
Mm-hmm.
I think Tim Scott is going to run for the nomination, drop out, and become whoever wins the nomination's vice president. I think Tim Scott is going to be the vice presidential pick.
All right.
Because he's black. He's a black guy,
right.
Obviously. Yeah. Well, and I mean, Tim Scott, if you've heard him speak, he spoke at the Republican National Convention last year, and he's a very smart guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. I'm very curious as to what Trump's. So the problem is, like, everyone's like, "Oh, Trump's brand is so bad right now," but that's as we get closer to the election, everything changes. So,
yep,
it's very difficult, I believe, to make these predictions about whether Trump's going to win, assuming he runs, whether he wins, whether DeSantis is going to win. Blah 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 blah.
Assuming he runs.
Assuming he runs. I'm still holding out hope. Okay, I'm gonna be drinking my "told you so" tea when. A week before the primary, Trump drops out and gives some lame excuse. I'm going to be doing backflips.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be a major
That'll
upset.
be the face reveal. I'll have like the $500 like that you give me, and I'll roll around on it in the floor.
That's going to be a major upset.
Joe Sullivan for $20 says, Desmond Fabrini has a YouTube. Also is not a teacher at a public school, part of some private online schooling tutoring. Desmond was probably brought on because he made an appearance on Dr. Phil. Oh, interesting. I found their YouTube channel. They have like no views on it. I was curious to watch a video. They have a video called Women in Gender Studies Explained. So I was kind of curious as to what that's about.
Desmond? We're watching
does.
that next.
But I didn't know Desmond was on Dr. Phil. Now I'm curious about that. I'll have to look that up. Spiro Floroploris for 50 Canadian. Thank you. Says Jehovah's Witnesses literally train children to use school as a prime place to convert other kids and teachers. Literature is provided to take to school and distribute. How is that different from bringing along ideology into class as a teacher? Well, I'd say it's the same, but it's even worse. Because at least with the kids, which I don't think they should be doing that, but at least with the kids, they're just kids. With the teachers, it's worse because they're in a position of authority. But yeah, it just shouldn't be allowed. This promoting of ideology should not be allowed in public schools. Unless the ideology is that America is based.
Yeah. Remember our conversation with the Marvel DC lovers, the She-Hulk fans that we had?
Yes.
I mean, we couldn't even talk about what an ideology was. That's crazy.
Speaking of that conversation, Actual Fandom actually gave us $2.
Really?
And so did Organized Chaos. Organized
doubtful.
Chaos and Actual Fandom actually gave us $2.
I'm doubtful that that's really them.
No, this is the real Actual Fandom.
Okay. But optimistic that it might be.
What? Actual Fandom says, that's what you think the 1619 Project says? I don't know. I think it's just part of Nicole Hannah Jones's character arc. I think it's pretty clear that she's showing people what not to think.
Sure, sure.
And then Organized Chaos for $2 says, yeah, man, did you really need this spelled out for you? This is such a ridiculous example. This would never happen.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Anyway, let's get back into
Pretty
it.
hilarious.
You think it's somewhat probably you're going like, well, this is our viewpoint that marriage is between a man and a woman because we can't move society forward with gay couples. Like, we have factually proven that incorrect. I can actually tell you that gay parents on average make exceptional parents and do exceptional things with kids because they adopt, and they only adopt kids when they are financially capable, which
When he was saying this, I kept thinking about the gay couple that adopted that kid and like used him in child porn and all that stuff. Do you know that?
Oh my God,
case?
Adam! No.
Well, it's just
Why?
first of all that
Why?
story, and I look statistically, he may have the stats on his side, but that story is so horrific that it's just. I
That
mean,
happens. Wait. So you know that like most assault and abuse of children comes from their family, right? You know that, right?
For if it's usually a step parent or a adoptive parent. David and Buss goes into these studies. Rarely does abuse ever happen by a biological parent.
I don't know if that's
the
true.
only time that abuse happens with a biological parent is usually when a woman kills her children because they're interfering with her love life. That's the situation.
Sexual abuse.
David and Buss
kids.
goes into this in the book The Murderer Next Door in grave detail. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I never read the book. I'm a little
People
a little sus of this idea.
People look, you understand the evolution of it. People rarely assault their own flesh and blood.
Mm-hmm. Was one study that says 42%. Oh, well, here's the problem. I think a lot of these studies, they conflate both biological and adopted parents together.
Yeah.
They don't necessarily separate them out. So
that's a
it can be hard
bad
to
study.
tell.
Yeah. Bad study. You got to look at the ones that separate them out.
Right. But okay. But you should 100%. I can't believe you brought up that one incident.
Well, no, the reason that I brought it up is because that's like a nuclear bomb.
Yeah, but that's not indicative of the whole.
Yeah.
It's not even remote. That's like a crazy outlier.
It is a crazy outlier.
I know, but there's been plenty of crazy situations where straight parents sexually abuse their children, right? So to point to one and say, well, they're, straight parents shouldn't,
step parents. Straight
even
step parents.
biological parents, even biological.
No, that doesn't happen.
It does happen. It's just not as common. It does happen.
It's very
It
rare.
happens. What do you mean?
It's very rare.
Okay, but it's still, first of all, it happens. Okay. But then even with adopted parents, because that's what we're talking about, it does happen with adopted straight parents. And so I looked into the study.
You always mess the poll up. It's hilarious.
How did I mess the poll up?
Because you're not asking them to press the like button. You're asking them if they like the stream, which
You're right.
Yeah. It's so simple. It's like even a retard could do it. But
I did it. Oh my God. You're just using this to detract from your horrible, bigoted, homophobic remarks that you just made.
Look, first of all, that is not homophobic. I'm just saying that this is the way the mind works.
Okay. Anyway, what I was going to say before your rampant homophobia.
Do you know the story I'm talking about?
Yes, I know the story you're talking about.
Weren't you horrified by it?
Yes, of course I was.
Everyone's like, ah, oh my God. Yeah.
So I tried to find.
I'm sure gay people were even more horrified by it because they're like, this is going to make us look terrible. Fuck.
So I found the study that Desmond is referring to about gay parents having better outcomes, better educational outcomes with their children. And it's true. The study that they're referring to was from like Norway or something. It wasn't in America. And the reason that it was in one of these Scandinavian countries was because it was like one of the first countries to have gay marriage legalized. So that's a huge factor. I did find a more recent study in America And most of the studies I found that were in America showed that there was either no difference whatsoever in educational outcome or slightly better educational outcome for gay parents. So that is true. That is definitely true. But here's what I didn't find, and I was curious about. The majority of couples, gay couples that adopt kids, are lesbian couples.
Mm-hmm.
Like overwhelming majority.
Oh, really?
It was like 8-1 or something for lesbian couples versus gay male couples.
I
And
mean,
was
I would
curious.
much rather have 2 moms than 2 dads. Let's be
Well, that's what I was curious
frank
about.
here.
Because a lot, like all the studies I
2
looked at.
doting mothers? Wow, that's like, Mom, make me a sandwich. Oh, look, 2 sandwiches are on the.
There you go. There you go. But no, that's what I was curious about, is because I was wondering, because the studies I saw, none of them split up to see. I was just curious if there was a difference between having 2 moms versus having 2 dads in terms of these educational outcomes. So
That's hilarious.
But anyway,
2 dads is like 2 people trying to dodge responsibility for doing anything.
No.
Is that like
going to be one butch and one
I feel
femme,
like
okay?
I feel like that's a self-report.
That's
Look,
fine.
come on.
That is a self-report. Adam would be a bad father. He's still just dodging responsibility.
Look, me and my dad kind of tried to dodge responsibility together. That was kind of
That was the father-son bonding activity.
that was exactly.
Wow, look at that.
I don't know how it went in your household, but come on.
I mean, I'm not going to say that's not true.
See, exactly.
Well, for home responsibilities, because my dad was like always working, 24/7. So, but
I live in a cave of ignorance.
Anyway,
that's pretty good.
So Desmond is appears to be correct.
Oh, that hurts to say.
I know.
Actually makes kids of gay parents actually more successful and academically competent. So gay parents actually are very good at moving society forward, and we have the statistics to prove
Could
it.
that be a long-term solution, though, if a large population chose to choose that lifestyle? There would be no children to
so first of
adopt.
all, no one is choosing this lifestyle.
That's an opinion.
Okay,
It's not an opinion. It's just.
No. Okay, sorry.
Did you choose to be straight?
Wait a second here. Desmond just called him an idiot, I think. I missed that the first time around. Did you see that? Sitch, don't go to sleep. It's getting the heated parts finally caught up to us.
Chose to choose that lifestyle. There would be no children to
so first
adopt.
of all, no one is choosing this lifestyle.
That's an opinion.
Okay,
It's not an opinion. It's just.
No. Okay, sorry.
Did you?
You're a total idiot, though.
Wait, they said I didn't hear that. Wait, go back. They said idiot. They called him an idiot.
Bring up the closed captions here.
Can you bring up closed captions on?
I don't
Watch
know.
Together? No, you can't.
Damn it.
I can do it on YouTube though. Wait, what is the time code for this? We're at 19.
I forgot to point out when we did the screen grab last time, everyone, after he gave his little spiel about being anti-gay marriage, like the look on his face was like, that's right, Desmond. I'm coming for you.
Mm-hmm.
So much of politics is just like owning the other side.
It's sad, but
it is sad.
Large population chose to choose that lifestyle. There would be
A large population chose to choose that lifestyle.
no children
Okay,
to
so first of
adopt.
all, no one is choosing this lifestyle.
That's an opinion.
Okay,
It's not an opinion. It's just.
No. Okay, sorry.
You're a total idiot, though.
No. They said no. They didn't say idiot.
Yeah, you're a total idiot, though.
No, wait.
Yeah, we've done it 3 times already.
Okay,
It's not an opinion. It's just.
No. Okay.
He said it's not an opinion though. It doesn't say you're an idiot
okay.
though. See, we did it 3 times, but this was a what was it called? A Lori.
It's not
a
an
Lori
opinion.
situation.
Yeah, as soon as you gave me the right answer, it looked.
Right.
I switched anyway.
The captions didn't help. Anyway. So,
Oh, they didn't.
no.
Sorry.
Did you choose to be straight, sir?
I've been teaching for 15 years.
So
and
have I.
will say that there is some kids now that are going for that community that are doing it not out of a genuine, and there's pockets of them too. Like you'll notice like friend groups of girls that will all of a sudden decide that they're now trans.
This is hilarious.
True. Look,
I don't
it's
remember
so
this.
True.
They're like, well, you got to understand, okay? They didn't necessarily choose their sexual orientation, but they are choosing their identity that totally contradicts their sexual orientation, right? This is the whole thing where you're like, I'm queer, but really, I'm just a straight cis person.
The difference is that I don't think that those identities constructed by kids in school, I mean, those aren't going to last them, out of college.
Yeah.
They're not going to go into adulthood and retain that identity.
Of course.
And the idea of LGBTQ being trending and the idea of teaching kids that being gay is a choice, those are two very different.
So I'll answer that. Yes, I chose to be straight. Absolutely.
So
can you tell us about it?
So you actually
the alternative?
Did you see his face? Look at his face.
Yeah, he's like, listen, who's waving the dick in your face? And you were like, I'm not choosing that.
So I'll answer that. Yes, I chose to be straight. Absolutely.
So
can you tell us about it?
See, he didn't choose it. He knows he didn't choose it. He knows he didn't choose.
He chose. What do you mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe listen. Maybe he did. Maybe he's bi.
No.
Attracted to me if you wanted to be.
Absolutely.
I mean, all right.
This is such bullshit.
I don't know.
God, this is such bullshit.
Not a good answer.
So you could be attracted to me if you want. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you're totally here. Turn around.
Okay.
Let me see what you. Oh yeah.
Oh,
no. It's not even.
Listen, maybe he's bisexual. Maybe he's repressed gay. Adam, you don't know. You don't know.
This is so wrong. I just listened to this. I had my phone in my pocket when I was listening to this. The expressions are so much better.
Yes, they are.
Oh, absolutely. I could be attracted to you, Desmond. I've been thinking about leaving my wife the whole time I've been on this panel. Woo!
Yeah. Well, okay.
And let me explain.
Is he sitting next to his wife? She looks a little jealous there.
That's not his wife. You
okay.
racist.
Well, she's like, oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, let's explain this here. Look, I did a spell in prison, okay? I don't want to talk about it.
I like that Desmond was like, well.
I know.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I have seen transgendered people who I thought were born female that were very attractive. I didn't know. Now, once I find out that that's not what you are, I am choosing not to pursue that.
Moving the goalposts.
So yes,
that's not a good answer.
Moving the
goalposts. That's a terrible answer.
Look, we're talking about being attracted to men.
Yes.
Guy, not women. Okay.
Well, what he's talking about is he like, oh, there's a cis man who's a trans woman who, passes to an extent that I didn't realize they were trans and I was attracted to them. Right. That's not saying you're attracted to men. That's a completely different thing.
Yeah, totally.
It's completely different. So, yeah, it sounds like BS to me.
You can be attracted to someone that is of another gender.
Let's talk about what do you should be taught about gender identity in school? What do you think is being taught?
I want to go back to something you were saying earlier that's related to this about like you're seeing trends, and I am too, right? Last semester, when I was teaching, I had a trans kid in every classroom, and I was like, whoa, when I started teaching,
It was one in school.
there was none, right?
One
And
in
I'm like,
school,
this is, wow,
And they
okay?
were really for it, too.
And
they went for it.
And I'm hearing you that is something I'm seeing too in the classrooms. Fair, okay. Now, I'm not gonna presume to be in the heads of those kids and to understand like what's real for them or whatever, but I will tell you this, historically speaking, a disproportionate number of kids who are gay, who are trans, who are any of the LGBTQI, fill in the letters, right? Didn't live to see adulthood. Maybe that's why we don't have an older generation of trans adults, because
I attended a funeral of a trans student last month.
A lot of them didn't make it.
I know I shouldn't laugh.
Why? Yeah, why are you laughing at that?
Because it's like someone's making a point and this person just like interjects and like, I'm relevant here.
I attended a funeral.
I was like, oh, all right. I don't know. But let me give, I forget this person's name. They had like a weird name that was like two consonants together or something.
Oh no.
Let me look back. It was KM, so I'm gonna call them Kim because I don't know how you say the letters KM together.
Come.
But I'm gonna say Kim. So First of all, I'm glad that Kim acknowledges that when they were first teaching school, they had no trans kids, and now they have a trans kid in every class,
Mm-hmm.
and that's kind of sus, right? If you're supposed to have like the prevalency rate of something is like 0.0 some percent, you shouldn't have one kid in every class that's at 0.0, you know,
Yeah,
0.01%. That doesn't statistically make any sense, right?
totally.
But then to sort of create the idea like, well, maybe there's that many trans kids because they were all killing themselves before. That's kind of ridiculous, right? That's kind of insane.
Well, there have been social contagions of suicide.
Right, but to say that the reason
happened, so
right, but to say that the reason that there's been an uptick in trans kids is because all the kids that were trans but couldn't identify as it in the past all killed themselves. I mean, it's not like if that was true, you would be able in the numbers to see a massive downturn in suicide among kids that would match the upturn in kids identifying as trans, right?
yeah.
That hasn't happened.
Well, kids go in for fads,
Right.
and they've gone for fads so hard that there's actually on record social contagions of suicide, which was like the fad. So, yeah, this can happen. I don't. Yeah, the whole everyone's dying and everyone's trans thing just it doesn't seem like a coherent argument to me at all. Like I would be more likely to believe that kids are depressed. It's a strange time. You're finding out who you are in the world, and I mean, I do remember being a lot more depressed when I was a teenager than I was as an adult. So I could see a lot of really depressed people becoming trans as a way of trying to treat their depression. But I think there's a lot of reasons to be depressed as a kid. Does that seem wrong?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's when you're going through puberty, all those hormones kind of make people more depressed too.
Of course. You're like, where do I fit? What am I? Am I a scientist? Am I a fireman?
Am I Jackie Chan?
Yeah.
Who am I?
Am I a movie star? Am I a trans person? Or am I just depressed because, I got a lot of homework? It's just the whole idea of I don't like the argument that I can't really be in their minds or whatever. I mean, what's the whole purpose of the field of psychology if we aren't going to like dive into people's minds?
I know.
They go way too hard on the your lived experience is, some sacred thing.
Right.
I don't know. It bugs me.
I'll be right back. Keep going.
No, you can't go anywhere. Come on, this is going to be the best part here. You're going to miss it all.
And so when I hear about kids like feeling comfortable enough to try expressing something where maybe they wouldn't be able to do in other spaces. And I understand that maybe that's not what you want for your kids, but I'm thinking about the most marginalized and vulnerable people. And unfortunately, statistically, for our queer youth, disproportionately, they fall in that category.
Mind you.
They want to try something different, It's so silly because, I mean, what are they talking about? What specifically are they talking about? They want to dress up in different sex clothing? I don't know. Okay.
With the whole concept of school choice, I'm all for parents who agree with what you're teaching, sending their children to you. I just think ultimately it should be within the parent to make that choice.
What do you think should be taught in sex ed?
I think it should be health education, yes. I taught middle school and high school, and they started giving it to my students in 7th grade, and I have students come back to me traumatized because I think sex ed has gone away from what it was. There are some lessons, like for example, they have a lesson where the kids in 3rd grade, in the New Jersey curriculum, there's a picture of a woman's spread eagle, and they're learning all the different body parts of the clitoris and the stuff. Every child is different. Some are not developmentally ready for this or mature enough for it.
I grew up with...
Oh my, what are you doing, Sitch? Come on, I was listening to that.
Oh, I was going to say, well, first of all, I'm glad that you fixed the poll, but then you ruined it yourself.
Why?
Because you gave a third option, so all the people that didn't hit smash the like button could weasel out of it.
Well, I mean, it's
You
just
fool.
it's just a reminder.
You fool!
What do you mean? We're up to 456
I
likes.
know. I'm just saying.
God, I hate the fact that we're just complete like whores now. I feel so
Listen.
dirty.
Listen.
It's
nothing
not
wrong
fun.
with being a little hoary,
no,
okay?
it's not fun.
Adam, put on the makeup like Desmond. I want you to get the lipstick out. Put it on those lips. Get some nice blush. Get some nice eyeliner. Bat those pretty little eyes to the audience.
Shake your like maker.
Shake your like maker.
Look at this. She's like,
Do it,
listen,
whore.
we learned something in the New Jersey schools. They're like using pornography as an aid in health class.
There's the spread eagle lady. Yeah.
As a visual aid.
I mean, I can't even imagine.
They didn't
what
teach
it's like.
me where the fucking clitoris was.
Yeah, right. That's true. But
yeah.
I can't even fucking fathom what it's like to grow up as a kid in today's world. Like we're just, especially with like just the ease of porn.
Yeah.
Like it's so easy to find porn. Like when I grew up, it was not easy to find porn, right?
Yeah.
So I can't even
But
imagine.
you were
like,
looking, weren't you?
Oh, of course.
Yes.
Of
See, that's the
course.
thing.
Right. You know, or when finally you had internet, you had, first of all, you had dial-up. Okay. So anyone that is my age will remember trying to look up porn.
Yeah, with
and
dial-up.
On your dial-up. And
Takes
the way it
forever,
would work,
yeah.
first of all, there were no movies. Are you joking me? A movie? Get out of here. It's not going to be.
Well, there
fucking
could
movie.
be one, but it'd be like the size of a postage stamp. It'd be like
Yeah, it would be a size of a postage stamp, and it'd take you 8 hours to fucking download, right?
Yeah.
You'd click on a picture, and what it would do is it would literally load in line by line.
Yeah.
Like a fucking fax.
You're like, oh my God, look, I see the nipple.
You'd be like, oh, there's the head. Okay, there's the eyes. Oh, there's the mouth. Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
we're getting to some neck. Oh, the neck's coming. Oh, the top of the chest. Oh my God, we're almost at the boobs. It's almost here. Like, oh no, the page crashed. Oh, you have to reload and start over again. No. Like it would literally just be like this, like this super slow like process. Like people can't even imagine what it was like back then.
Oh
my God. It was like, it was work. It was like,
You had like a whole page of thumbnails, and you're like, this is going to take me all day, but I'm going to look at all of them.
yeah, like literally what you do is like, okay, you'd have to like open all the windows for all the pictures, and you have to like go do something for like an hour.
Yeah.
And then you'd come back and all the pictures would be finally lined up. And then it was even worse because this is back in the day, man. There'd be one computer that the family shared.
Yeah.
You didn't have your personal computer. You didn't have a personal phone. So I can't even imagine nowadays with high-speed internet, with everyone having their own computer, with everyone having their own phone. It's it's got to be just so simple for kids to look at porn nowadays that like, I don't know. I'm kind of like numb to all these conversations about like sex ed for kids because I'm like, they can look at porn, right?
Yeah. Mrs. Sitch coming in and looking at your porn history.
Yeah, there you go.
Your mom.
I never got caught.
Yeah, smart guy.
There you go.
And they're learning all the different body parts of the clitoris and the stuff. Every child is different. Some are not developmentally ready for this or mature enough for it.
I grew up with abstinence education.
That's pretty rough.
Where we didn't talk about sex ed until middle school, but mostly 10th grade and high school. But I think that middle school is far too late to be talking about sex ed. And it's not because I think that second graders are, wanting to be promiscuous, but like having sex ed scaffolded because it is a preventative measure against sexual assault, often being done in the home.
Just because that happens in the home doesn't mean that we need to label all parents as not capable of teaching sex to their children and giving it to teachers.
But teachers, for a lot of children, are the only trusted adults, and it is incredibly dangerous to remove teachers who are trained professionals to deal with these crises in the home from the situation, and that's just like a funnel for child abuse.
I think a huge thing that's missing in education in the schools when it comes to sex ed is consent.
Yes.
That's not being taught at all, to my understanding. I never learned it in the schools, and that creates consequences when you look at the situations that are going on here.
I think that we have such a hypersexualized society. Obviously, kids are.
What age are they talking about?
Yeah.
Did I miss it? Are they just not saying? What age we're talking
She
about?
said middle school was too late, but what is that like? I mean, we had sex. The first sex ed we had was in 6th grade,
Mm-hmm.
and they basically just marched out pictures of every single type of venereal disease you could think of. Like their ultimate goal was just to make sure nobody touched anybody ever.
Right.
And they were like, look, this is what happens when you have sex. Check
This
this
is what
out.
your dick in your vag is gonna look like when
Did
you
you
have sex.
I mean, did you get that? I mean, they were just I couldn't eat lunch that day. It was just so horrific. I was like, oh,
Actually,
this is just
I can't remember. They might have done that. I can't really recall. It seems kind of vaguely familiar, but I've heard so many people talk about it. I could just be making up the memory.
yeah.
I first had sex ed in 5th grade, and I told a story before, and it was funny because it was just like in the elementary school that I went to, basically, like the way it was kind of set up was that there were these big gigantic floors of the building, and they were like these massive open spaces that were kind of separated by like one wall, and then one side of the wall was like this huge open space, and there were some like kind of little pocket classrooms in there too that was like 2nd grade kids, and then the other side of the wall was the 5th grade kids. And so when we took sex ed in 5th grade, the first thing they had us do was we all had to say out loud the words penis and vagina as a class.
I do remember you saying this, and all the 2nd graders were like, "What?"
They're like, "What the?" Yeah, so the entire 5th grade class is saying penis, penis, just to try to get everyone to be able to say it without giggling, so you could have like the class.
That's impossible.
It is impossible when you're 10. And I was imagining like all the 2nd graders just like, why is there ever like a crowd of people saying penis? Like, what's happening?
Yeah.
And then that was just it was very basic. It was just like, you're gonna get erections, you're gonna have women are gonna have periods, and then they had like the boy and the girl day, and
They separated the girls and the guys.
yeah, they did that too. That was funny. There was
so I didn't get any talk about women's periods. None of that.
There was
for the guys. The guys were just like, here's all the VD you're gonna get. Stay away from the girls.
Yeah, I think we didn't hear about the periods till middle school when they had like the joint sex ed in 6th grade. That was funny. One of my teachers had a self-report, which I didn't realize till like years later, which was when she was talking about erections. I remember goes erections. Everyone laughs in class, and she was talking about how like the male penis gets bigger, and everyone starts laughing, and she's like, well, it doesn't get that much bigger. And I was like,
poor girl.
I was like, even at 10, I'm like,
ooh,
what?
Ooh, sad. Ooh, sad.
A little bit of a self-report, I guess, but all right.
Ooh, sorry,
oof.
babe.
Big oof, yeah.
Then we had another sex ed in freshman year in high school, and they showed the woman having a baby movie, which is just like,
oh, no one wants to see that.
I know, horrifying. Yeah. So it seemed, in my experience, the entire structure of sex ed was designed to make you just not want anything to do with sex.
Yeah,
like, that seemed like the goal.
That was in middle school. There was some of that because I do think we did see that video of the childbirth. I do think we did see the pictures of the venereal diseases. I'm sorry, the STDs. And yeah, I mean and I don't have a problem with that. I mean, kids are horny, right? There's also a mad emphasis, on like, gotta wear a condom, which, I think that's a good message. Put on the condom.
Sure.
So our surrogate father, thank you so much, Daddy J-Mac, for the 50 gifted memberships.
Yeah. It's awesome.
Having sex younger, they're hooking up younger. It's just reality. I would rather those individuals.
Is that true though? Because from what I've heard, kids today, these kids are like 35 and they've never had sex. So it seems like they're more terrified of having sex than
I know, it's super weird.
Which is good, right? I mean,
you would always I would hear rumors when I was like young, of like very young people like doing sexual things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much is that.
It
I feel like
seemed,
a lot of that's
yeah.
not true.
I thought
like
a
I feel
lot
like
of it
a lot of
was
it's not true.
a lot of it was just fantasized.
Yeah, a lot of them like I don't think that happened. I'm like someone would say like, oh my god, like this girl like she was like giving like all these boys blowjobs in the bathroom at 13. I'm like I don't think, and I'm 13. I'm like I don't think that happened. I'm very
Yeah.
skeptical of this. Yes.
Totally.
So
Some girl spread that rumor because, she liked the boy that the other girl liked. So
yeah, right. Or there'd always be some boy who's like bragging about it, and you're like,
oh yeah, that too.
And then when you get older and you like think back of how they were talking about it, you're like, that person was probably lying. That's like,
Right.
That feels like a big lie.
Uh-oh.
And also from a pro-life perspective, know how to have safe sex and preventive sex that prevents pregnancies than them to just go around willy-nilly just doing whatever they want.
So there's a lot of middle schoolers in the Dallas-Fort Worth area that are getting pregnant at earlier ages, and we're starting to rank like the highest nationally in terms of middle school pregnancies. And that's because a lot of middle schoolers are...
There you go, Adam. That's crazy.
Yeah, that is insane. That's not even safe.
No, that's ridiculous.
Said like getting sexually involved earlier, whatever
it's the Cardi B music.
Whatever it is, it's happening, and we need to be...
I missed that part.
Look at his face.
In terms of middle school pregnancies. And that's because a lot of middle schoolers are, again, like you said, like getting sexually involved earlier, whatever
it's the Cardi B music.
Oh, maybe I can't
he's
tell
like
if
half
joking.
joking.
He sort of is half joking, but...
Whatever it is, it's happening, and we need to be able to address it, and students need to be able to be equipped with the skills to understand how to have safe sex. If parents aren't having those conversations at home and middle schoolers are getting pregnant anyways, like why can we not include that in the school so they have some form of information?
Again, it just goes back to the fact that so many of this issue is just not black and white. It really is 50 Shades of Gray because like there's just no one-size-fits-all approach to the way we educate our children.
What age do you think...
Why would you say 50 Shades of Gray? That's so...
It's a good pun. It's a good pun.
That's so wrong. Isn't 50 Shades of Gray about bondage and shit?
Yes. That's why I said it, yeah.
Oh.
That's why I'm assuming
it really is 50 Shades of Gray? No.
Yeah.
I don't think he meant that.
Sex ed should be taught in schools, like starting at what age?
Probably at some point during secondary school, because if we're talking about it scientifically, kids need to understand that science is a body of knowledge that we're building together. This is what we currently understand about human anatomy.
As far as like actually getting into intercourse and the details of all of that, in my experience, I usually at least start giving that understanding around 7, 8 years old.
I think that sex ed is a lifelong discussion, and it starts, as soon as you can communicate. Now, that doesn't mean that you are giving a high schooler's curriculum to a 3-year-old, but I'm already talking about consent and using proper anatomical language with my children, and that's where it begins and it ends in adulthood.
I think as long as it happens in a way such that, to the point you were making, that like kids are being protected, that's what I would say we prioritize.
Stranger danger, you don't have to go into the details. You really don't.
Yeah, when they talk about stranger dangers, they never explain why. But you understood they were gonna like hurt you or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Or kidnap you. Like when I was little, I didn't think like they were gonna sexually assault me because I didn't really have a concept of what that meant.
Right. Yeah.
But I thought it was more like, oh, they're gonna kidnap you and try to like ransom you for money or something,
Right.
Say, go back to the way it was when I was in elementary school. They separated the boys and the girls, and the girls watched a video about their period and all these things. The guys watched another video. Yeah, it was health class. Mm-hmm. And then we didn't talk about sex education, the actual contraception, all of those things until high school.
I think we need to separate health education from sex education. Health education should be lifelong. No sex ed for now, the way it's being taught in a lot of these states.
Let's talk a little bit about other things that fall under the responsibility of what teachers do in the classrooms. What is CRT?
Critical race theory in reality is this complex legal institution that relates race to all of the institutions of America since its founding and since its birth. And it's something that I've never learned about in my classroom. I don't have any friends that have learned about it in their classrooms. It's something that's often taught on the graduate level or the undergraduate level. So I think that it's kind of not a great term to use in reference to conversations surrounding K-12 education, because it's not actually something that's even on the docket for consideration.
Mom's got MSNBC on in the house. You can tell.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, before I respond, let's just.
That's a perfect description. I could not have done a better description if I tried.
Okay. So we do see pushback on the panel from our protagonist, thankfully.
Right.
But so her description of CRT is not inaccurate, but it's kind of leaving out the important factors. So basically, the analogy I would use would be like if someone said, "Hey, what were the Nazis about?" And you're like, "Well, the Nazis were about building a strong German country for the German people, and they were also National Socialist." And that was where you ended it. You're like, "Well, I feel like you're kind of leaving out some key factors here
Right,
about
yeah.
what the philosophy is kind of talking about."
Right.
And so, but even in her own explanation, which is true, but just a tiny piece of it, because she said, that there is systemic racism in every part of American society, and she said that that's not being taught in K through 12 education. She knows that's not true, or should know that's not true, and everyone on the panel should know it's not true, because they're just not relating it properly in their mind, because that's what the concept of white privilege is.
Oh yeah, and whiteness.
Yeah. So you
Yeah.
can't say that concept isn't being taught in schools when you know that white privilege is that concept, and that's what you want to teach the K through 12 kids. And it's kind of like this annoying thing where they do like, well, yes, because maybe the kids aren't going to read Kimberly Crenshaw, right? Or Derek Bell, or something to that effect. But if you try to teach them the concepts of white privilege, if you try to teach them the concepts of intersectionality, if you try to teach them the concept of standpoint epistemology or something, you're setting the groundwork essentially for teaching kids when they're older CRT. And that's why I feel like this is very dishonest when people say CRT is not being taught in schools. Like, it'd be essentially like if we took this from a religious perspective, which I just feel like is the easiest analogy for people to understand. It would be like as if there was a movement to teach intelligent design in schools, but instead of doing it, what they did was they basically just taught you the groundwork of like a biblical understanding, right? They didn't teach you intelligent design necessarily, but they teach you like all the biblical stories of like the Garden of Eden and Jonah and the whale and the New Testament, Jesus stories. And they teach you all these things. They don't teach you intelligent design, but they teach you like all this groundwork so that when you do finally teach them intelligent design, they have a framework in which they immediately go, "Oh, that's true because I learned all this material, in the past."
Yeah.
Right. About religion. And that's how the CRT conversation works. They want to teach all this groundwork about white privilege and intersectionality and all this, woke crap. They want to teach you all that stuff so that when they can spring CRT on you, you go, "Oh, well, of course that's true, because that completely conforms with everything I've learned up until this point."
Yeah. Garbage.
It is in our schools, all the lessons that contain critical.
Oh, wait, let me go back.
For consideration.
That was a perfect description. I could not have done a better description if I tried.
It is in our schools. I saw the lessons that contain critical race theory in California.
It said the words critical race.
It said the words critical race theory.
And she's not wrong. She's not wrong, because some states have implemented CRT into their curriculum. It means different things for different districts. So this is about to be a very complicated conversation.
So on one hand,
great. The smart person is going to tell us about how complicated this is.
Well, so on one hand, I will give Desmond credit for acknowledging.
Oh.
You have to give Desmond credit for acknowledging that there are.
I don't.
Acknowledge that there are curriculums in California, which maybe that's where they're from too, so they know about this. That CRT literally by name is put in the curriculum, right?
No credit from me.
But I get really annoyed because I hear this a lot when I sort of confront people about CRT, and they say this. They say it means different things to different people. That's a total punt.
It is.
Because it's like, yeah, if we're having a broader conversation, if I'm having a conversation with a random person on the street, they don't know what CRT means. If I'm talking to a journalist, 9 times out of 10, they don't know what CRT means, right? But if someone is teaching something or creating a curriculum under the guise of CRT, you damn well know they know what CRT is. So your ignorance about the subject is irrelevant to the conversation.
Yeah. Well, and you can explain it, obviously. So.
Right. So, but I hear that all the time.
So in my district, and this is in California, they're requiring a class called ethnic studies in order to graduate. And in the class, they were taught about critical race theory. They were taught the definition. They were taught to analyze school policy through critical race theory, and they were taught how critical race theory is beneficial to analyze the U.S. It's basically like this idea that every institution in America, every institution, that interaction that you have has some sort of element of race, and usually there's a hierarchy of oppressed versus oppressor. And there are kids in America in K through 12 that are being taught that, and I'm so tired of people saying that's not happening when it is. And then when I expose it, I'm being called racial slurs and names for exposing it. And I'm like, come on, guys. Like, so I think we need to stop saying it's not being taught in America and change it to should it be taught in America, because it is. It is. There are teachers that are teaching this.
So all the revolutionaries are like, why is she got to spoil it for all of us? Look, we had a secret. She's telling everyone.
Right. Well, listen, base lady here spelling out exactly how it is. It is being taught. And she even brings up this example, which I was not even, I remember reading about it, but I had forgotten about it, about this California ethnic studies, garbage.
Yeah.
In your home state. So.
Yeah.
Sad.
Of course. Yeah.
Sad.
No, you got to have that CRT in there just to show you're a woke progressive. Otherwise, how are you going to learn the woke ideology? Look, after so long fighting against conservatives who wanted intelligent design in schools, they're like, no, our schools need to be free of religion. Then they go and shove their woke religion into the schools. It's ridiculous. It's so infuriating. And then they don't even call it a religion. They're like, oh, this is just reality here.
Bill that was passed in Texas called Senate Bill 3, and it completely revamped Texas's curriculum standards and basically eliminated all requirements for teaching of history education in Texas that relate to diverse perspectives. So teachers can go through the entirety of K through 12 education without ever talking about slavery as an institution, even though it's thoroughly ingrained into just the history, just the basic facts of America's history.
My understanding, I don't see the banning of.
So
this is not talking about slavery is not CRT.
I know. This is the other straw man. It's like, it's so annoying because with Florida, I mean, I don't know what's going on in Texas, but Florida was, the Republicans secretly want to prevent the teaching of slavery. They secretly want to prevent the teaching of Black history. And it's like, well, no, because number one, when the AP African-American course took out all the woke crap or most of the woke crap that DeSantis and his Florida Education Department objected to, they were going to allow the course to be taught in Florida until they called them racist. But then secondly, in Florida law, there's all this, it says by mandate, by law, they're supposed to teach about slavery. They're supposed to teach about African-American history. They're supposed to teach about all these things. So the idea that they just don't want to learn, they don't want to teach you anything about Black people. It's just a total fabrication, at least from what I've seen. I've never seen the curriculum where they're just using wokeness to prevent you from learning about slavery. I haven't seen that. It sounds like complete bullshit to me.
Yeah.
I don't think it exists. But I did find it's funny, this lady, her name is Callie Fontanelli. She has a PragerU video from last year.
She's the one talking on the vice panel?
Yes.
Oh, really?
So
she has a PragerU video, huh?
It's called Why I Stopped Teaching.
We'll watch that next.
So there you go.
Can't wait. Hook it up.
Slave taught in
It's
Texas.
not the banning.
Yeah.
The issue is that it's no
'cause
longer.
I know that bill.
It's no longer required.
I know that bill, and I know it also states that you're not supposed to teach it in a way that causes mental anguish.
So it does not ban it. It doesn't ban the talking of the institution of slavery, but it does create a loophole for teachers to never touch on the topic at any point in a child's education. And that is something that is happening. And it's something that is happening to peers of mine. It is something that is happening predominantly in communities outside of, I guess, my home city of Dallas, but having traveled and having talked to students across the state of Texas, I can confidently say that there are teachers who are not teaching very key facts of American history because critical race theory conversations have so clouded the teaching of history as an entire whole.
And it's not often called CRT anymore. It's called diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's called all of these different names and labels because of how divisive of a thing that it is. And I think that at the end of the day, the big thing here is that let's teach Black history. No one on the right is saying, do not teach Black history, do not teach slavery. history. If we forget those lessons of the past, we're bound to repeat them. But what we're also saying is that stop being vindictive towards white people for being white. No one alive today was a slave, and no one alive today owned slaves. And so for white children to sit in a classroom and be blamed for sins that they themselves did not commit is wrong. For black people, for black children to sit in a classroom and be told that because of the color of your skin, well, it doesn't matter how hard you try, you're really not going to go that far because the society hates you, and then you have all these structural barriers preventing your success. That is also wrong. That is not lessons of hope. That is not lessons of opportunity, and I think that is what schools should be about. You can't create the next generation of leaders if they are never capable of seeing themselves as leaders, right?
Totally based. Yeah. Look, they're so disappointed in that. Wait, but I only get likes on my tweets when I'm a victim. Why are you, look, you're ruining it for me.
Mm-hmm.
All these optimistic messages, they don't do anything on social. I'm trying to blow up my Instagram profile. Why you got to be a little bitch?
Yes.
And I think like that is what CRT, unfortunately, in some ways, it does to young children of color.
What CRT means to me is obviously really different from what it means to you. And when you were saying before, like kids are being anguished.
That's because she loves it. She's like, oh, CRT.
Whoa.
Oh my God.
I am not.
Whoa. Did you just call the trans man she?
Oh, is that? I didn't catch the pronouns.
Oh my God.
Look.
How dare you? How dare you, sir?
Look, it was unconscious, okay? Look, it was my unconscious bias.
Uh-huh.
Am I supposed to be using he, him pronouns?
I mean, they never said, but they said they're trans. So I'm guessing.
Well, I thought they were a trans woman that just didn't pass very well.
No, I'm pretty sure it's a trans man.
Look, unless they're going to come out and give me pronouns.
Uh-huh.
I'm going with a woman trying to.
No.
I'm going with a man trying to pass as a woman.
No.
Okay.
No, stop.
You disagree?
Yeah.
Look,
You're
let's
wrong.
back it up. Before.
It does to young children of color.
What CRT means to me is obviously really different from what it means to you. And when you were saying before, like.
Look at. I love that they have like the most gullible high school student in the world on this panel. It's all like, not yes. I just learned this on TikTok from the Chinese Communist Party. Tell them.
Wow.
Well, you don't think? Look, I don't know your position on TikTok, but it seems pretty obvious that they're.
I'm not a big TikTok fan, but I never was as a boomer. I was always against TikTok. So.
Okay. Yeah, but is the Communist Party like messing with us? Of course.
Probably. Yeah. Expects.
Like kids are being anguished. I am not for kids feeling guilty about being born in the body they were born in. That's not what I taught.
What
and
did
I
you
wasn't.
teach?
I mean, what did I teach? Well, for one thing,
Let me think. What did I teach? I was a substitute teacher that one day, and
I taught about slavery. For another thing, I taught about like the ripple effects of slavery that we're still feeling today. In no way saying that people.
I was a math teacher, but I taught about it anyway.
So
look what happened here.
I found some of their bio.
Mm-hmm.
They identifies he, him.
Oh, okay.
Adam.
Good.
And trans masculine. So.
What's that mean?
I'm not sure what that means. There's an asterisk, but there's no asterisk as to what the asterisk means. Trans masculine are those people who were assigned female at birth but do not identify as female. Oh, so as I said, they're a trans man.
Okay, good. So glad we worked that out.
Yes. They taught, it says they have a BA in philosophy.
Oh, nice.
And they taught Latin, speech and debate, and other subjects in New York.
Speech and debate.
Yeah.
So then great.
And other subjects.
Pulling all this stuff into debate. Perfect.
People of color are less than or can't be, or no, not the opposite, saying like people have persevered through things that I myself as a white person will never understand.
To really make this micro, the way I see it is.
It's so funny because even here we see the CRT. Because the person, just you saying me as a white person could never understand. That's CRT.
Well, yeah, it's definitely a standpoint of epistemology, which, I mean, that goes further than CRT, but that's obviously a big part of it. So.
It's white privilege. It's whiteness. It's white.
Yep.
It's whiteness is property.
Yep. True.
Look.
True.
It's swimming. Like you might as well have just said, you know, some religious thing. You might as well have said, you know, God has imbued me with certain knowledge.
As a saved individual, I will never know what it's like to be damned.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
right.
Perfect.
No reason that kids of a certain age, right, because it's different teaching to a 6-year-old and teaching to a 17-year-old or in college, shouldn't learn about the history of slavery, the history of redlining, you know, the history of Italians being lynched in this country, et cetera,
Columbus
looking
Day.
at the facts and looking at some of the horrible things that have happened so we can learn from it. That is a totally different conversation than when you've got instances like in Cupertino, California, where you have 7- and 8-year-olds who are being sat down and said, okay, time to do a privilege exercise.
That's what happened in
Let's
my...
write out, you know, where you are on the power prism. Because that can create situations where students have warped views of themselves, especially if they're young. And I don't think it's appropriate because of the emotional impact it can have on folks.
If people are actually...
Thank you, Justin Timberlake.
Yep. Yeah.
Actually being sat down being like, if you're white, you're an oppressor and you're bad. That is not okay. That is not CRT. That is not critical race theory, and that is not culturally responsive teaching.
So it's not necessarily being blatantly said, but it's being implied over and over again.
Okay, there is definitely a way to teach CRT without it putting anybody down. But it's like, hey.
Wrong. Impossible. Yeah.
Impossible. How? If you're going to fundamentally say that racism is baked into every aspect of society, and like how can you teach that?
Who are the racists?
How could you teach
nobody?
Yeah, and also, I mean, it's also baked into it is conflict theory. You know, life is just a series of conflicts between racial groups. You know, between the haves and the haves not. Like, how could you possibly teach this without putting someone down?
Yeah,
it's impossible.
It's delusional to think that. You must not know CRT to think that.
Yeah, that's what. Well, I'm assuming they either don't know CRT or they're being dishonest. But I think it's more likely they just don't know.
They listen to MSNBC.
Right.
They know CRT through MSNBC, which is just like, oh, it's just teaching slavery. That's it. Just teaching about slavery.
Right.
And white privilege.
Just so y'all know, if you're interested, there's different types of racism. There's the idea of racism as you treat someone differently because they're a certain color. And yeah, you could be racist to a white person if you don't like them for being white. Now,
well, listen, we have a very low bar here, but I have to give Desmond credit again for at least acknowledging that you can be racist against white people. Thank you. Thank you, Desmond.
Well, you didn't wait for the second part, though. The second part's the important part.
there's also racism because we took a whole bunch of slaves from another country and brought them a certain color. And yeah, you could be racist to a white person if you don't like them for being white. Now, there's also systemic racism because we took a whole bunch of slaves from another country and brought them over here. But with that said, right, there's different types of racism here. And you can expose yourself to different ones at different times. But you don't have to make anyone feel bad. You just say the statistics the way they are. You're not saying one person's good, one person's bad. You just go over the definitions.
How should we be teaching race?
Well, I don't think we should be teaching white privilege in the classroom.
But teaching about race, like if you're, designing your ideal, setting.
Yeah. I think
how do you think race should be
Is
taught?
that because you think it doesn't exist or because they can't handle it or like
I think
what?
Again, when it comes to the privilege discussion, like that's a great conversation for you to have with your child. But I don't think that taxpayer-funded hatred should be something that we allow in our schools.
Okay, bro, real talk though, like brother to brother. Teaching white privilege does not inherently mean black people are less. Factually incorrect, right? So
what is white privilege?
White privilege is the idea of white people may have benefits that fall in a societal structure. Because they are white, they have advantages, not such as, for example, if you
What's the opposite of an advantage?
send out a resume and you make one name a white name and the other name the classic.
What's a white name?
The white name was John, for example, right?
I know Black John.
Okay, no, hear me out. Let me finish, okay? We did a study. I didn't do this study, but we did a study where basically it was sent out 2 different resumes. They were the exact same.
God, I hate this study, Sitch.
I know, the resume study.
The resume study. It's it's like gospel for them. It's like part of their Bible.
Well, I have an interesting
One was
thing
given
to
a
bring up, but
classic white name. The other was given the name Jamal.
Okay.
The white name got 2 times more callbacks.
And
right?
I disagree with what you're saying.
But the idea
in that sense.
of white privilege, right? The idea that somebody that is white may have an advantage does not inherently mean you are teaching a black individual they cannot accomplish great things. That is completely separate. So we're talking about fake biological science and social science. We're not even.
Okay, so whenever we hear about these resume studies, because I was interested because I'm like, what job positions were they like going for?
Oh no, you
resume
looked
studies?
into it. Oh my goodness.
Right, because well, here's the thing. First of all, by its nature, it has to be generally an entry-level position, right? Because usually,
some kind of white-collar job.
Well, not necessarily a white-collar job, but it's got to be. I mean, generally, if you're talking about a high-level position, right? They're not going to just hire some random unknown person based on a resume, right? They're going to hire from within the company, often, or someone's going to know somebody, right?
Maybe.
And so there is a disparity there because right now, especially with everyone so on the diversity train, being black can actually help you get a lot of jobs, and especially it's in specific fields, I should say.
I always put Jamal on my resume.
Right.
Works every time.
So, but it's interesting. So I looked up, because, I'm sure you guys have heard, they've done the study with redneck names, Billy Bob and stuff like that. And they find the same disparity between that and like quote unquote black names where people don't want to, hire these people. And I think it's because to me, I think what was happening was not really so much a racial signifier. I think it's really a class signifier. When you see these sorts of, ethnicized names or redneck names or something. But there's the most.
Oh, wow.
Yes. But there's the most recent study on this that was done by the government. The government. Okay. Very large scale study. This was done I think it was done right before COVID happened.
What? Really? Recent?
Yes. Recent study. They sent out 83,000 fictitious resumes by 108 of the largest U.S. employers for entry-level positions, okay? So you think, okay, so this is a good study. You have a massive sample size, right?
830,000?
83,000.
Oh, okay.
Not 800, but 83,000 to 108 of the largest U.S. employers, okay? And they had, quote unquote, black names and, white names and neutral names and, blah, 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 blah. So they found that the difference was only that if you had a quote unquote black name, it reduced your probability of getting a callback by 2.1%.
What? Racism.
2.1%.
Wow.
So there's your massive resume, black, quote unquote, systemic black racism gap, 2.1%. Now, this is even interesting too. They found that the majority of the discrimination, I think I'm trying to remember, it was like, I have the study open, but I can't find it. It was something like 50% of the discrimination was from a minority of places, of businesses.
Chick-fil-A.
Right. So essentially what that means is that the majority of discrimination, so they're saying that this 2.1% in discrimination, it wasn't spread out evenly. It was a handful of companies that were doing most of the discrimination.
What companies were they? Shame.
They don't say.
Oh, man.
They don't say.
Name and shame. Name and shame.
They don't say. But that's interesting too. Because then again, that would actually contradict. And they said it wasn't based on geographical location. They found no correlation there. Yeah, it says, but 2-digit industries explain roughly half of the cross-firm variation in both racial and gender contact gaps. So that actually completely craps on the notion of systemic racism, because that means if specific companies were having the majority discrimination, then the discrimination isn't a systemic-wide problem. It's a specific problem that exists in specific companies for whatever reason. So I thought that was very interesting. So there you go, 2.1%. That's the most recent study done. by the National Bureau of Economic Research.
Interesting.
Even in the same building at school right now.
Well, again, in regards to these like audit studies about like what is a white name, it's not necessarily that the name itself is white. It's that the perceiver, the person that is reading the resumes, for some strange reason, feels like when they see a white name that they are on their team, or that there are positive stereotypes associated with people being white. That's what we're talking about when we talk about white privilege. Is that okay? If Oprah goes into a store, people might not assume that she can afford the things in that store because she's a black woman, even though she is Oprah. But if someone was white and goes into the same store, some people, because of their own racial stereotypes, might believe that they can afford it. And so that's what we're talking about when we're talking about white privilege, is the sort of systemic benefits that you get from society.
No, I want to add, though, what you're describing, though, is discrimination. But to call it privilege, when the reality is, let's say you take the white person who would be considered white trash, you would get the same result from them. So I don't think you can necessarily assume that that's because of race, and definitely can't call it systemic because of personal decision to be discriminatory.
Should it be taught to our children?
Right.
And should it be, and should we be telling black kids that you're going to get discriminated against because of the color of your skin, with loans, with redlining, blah, blah, blah?
There is a way to teach culturally responsive teaching without being narrow-minded, but it's hard. But just because it's hard doesn't mean we shouldn't do it.
Even if you talk about the systems in place that privilege different groups at different times in different spaces. I'm not saying that when you teach CRT, when you teach about the history of this country that has privileged certain groups and not privileged black people. I think it's important to acknowledge that black people have persevered throughout that. There's so much excellence. And I think that you do all kids a disservice when you say, okay, the history of black people in this country, or the history of women in this country, is that they were oppressed the whole time and they weren't resisting. And then the Civil War happens, and the slaves are freed, and the black people just stopped resisting economic injustice until the civil rights movement. That is not the case of history in this country. And so I feel like it's very important, if you're teaching about race in this country, it's about resistance. It's about resistance to the power structure that suggests that some people deserve to get more if they work hard than another group of people if they.
Should probably pause it. It's gonna be too long. Vice is gonna get all hissy at us.
Nah, who cares?
Okay. Or not. Isaac Lux for $20 says, Texas teacher here. The law they're talking about doesn't ban diverse perspectives. It says that you can't talk about one race being inherently superior to the other, and you can't say things like racism is intrinsic to one race. Oh my God, what a terrible law. You can't say that one race is inherently superior to another race. Oh no.
That's the whole point of CRT, though.
No. What are we going to do, Adam? This law is going to prevent the teaching of Black history if you can't say that one race is inherently racist. Oh, my God. Terrible.
Yeah. Very sad.
Guy for $20. Thank you, Guy. Says kids should be afraid of STDs now. Maybe scaring them in sex ed isn't the right way to go, but antibiotic-resistant gonorrhea, chlamydia, and syphilis are a thing now. Ever seen end-stage syphilis? I thought Ebola was bad.
God,
oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Well, there you go, kids. I mean,
so they have new pictures now, is what you're saying.
I agree.
Even worse.
Yeah. Wear a condom. Wear a condom.
Work the same level.
And not just resistance, but resilience.
You mentioned history, and a lot of you are educators. I'm just curious, what do you think should or shouldn't be taught, when it comes to U.S. history in the K through 12 environment?
So I think it's just this really unbalanced way that they're teaching it right now, especially the ones that are proponents of CRT. It's creating this narrative that it's all white people.
Why did they randomly cut to CJ looking like he wanted to murder somebody? Like, what was that guy?
I don't know. It's a good reaction shot, though. Yeah.
What was that reaction shot?
When it comes to U.S. history in the K through 12 environment.
So I think it's just this really unbalanced way that they're teaching it right now, especially the ones that are proponents.
They're like, he looks like he's plotting about murdering everyone.
It is unbalanced. Look, it's totally unbalanced.
Yes, what she's saying is true. But I feel like they're detracting from what she's saying by cutting to him looking crazy.
Look, he's nodding along silently.
I know, but it's one of those things where when you're he's not making a face, but it makes it look like he's making a face. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Know what I'm saying?
opponents of CRT that's creating this narrative that it's all white people to blame when there was so many people involved in the transatlantic slave trade. The British were actually the ones that stopped it and used their own resources to stop the slave trading ships from continuing. They went to Africa to stop them. Hey, stop bringing them to the coast because we're not buying them anymore. And so this idea that I just feel bad for our children because they're not being taught it in a perspective that is holistic, basically.
And even
I bet that's in her PragerU talk. Because that's from Thomas Sowell right there. I've heard that's in.
I was going to say,
Sowell's
okay,
book.
Carl. Carl always likes to bring that up.
I know. Look.
Brag about it. The British stopped the slave trade, blah, blah, blah. Yeah,
we need American history to be pro-American.
Whatever.
Yeah. Look, I'm all in favor of making the English the villain throughout all of American history. Look, we need to.
As it should be.
Yeah. Blacks and whites joined together after slavery against a harsher villain, the British.
To this day, there are slaves in Libya held captive by black people. So this is not a white and black issue. But even with that said, I think leaving the public school system, even my peers, I mean, when we talk about this, we left with the idea that black history is slavery and Jim Crow. And we're rarely talking about the Reconstruction era, the amount of senators and politicians we had post-slavery. It was just so many things that we did after slavery that we're being told we can't do today somehow. That is just asinine.
There's no conservative in America who's saying don't teach slavery in the classrooms. But if you're going to talk about slavery, to his point, let's talk about Madam C.J. Walker. Let's talk about George Washington Carver. Let's talk about all these black people who have done some really incredible things that, in spite of quote unquote systemic racism and all of these things, have achieved. Let's talk about Barack Obama. Let's talk about Kamala Harris. Why is every conversation that we have to have about black people in the classroom about us being in chains, downtrodden, and having no hope? That's a problem. And Black History Month, it's American history. Let's talk about that too. Those are important inspirational stories that are not taught in the classroom.
Do you think that the fight against CRT is hurting the efforts for more diversity and inclusion?
I don't want diversity and inclusion. I mean, we already have that.
What I mean by that is you said you want more black stories of hope and success and all of that. That's what I mean.
But that's unfortunately not what CRT is. Yeah.
CRT doesn't want that shit at all.
No.
What are you talking about?
Well, the problem is that since the CRT argument is that racism is built into the fabric of American life, the only success stories that they can promote are success stories where a black person achieves success in a way that goes against the normative values of America.
Well, and they cast them as tokenism, that these people are serving the white man's purpose to show that it's possible for a black to do that. But in reality, it's not really possible. Whites just pick, a few blacks to make it appear that that's a possibility. That's the narrative.
Right. But that's even in those situations, that's a black person achieving success within the framework of acceptable norms of America.
Right. Yeah.
Right. But that's the problem. They don't want to promote, since they can't promote. CRT as an ideology cannot promote black people achieving success
on
in
their
America.
own. Yeah. By their own merits. Yeah.
By their own merits within an American framework.
Yeah.
Because then that destroys the notion that the American framework is inherently racist and prevents success for black individuals.
Which is their key, belief.
Yes.
Yeah. That the casting America as a meritocracy where anyone can succeed under their own merit completely undermines their central message.
Right.
Yeah. Which, yeah. So that's why that's nonsense. If they taught about those good stories in CRT, they would teach them in that context of them being just a one-off that, this is a token that the whites picked. These people didn't make it on their own merits. The whites selected them to gaslight you into thinking that you could be them. But you can't be them. Get out on the street. Vote communist.
I know.
That's actually exactly what CRT is.
I think what's really
It's so crazy that this, Desmond is black, right?
Yeah.
And he works in a school and wears makeup and stuff. Yeah.
Supposedly.
But he doesn't, thinks that he's discriminated against. I don't
By
know.
who?
It's just, yeah.
I guess the parents, that say they don't want the.
Yeah, but they're saying they don't want him in the class because he's wearing a bunch of makeup, not because he's black.
Right.
Well, I'm assuming maybe they're racist.
It turns out we're fine with you being trans. We just don't like black people. You're like, wait, what? What the hell's happening here?
No, that's a twist.
Yeah, that was an unexpected twist.
Clear is there's a lot of big opinions on education, across the spectrum, and really thankful to all of you for sharing, your perspectives, where you're coming from. Some of you said it wasn't like this when you were kids. 20 years ago, school was really different, and maybe you couldn't even imagine having some of these conversations. So just want to pose the question to you, and where do we go from here?
I believe that we have to recontextualize the way that we approach education as a society, and specifically how we've kind of started to use education as a political tool. At its core, education serves society. It needs to be a collaborative effort, because if education serves society, society should be investing in education.
We as adults...
I'm shocked. I'm freaking shocked.
Are you shocked?
Because a high school student is the only one that made my original point from the beginning. Like, as society, we have to have some sort of shared ethic that overlaps with everybody.
And that's why kids should vote.
And we should have yeah. Our parents can vote for her until she's 18.
Oh, okay.
Have a lot of work to do, and it's both at kitchen tables and school boards and forums like this. Obviously, literacy is a part of that, and I think there are other parts of that too, but the only way that we can move forward is if, instead of just talking about what do we talk to kids about, I think we have to first get better about how do we talk to each other about this.
I think we have to recenter education about actually preparing young people for the real world and acknowledging the fact that we're not going to have a one-size-fits-all approach that works for every student across America. We have no room and no time, frankly, to teach all these divisive things because we have urban literacy rates that are down in the dumps. When those kids learn how to read, then we can talk about gender theory, CRT. But until we have children who are proficient and above a third grade reading level, and a majority of those kids in cities like Chicago and Detroit, we don't need to be even having a conversation about whether or not students should be learning about privilege in schools.
The number one policy thing that I come back to that we must do to improve K through 12 education is to put in school choice at a universal level. It's far too overdue. It will incentivize the public schools to fix a lot of the problems that they have. It'll put the power back into the parent to get their child an education that best meets their needs. And I do think that if we're going to build the best generation of young people, that we should start with teaching them tolerance, kindness, and active listening before we get into racial privilege theory, gender privilege theory, etc.
I think that it's so important to get...
How much Bitcoin does Timberlake own there?
Why do you say that?
you know he's got some Bitcoin.
Listen, Justin Timberlake, voice of reason, one of the voices of reason on this panel. Okay, him and CJ. And,
Timberlake, I loved you in Timer, man. A great flick.
Back to critical thinking and understanding that the way that we raise the next generation is also, not necessarily staying fixed ourselves. I think you were saying that, your wife is learning with the kids. And if we continue to learn about, hey, how do we do this better for ourselves? How do we treat each other better? The more that we do that, the better that we will be able to collaborate with people we disagree with. The better that we'll be able to make a curriculum that actually does speak about the excellence that you're able to do if you, continue to challenge yourself and strive and push forward.
On this panel, a really huge set of diverse opinions. There wasn't really a bad guy. It was, we all wanted the same thing at the end. We just had...
Wait a second. If you're sitting at a panel and you don't know who the bad guy is, guess what?
Oh, no.
You are the bad guy.
No, is that like if you don't know who the asshole in the group is, it's because you're the asshole?
Well, it's usually with a sucker.
Oh, I see.
Like if there's, when you're gambling, sit down to gamble and you don't know who the sucker is, the sucker's you.
I thought it was if you don't know who the asshole in the friend group is, it's because you're the asshole.
Multi-use.
Okay.
Different ways to get there. So I just think the collaboration is really what I'm taking away, because you can collaborate with anyone.
I think we need to make sacrifices for our children's future. and prioritize them a bit more today. Aside from that, if you choose the public school route, I'm all for the collaborative effort, but what that needs to look like is parents showing up to the PTA meetings, showing up to the school board meetings, knowing and being inside the classroom and being actively involved regardless of which route you take.
I think we put too much faith into the education of our children in public education when we should be doing more of that ourselves. And we need to make sure that we put more power into the parents and empower them to take control of their child's education.
We just need to stop burning down the house. I truly believe that we can save public ed if we stop arguing with each other and start pouring more resources and like really buckling down to save this thing that really in turn saves us. As a society, we can do it. We just need to stop chasing all of these like boogie.
Nobody wants to pour more resources into an institution that's creating negative stereotypes of white people. Like, fuck you.
So at first you're like, okay, I can get on board with what she's saying, but then she slips up and you see what she's actually talking about.
As a society, we can do it. We just need to stop chasing all of these like boogeyman's that we are just like kind of seeing in the media just to polarize everybody and make everybody so angry. Like,
so that's the problem.
She's like, your grievance is just a boogeyman. No,
right. So that's the problem.
You. Like, you're such an idiot. You don't even realize that this negative white stereotype is out there. Like, just because you're, dumb doesn't mean that we have to be.
Right. Because it's like at first you're like, yeah, we should all come together. It'd be nice if we all come together. We need public education, etc. But if you're just going to say, well, this is boogeyman, you're not going to hear people's grievances and even, see if it's, try to validate it or not. Even if it's not valid, say, okay, listen, we can all agree. We can all sit here and agree, public education should be as politically neutral as possible in terms of what's being taught to kids. I mean, that's all you have to say. Right?
That's just a boogeyman. That doesn't
exist.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Whatever.
We need to stop that and like save what we have, because what we have can be great and we need it.
Okay, I think that will do it for us. Thank you all so much for taking your time and for sharing your opinions and being so respectful of each other. Really appreciate the conversation.
Thank you.
We did it! We did it.
She wasn't talking to me, obviously, because
you were not very respectful in this conversation, Adam.
Look, I get triggered by this stuff. I don't. It's so.
Really?
It's a hypocrisy.
Really?
It's a hypocrisy that triggers me, and also the stupidity. I have a very low tolerance for stupid people.
I noticed.
Most people are just ideologically possessed. They cannot. And it's so funny that it's a side that's all about, the empathy. You just have to empathize. Oh my God, why can't you empathize? But then as soon as you want to have a conversation about how, I feel like the idea of white privilege kind of makes me look like a dick. They're like, oh, that's just in your mind. What? Hold on. I thought we were supposed to be empathizing here.
Right.
Yeah. Look, how would you like it if like you want my kids to internalize like 200 years of deviant behavior throughout history. And I'm supposed to think, oh, that's just history.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's you trying to make them feel bad because you're a dick.
There's a funny part at the end of this.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you watched past this part.
I don't think I did, but
you passed.
Let's go.
Now what?
We get the awards for best panel, and then we get our picture taken.
Excellent.
Yay! Oh my gosh, that was amazing.
Got that.
I learned something on the education panel today.
I live in somewhat of an echo chamber, so to be able to break free from that, to learn from new people, learn from new perspectives was really honestly a great experience.
Well, that's nice.
The high school student is the smartest one. This is like, I'm worried about society.
Even though she had her bad CRT take.
Well, at least she knows she lives in an echo chamber. That's
right.
Step in the right direction.
That's true.
Most people don't even know. Desmond doesn't know that.
True.
Theory should not replace critical thinking.
There's a
nice.
Yes,
Justin
that's
Timberlake
very good. Yeah.
For the win.
Bitcoin to the moon, man.
panelist who believes that there is a place for critical race theory within our schools. I don't believe that.
What I hope for the future of education is we have parents more involved with their children's education and future.
Smile fight is like when someone says a point you disagree with, but you can't quite. You're just like.
Yeah. Like, yeah.
I would totally trust my future kids and my current students with you.
See,
The things popped up and I can't. How do I make these go away?
You can't make them away, but just listen to what.
So evil.
I know it's really annoying they can't make it go away. There used to be a way. Maybe on YouTube. I don't know if you still can. There used to be a way to get rid of them. I don't know if you can anymore. But I know in Watch Together there's nothing you can do. So, but just listen to what Desmond's about to say.
There was a good eye roll.
Yeah, but just listen.
like, yeah.
I would totally trust my future kids and my current students with you.
See,
No, you don't have to say the same. You don't have to say the same thing.
Okay.
Oh, that's so good. That's so good. I wouldn't trust Desmond as a babysitter, to be honest with you.
At least I'll give Desmond credit for saying you don't have to say the same.
But it's ridiculous that you're in a school and you're like fine with that.
I know. I just thought that was hilarious.
He's more interested in virtue signaling his ideology than he is in fostering any sort of cooperative trustworthiness with the parents. Well,
Callie's kind of.
I don't know where he is. Like, for all I know, the parents love it. They're like, "Oh, thank God, one of my teachers is like trans." Do you know how difficult it is to find a trans teacher in Southern? Well, it's probably pretty easy, but I mean, that could be the situation. There are these parents like that. The woman on the panel that was just saying, "Oh, it's all in everybody's head." Like, she's out there looking for a trans teacher. Oh, I got to get my kids in a trans class so they understand. They understand how to fight against the bigotry of the Fox News fakers.
Right. So did you want to watch the prayer?
Yeah, bring it up.
Okay. This is
bring up Desmond's first. Didn't Desmond have a video?
Okay. Desmond had a video.
Come on, let's.
Women in Gender Studies Explained.
Yeah, let's hear it. I'm dying to hear. Fuck, this is what the classroom needs right here.
So I've been meaning to talk about women, gender, and sexuality studies, WGST. I majored in this at Dartmouth College. I was also a government major.
Oh no.
Look, we should have watched this first. Oh, we could have. Look. All the flack that you were giving me. Oh, look, where's good faith Gary, Adam? Oh my God, you're totally mind reading. What are you doing? Be nice to Desmond. Look, Adam was completely correct the whole time.
I minored in theater. So I always
never could have guessed it. Not in a million years.
All right.
Oh my God, I never would have guessed.
Wow.
Sitch.
Don't be such a bigot against theater kids. Okay.
Sitch.
Don't be a bigot against musicals and theater kids. Huh? Stop bigoted against the theater. Okay.
I never would have guessed that. You're right. He's breaking every stereotype.
Hear people yell at me being like, "Oh my God, what a waste of a major. I would never let my kid major in this. I would never Okay, relax.
Yeah, Adam. Relax. Okay. Relax.
Look,
It's a very useful and important major.
Look, right? I took some theater classes in college. I'm not a square. Okay,
no, you
I
didn't.
Get it.
You took theater classes in college?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Just to bang chicks, right?
Mostly.
Okay. We're on to you, Adam. We're on to you.
Maybe.
There was some hot girl who was like...
I had some really hot girls in my theater class.
Exactly. So, Adam is like, what class should I take? And then like some really hot girl walks by and she's like, I can't believe I finally got into theater class. And Adam's like, well, I know what I'm thinking.
I'm going to theater, guys.
And that's the real reason why Adam hates musicals, because he had to perform in one just to try to attract some lady, and then it ended up not working.
My theater teacher worshipped my voice. It's one thing I always think about when you talk about my silky voice. Yeah.
Oh my God. This is why you hate musicals. Were you molested by your theater teacher?
She would have totally molested me, but she wasn't my type. So this was college. So, I mean, fair game, right? I'm 20. She's 65.
This is what happened. Okay, now it all makes sense. Now we know why Adam hates musicals. Okay, he was propositioned. He was uncomfortably propositioned by an older woman when he was 20.
It wasn't a sane voice though.
It embedded negative feelings in his mind forever.
Look, you have to do scenes and stuff. And I would do the scenes, and she'd be like, "Oh, your voice is amazing. You could just make a living in radio easily." Yeah,
right.
It's kind of funny that you talk about it, and I mean, people have complimented me on my voice.
Because you have a nice voice. What do you mean?
Yeah, it's
stop trying to fish for compliments.
It's cool.
You asshole.
That was the first. I was like, really? Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
She might have been she might have broke my "you have a nice voice" cherry.
Let me just give you my perspective. We'll pull up some images, we'll have a good time. You and I talk, I'll let you know why I chose to study women, gender, and sexuality studies, as well.
Women, gender, and sexuality studies. Ooh, Sitch. Do you think that would be a good major for you? Would you enjoy that major?
I mean,
women.
How hot are the women in this field? Right?
It's
a real question.
It doesn't matter because they're all lesbians.
That's
single
true. They're all lesbians or gay men or trans. Yeah, that's a good.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah, you're not getting any action in there.
No.
As well as government, as well as theater, but mostly let's explore the WGST today. As a kid, I was fascinated by something, and when I say as a kid, I mean as a 4-year-old. I went to school with my nails, and they looked kind of like this. The boys said that I couldn't, that it wasn't allowed. I didn't get why. They said,
"Oh my God, he's still rebelling."
That's hilarious. You're right. He's basically stuck in this. Well, you called that when you said that he's being childish. He's still stuck in this kind of rebellion. But wait a minute, what's going? Okay, what is? Wait. What is happening here? He said when he was 4 years old.
Right.
He went to school.
Which you don't. I mean, what preschool?
So he went to preschool. With sparkly nail polish.
Right. Yeah.
What is happening in that household?
Please tell me they're not adoptive parents. Please.
Well, I'm just saying, like,
please tell
me. No. Like, I'm just saying, like, I don't like. Okay, if I'm raising my kid, they're 4. Pretty sure they're gay, right? Like, assuming they're like, oh,
who you don't know. Look,
I know. I'm just saying.
Nobody knows they're gay at 4 years old.
I'm just saying. Imagine hypothetically, you have a 4-year-old kid. They're like the gayest 4-year-old that ever existed, right? Just so gay, right? Okay. You're like, just imagine. I'm like, okay, that's fine. Gonna love them anyway. I'm not, a homophobe. I'm not bigot. I don't know if I'd be like, maybe you shouldn't paint your nails when you go to school. Like, maybe you should pass on the sparkly nail polish at 4. I would. That's that's what I would think. That's what I would, as a parent. I'd be like, let's pass on the sparkly nail polish until you're a little older. Okay. Just the thought process.
Wow. I mean, if your son wanted to put on sparkly nail polish, you'd tell him no?
Listen, when I was 4, and I told this story before, when I was 4, I wanted to go to preschool dressed as Zorro. Okay. Not a good idea. As Zorro, yeah.
Oh, that
not a good idea, right?
I might have encouraged that. I'm not sure.
My parents let me do it the first day. It was a bad decision on their part. A very bad decision.
They let you. They taught you. You were like,
they did.
I get it. This was a bad decision.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Exactly. That's great parenting right there.
That is terrible parenting.
Why?
That is terrible parenting. No, you should be like, no, you're not. You can't go to the school.
Look, you remember to this day.
That's true.
That sometimes Sitch can make bad decisions.
That's true. That's true.
So
yeah, but sometimes it can have the reverse effect because obviously Desmond took the reverse.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you could still be dressing as Zorro right now. You could be like, listen.
I could be like, listen. I know that I'm white. And I'm of Russian and Romanian ancestry, but deep in my heart, I identify as Mexican.
I went to school dressed as Zorro, and kids made fun of me.
That's right.
They told me I couldn't dress as Zorro.
I'm a two soul individual. Okay, and that second soul is the soul of Zorro.
They told me I couldn't dress as Zorro. And now I'm a school teacher in Gardena, and I dress as Zorro every day.
Every day, just to show them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Said, no, you can't do that. Only girls can do that. And it didn't make sense to me. No one had an answer. And people are like, oh, well, that's not a reason to study gender studies.
Well, wait, they're 4, so I don't expect them to have a good answer.
Yeah, exactly.
But okay.
They didn't exactly pull out the philosophy.
Yeah.
Let me give you the philosophy of cultural studies here.
None of these listen, when these 4-year-olds were trying to enforce gender norms on me, none of them had a good answer for why. Well, I mean, they were 4. But even if what if they were saying, well, listen, I asked a teacher. They couldn't give me a good answer. I'm like, well, can a teacher explain a complicated subject like gender norms to a 4-year-old in a way that the 4-year-old is going to understand?
No. They're going to say,
I'm
put the
guessing
nail
no.
polish where you're going to get that all over the desk.
Right.
Well, no, let's keep talking about this. It didn't stop. Right? So like you got the nail polish and you're thinking, okay, nail polish, well, only for girls. Why? What about that makes it only for, okay? Well, then it wasn't just about things are only for boys, things are only for girls. Then it was things within the genders, right? I had a lot of girlfriends.
What is the, let's go to the nail polish thing. Well, first of all, guys can wear nail polish nowadays.
Yeah.
And it be straight.
Of course.
Not seen as gay, depending on
Got a lot of girlfriends wearing nail polish, I'm telling you.
Okay. But I said guys can wear, so especially if they're going for the goth aesthetic, right? Guys can paint their nails.
Of course, yeah.
Or blue or purple or something. And it's funny because I know guys that have done that and they always get compliments from girls.
Of course, yeah. No, that's what I was saying. I'm like, in Southern California, nail polish, that's like your go-to move to get a new girlfriend.
Right. They're like, oh, I love your nails.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah. Which is funny.
You're like, this guy's so masculine, he can wear nail polish and it totally works.
Right, but you don't usually see a guy who's straight wearing sparkly, what we would consider feminine nail polish.
Yeah,
right?
you can't talk like Desmond and wear nail polish and be a lady killer.
Right. But what I was gonna say is, so Desmond is aggrieved as a child, and even now, that certain makeup and certain nail polish is deemed for women, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why is that a bad thing?
Well, I'm fascinated that he decided to study this, right?
Well, no, but I'm just saying, there's this assumption that some aesthetic fashion decision that women use to differentiate themselves as women and men use to differentiate themselves as men, why is that inherently bad? Why is it bad for that to be a thing?
It's not bad. And the interesting thing for me is this major that he took is probably in the sociology department, but took him further away from the actual truth of the matter, right? This is what I was talking to you about with standpoint epistemology. It's like you're going to get the information from a bunch of disgruntled lesbians. Maybe they're not really interested in the truth. Maybe they're interested in just building some ideology that makes them feel good. Right?
Sure.
And now Desmond is learning that ideology as if it's some sort of, factual thing based in science. It's not. Look, all this stuff is sexual signaling. It is.
A lot of it is, yeah.
Yeah. And it might not be biological. It might be cultural. But
I would argue that the desire to create aesthetic sex signals that are differentiated between sexes is biological, but what those signals are, to some extent,
are cultural. Yeah,
are cultural.
Totally. Yeah. Right. Well, I mean, we see red nail polish on super hot supermodels, right? As we're kids, we grow up and we just associate red nail polish with hot supermodels. So we see them on other people and we start thinking, oh yeah, that does make her look good too.
But also, Jordan Peterson talked about this in the original Vice piece that got him in trouble. Obviously there is a biological idea behind,
rouge,
lipstick, rouge and blush and all these things, to sort of draw attention to
sexual arousal.
Right. Yeah. Your face looks different during heightened sexual arousal. You're trying to draw attention to specific parts of your body.
Didn't lipstick come from the girls who gave blowjobs? I thought that's what the origin of it was.
No.
No, I thought it was. It was like a signal from ladies of the night that they did oral sex. That was the origin of lipstick. Yeah.
I have no clue if that was the origin.
This could be
I don't think that's the evolutionary reason for why women might wear lipstick.
This could be apocryphal, but this is what I've heard. Yeah.
Okay.
That lipstick was the signal from the ladies of the evening, and I don't know, like
I have a feeling that
early medieval England, that like, okay, I provide a special service.
I would guess.
Which, could you imagine in medieval England? I mean, they showered like once a month. That's like disgusting.
Yeah, I would guess that lipstick has probably has been around for so long in some fashion.
Really?
That I think, yeah. Like,
I'm trying to think if I see it in black and white photos. I don't. I mean,
there's something about like they found ancient Sumerians wearing lipstick, Adam. Like,
oh, did they?
Yeah, like lipstick's been around for a very long time.
Okay.
So, but that actually destroyed. Well, it depends, because I don't know if only women in those cultures wore lipstick.
Oral anthropology.
Because that would be interesting. Because then that would definitely crap on a lot of the cultural aspect. Because you say, why was it only women that were wearing lipstick for like all of human fucking history, or most of human history? And it seems to be, at least from looking at this Wikipedia article, it says when they were talking about early history of lipstick, they didn't say, it seemed like they were only saying the women were wearing it. They weren't saying the guys were wearing it. So it's not just like they say like, oh, long hair, men used to have long hair, blah, 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 blah. Well, it doesn't seem like there's a time period where men wore lipstick pretty regularly.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you have a makeup type that you're like?
That I wear? No.
Well, I mean, do you like, some girls obviously like wear too much makeup and you're like, oh, that looks like a clown thing.
Yeah.
When girls do their lipstick outside of the ridge of their lip, like they're cheating a little. Oh my God, that drives.
Oh, you mean to make it look like they have fuller lips than they do?
Yeah, that drives me insane in a bad way. I'm like, oh my God, you look like a clown. Join the circus already. Like, learn to do your makeup. You look like a bimbo. Get off. Look, you look like a common streetwalker. Get out of my face.
Look at Adam is so judgmental. It's like 1 inch, 1 millimeter, 1 JPEG pixel of like lipstick is like off the lip, and Adam is like, get out of my way, thoughts.
Ladies,
go back to the street.
Ladies, knock it off, okay? You know where you know where the line is, okay? Stay in the lines. Look, and I don't. It's funny too, because
that's the real reason they taught little girls to color in the lines so they could do their makeup. Adam.
Look, it's just aesthetically, it's so much worse. Even if you have thinner lips as a woman, the color of the lipstick will make the lip look fuller, even if it's the same width. Like, cheating outside the lines is just, it's such an aesthetically unpleasing look that I don't know why they do it. It drives me. Ugh, it's disgusting. Isn't that weird? That's weird, isn't it?
I mean, it's weird that you have such a visceral response.
Oh God, it's just it's like, no, honey, stop.
Okay,
please.
So I think we know what happened. So Adam's theater teacher, who tried to molest him, had lipstick all outside of her lips.
My theater teacher?
And yes, your 65-year-old theater teacher
tried to molest me. What do you mean tried?
Oh, I'm sorry. Your theater teacher that did molest Adam. Obviously,
look, I had to get an A in the class. Look, I was failing statistics.
Oh, this was your statistics teacher.
No, I was failing statistics. The theater A brought the GPA.
I see.
No,
so Adam
first of all, I'm making all of this up right now.
No, this is a real. Adam is laughing to expose his pain, so we should all accept that. He was molested by his 65-year-old theater teacher who had her lipstick all outside the lines of her lips while she was singing from the hit musical.
It wasn't the worst sex I've ever had. Let's just put. I'm kidding. Jeez, I'm making these are jokes.
What song was
okay,
she singing
please.
while she was molested?
No.
Or did she make?
Look,
What song did she make?
I was
you
never
sing?
molested.
What song did she make you sing? While
Her name was Joanne. She was very nice. Okay.
What song did Joanne make you sing when she was molesting Adam?
I didn't. There was no singing involved. Okay.
Was it Mary Poppins song? I feel like it was a Mary Poppins song.
Look, I don't even think she was 65. She may have been 40. Okay.
Oh, you're a bad person.
Look.
What Mary Poppins song did she make you sing?
There was no singing.
A Spoonful of Sugar. Was that
you.
what it's? She was making you sing A Spoonful of Sugar as she molested you. That what was happening?
The entire chat is like, what song?
It was
What
A Spoonful of Sugar,
song?
wasn't it?
There was
In
no
every
singing.
job that must be done, there's an element of fun. It's so insidious.
Look, no.
You find the fun and snap the job's a game. Oh my God. We
Nobody.
figured it out, chat. Spoonful of Sugar. Adam was molested too. A Spoonful of Sugar.
Nobody likes musicals, Sitch. I know this is like a huge cope because you're like, oh, someone who doesn't like musicals must have been sexually assaulted by someone singing Mary Poppins.
We have this very clear image in our minds of an old woman with lipstick outside the lines telling Adam a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. She's molesting him.
Oh, shit.
It's very clear.
Look.
It's very clear. Okay.
Okay. All right. That's a little headcanon for you guys. Let's get back to the real story here. Desmond, what's going on?
Papa, can you?
What's going on? Not girlfriends, but like girls that were friends of mine.
Oh my! Look, you gotta back it up. What's going on? Why are you laughing? What happened?
Was the song. That was the song.
What?
Can you hear me?
What musical is that from? You don't
even know.
I'm totally lost. I don't like musicals. I don't watch musicals. Not because I was sexually assaulted by my acting
Papa,
teacher.
Can you hear me
but
song?
Papa, can you hear me?
Yeah, from Yentl.
No,
Barbara Streisand.
Look, I find that offensive, and I think Joanne may have been Jewish, so that makes it even worse.
Oh my God, it was Yentl.
So bad.
It all makes sense.
It's so bad. Oh my God. I hope Joanne's
Adam,
not
can you
watching.
hear me?
I hope Joanne's not watching this. Forgive me.
Why is Adam being sexually assaulted? It's so funny to me.
I know.
This is the patriarchy over.
That's so weird. One of these days, I'm going to come clean with a real sad I was sexually assaulted story.
I know. It's going to make me feel so bad for laughing.
Yeah, exactly. Be like,
oh
okay.
my God.
This part is funny. You got to listen.
Okay.
Look.
Desmond
wants you to know that he didn't have any girlfriends, like the kind that you have sex with. He just had girls that were friends with.
Oh, really? Like shocking.
I know. Look, I never would have guessed that either. If I said that, Sitch would have been, oh my God, why are you doing this, Adam?
Yeah.
Things are only for girls. Then it was things within the genders, right? I had a lot of girlfriends growing up, not girlfriends, but like girls that were friends of mine. Here's what totally freaks me out. We'd go swimming and we'd all have swimsuits. Like it'd be fun, and we'd even go, there's this store called Limited 2. We'd go like swimsuit shopping together, right? We would go swimsuit shopping together.
How fucking exciting.
This is so Southern California. I have a feeling. Oh wait, did Desmond say no? It was the other woman. I have a feeling Desmond's from Southern California.
So here's my question. So for people that say that these gender behaviors are all socially constructed.
I know. After this video, if you believe that, oh man, you're slow.
So Desmond here, who is not, they're not trans, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're gay. I'm assuming.
Seems that way. Yeah.
Right. Why would a gay now obviously not every gay male is like effeminate, right? But why would a gay male who is effeminate be drawn to all these female gendered activities if gender is just a social construct?
Oh, I don't know, Sitch. Maybe there's a biological component to it.
Yeah.
Just like the monkeys, the macaques and whatever.
Right.
Play with the
right.
dolls or the trucks. I mean, geez, this is
Yep.
like, of course, Desmond didn't learn any of this in his sociology department because it's all run by butch lesbians.
Wow.
Well, I'm serious. Look, they don't trot out the monkey experiment in
No.
the
And
feminist
gender
studies.
gender
Yeah,
studies class,
exactly.
yeah. Generally,
They don't go, oh, look, these monkeys have a rich gender cultural. Look, they have a third gender as well. Look at the non-binary
The non-binary
chimpanzee,
macaque monkey.
the non-binary.
You see this like one macaque monkey with a bunch of makeup. You're like, wait, what the fuck? Where'd that macaque get the makeup?
Oh my God. It is. It's so. This is just. It's like religion. It totally is like religion.
Yes. That's just a funny name for a monkey. Macaque.
Macaque. Yeah.
Macaque monkey.
God, have you seen those monkeys that disabled people have that brush their teeth for them and stuff like that? Oh,
Yeah.
So
It's,
amazing.
They're not macaques. They're
What
the
are
same with
they?
the monkey that people use for the helper monkey. They always use the same type.
I know. God, they're so adorable. There was a guy that had a YouTube channel that was just that monkey, and I think he was training to be like a disabled person's monkey.
They're like the little tiny ones.
Yeah.
What kind of monkey is that?
He would bring out like a bag of like chips or something, and the monkey would just go crazy for the chips. Oh my God. Yeah.
Someone said wives. No.
They're adorable.
Bad. Capuchin. Thank you.
Yeah.
Because the capuchin monkeys. Yeah. Thank you, JS.
They are adorable.
Little capuchin monkeys. I actually saw someone in my neighborhood
With one?
with a little. They would ride a bike and they had a little capuchin monkey on their back. I'm like, wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. God, that'd be so cool. I wish I had a little monkey like that.
I don't. It's probably just a big hassle.
Why?
Have a monkey?
Yeah. It's like a pet.
Well, listen. Why don't you get a monkey then? It'll be good for
I
the
might,
stream. You have a little
after-
monkey crawl around you.
Look, after Wormy passes on. After
You'll get a
he goes
capuchin
to-
monkey.
Great. After he runs out of his 9 lives, maybe I'll
Right.
get a capuchin monkey. Who
There you
knows?
go.
Be badass.
Too. I was like the guy
But I only want a non-binary one, though.
of the group. My mom would call me the purse holder, which I'm pretty sure is a sexist term now. But we would go shopping, and I would like hold everyone's bags, and then I would try on the swimsuits, and they would try on their swimsuits, and we'd say which ones looked good. But then they would try on underwear and bras. That I wasn't allowed to see. But I'm like, and this is like 11, 12-year-old Desi, right? Who had like the posse of girls we'd all hang out. I'm like, that doesn't make sense to me either. Like, we could.
He's like, why am I not allowed to see that? I mean, I feel you, Desi. Why? What's
See
going on?
a girl in
Finally,
a
we've reached
swimsuit,
agreement.
which looks like this, right? And it's like, okay, that's totally normal. We see that all the time. But underwear and bras, which are the same thing. In fact, swimsuits tend to be more revealing, but underwear and bras are a no. We can't see those. But swimsuits we can see. And the longer I lived my life, the more these things stopped making sense. I didn't understand.
So there's like this weird idea. I think some people on the left have where like something can be acceptable in some contexts and not acceptable in other contexts. And then they say, oh, well, therefore, because it's acceptable in any context, it should be allowed all the time universally. It's like, well, no. Like, you go to the beach, you're walking around without a shirt on, right? If you're a guy and you're wearing little shorts when you go in the beach, you shouldn't walk into every store with no shirt on as a guy, right?
Yeah, totally.
That's considered very bad form and like weird and gross. And you're like, what the fuck are you doing, right?
Yeah.
And so just because it's acceptable for you to do it on the beach doesn't mean it should be acceptable in every situation.
Yep.
So,
well, there's
I
all
don't know.
kinds of things that you could play off of. A lot of times,
Right.
Underwear and bras have lace and stuff like that, which is more sexual signaling that doesn't necessarily occur on swimsuits.
Yeah, I mean that's a good point. I think you're right. They're definitely, but they would say, well, that's all cultural and social, and I'd say it is. But
Of course.
So what? Yeah,
Yeah.
but so what? That's
All sexual signaling is cultural.
Well, I
I
don't agree
mean,
with it.
maybe
Yeah.
not all of it.
Right.
I mean,
But
if you
there's
want-
nothing.
I can think of
There's
some that might not be cool.
there's nothing wrong with having sexual signaling that is culturally developed and retains its, private sexual signaling. There's literally nothing wrong.
Of course, yeah. I think even the picture he showed had like lacy underwear.
He did. Well, that's the
Yeah.
thing. That'd be weird. Like if you're at the beach, there's a bunch of people wearing like two-piece, right,
Right.
bikinis and whatever.
Somebody's in lingerie. You're like,
Yeah, you see someone walk by in like
Okay,
a bra and panties, you're
Victoria's
gonna be like,
Secret.
"Well, that's weird." Like you're gonna notice, like it's
Yeah.
immediately gonna stick out. Like
Yeah.
it's like a weird thing.
somebody's going to have sex behind the lifeguard stand. Jeez. What the fuck?
Well, and also usually like
Put a swimsuit on.
yeah, especially for women, they need to get the bathing suits need to be at a thicker material than like your underwear because very often your underwear is like see-through if it gets wet or it's
Or not even wet. It's see-through.
right,
So,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be more sheer.
Yeah. Lacy. Yeah.
And then even as an adult, right? I'm in college. I'm like, what is Coke Zero? Let me explain. There's like Coca-Cola, okay.
Yeah.
Diet Coke, okay.
Yeah.
But now we're gonna come out with Coke Zero. It's like, what is
Yeah.
Coke Zero? Well, it's Coke with zero sugar. Diet Coke has zero sugar. It's 0 calories. Well, Coke Zero has 0 calories. That's why we've got. What is the difference? Besides the fact that one, you like made black and isn't diet, and the fact that the other is a diet soda. It seems like
Now you're just stretching. Coke Zero.
Don't they taste
obviously has-
different?
Well, yeah, and it has a different sort of artificial sweetener. So, I mean, this is a stretch.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Listen, I don't like Coke. I've never liked Coke. But yeah, that's what I thought. Coke. I don't know which one is which, but I thought Diet Coke had one of those
Diet
artificial
Coke has like
sweeteners.
saccharin, and Coke Zero has sucrose or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even I know. I don't even drink this shit. Look, give me sugar, okay? I'll take the sugar.
Coke Zero has 2 ingredients Diet Coke lacks: potassium citrate and acesulfame potassium.
He's like, why? It just doesn't make sense.
Diet Coke has
Zero
one
is like the
ingredient.
swimsuit of the, like.
Diet Coke has citric acid, which Coke Zero does not.
He's like,
Coke,
shut up, Adam. I got to get this video to 6 minutes.
Coke Zero sugar looks and tastes more like Coke, and Diet Coke has a lighter taste. See, that's because I remember I thought like basically my recollection of when Coke Zero came out, because it came out like in my lifetime, didn't it? Like Coke Zero has been around for a super long time. My recollection was when they first, 2005.
Your
My recollection was
recollection?
my recollection.
Old timer.
My guess.
I remember back in my day,
my day in
recollection.
2005.
My
during the
recollection.
George W. Bush administration.
Back when I was being sexually assaulted by my theater teacher.
Back when my MILF teacher was sexually assaulting me while making me sing Papa, Can You Hear Me? No, so
Put the yarmulke back on, Adam.
put that wig back on, Adam. Take this lipstick. No, okay, this is my thought process is that
Okay.
when Diet Coke first came out, the thought process was probably we want to make this taste as much like Coke as possible, but with no sugar, right? But because of whatever technology was available to them, it's going to taste different, whatever artificial sugar. And so the years go by, and people know Diet Coke and Coke taste different, but some people actually prefer the taste of Diet Coke instead. They just get used to it, they like it, whatever. And then
Those
eventually,
people are so weird.
they're able to basically create something that tastes almost exactly like Coke or more like Coke, but is diet. And they want to introduce that as a product too.
Yep.
They don't want to replace Diet Coke because a lot of people like Diet Coke. So there enters Coke Zero.
Yeah. They've
So.
got this weird tasting soda that is virtually undrinkable, but people are somehow addicted to it. It's so weird. Diet Coke. I mean, it tastes, I don't know, like pesticide to me or something. It's nasty.
I think all Coke tastes disgusting. I don't know how anyone drinks it.
Oh man, Coke is delicious.
Coke is, I don't know, it's so saccharinely sweet. I'm like,
I know. I love it.
oh, it's disgusting.
Can't drink Coke all the time, but I wish I could.
Sprite and orange soda is where it's at.
Sprite's delicious. Orange soda's I love all soda. Soda's like my guilty pleasure. But anyway, Desmond, you were telling us about your nail polish.
One seemed to be marketed for men, the black one. It's not, men don't go on diets, right? Just Coke.
What? There's gendered soda now? Look,
Was that
stretch?
I thought it was flavor. I've never heard the theory that Coke Zero was for men.
Zero. And then women. Women do go on diet. And it fascinated me. I'm thinking to myself, there's got to be something I could study that would make more sense of these things. Why can't boys wear nail polish? Doesn't make any sense. How come swimsuits are okay, but like underwear and bras you definitely can't see those. You'd get arrested if you walked around in the street with that. Like, there's something going on here, right?
Yeah.
Where society has these rules, but they're not logical. They're just rules, and we follow them, right? So, and I'm not saying these rules are bad, but I'm saying they're there.
Well, the problem is that there is logic to all of these things.
Yeah, total logic. That's the problem, and you're not going to find out about that in gender studies.
That's the thing. There's logic to them. You could disagree with the logic or think you should be able to do it anyway, and that's fine. But there is logic and reason to these things. Now, these rules that Desmond is talking about. I mean, I think the logic behind like the bikini versus first of all, it's not true that you can just walk around anywhere in a bikini, right? If you're just wearing a bikini and you walk into Home Depot, everyone's gonna be like, "What the fuck's going on?"
No,
right?
I think you could get away with that.
You could get away with it, but people are gonna be like, "That's weird," right? You
Well,
can just walk
Home
around
Depot
in a bikini.
has like a pool section, so it'd be like. I'm serious. Like if I saw a chick walking around in a bikini.
You think she's going to the pool section of Home Depot for some reason? She's like, I have to be wearing the outfit that I swim in order to look at pool equipment at Home Depot.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't think, oh, this is the end of the world. I need to call the police.
I wouldn't either, but it'd be weird. You'd be like, wait, why is it? I think first thing I think is, oh, someone's filming something for TikTok or Instagram.
I mean, if she walked into Target, I mean, they have bikinis in Target. I think, oh, she's just trying a bikini on.
Okay. Yeah, but you don't walk around the store in it.
If she was at like Petco, I'd be like, what the fuck is going on here? Oh, she must have been taking her dog for a walk.
Adam was like, okay, bikinis in Home Depot makes sense. They sell pool equipment there. But Petco, that's a step too far.
I mean, I'd give her the benefit of the doubt at Petco too.
What about Best Buy?
Yeah, Best Buy. I'm like, something fishy's going on here. Best Buy, nah.
Okay.
Look, I only like to see the good in people. I don't like to see the bad.
Okay, Dolores. Jeez. What if it's a guy wearing a
Speedo? Get out of here. What are you doing? Go back to France. You pedo?
There you go. We found him. Got him.
Why does Speedo rhyme with pedo? I wonder if they answer that in gender studies.
There you go.
That's why I studied this, right? Some people go, well, what type of what actually was the benefit of studying something like gender and sexuality studies? I have to say it's been extremely beneficial to my job, both as somebody on social media and as a learning specialist, right?
Wait, I thought they were a teacher. What the hell? Oh my God.
They are
scammed.
Did they say they weren't a teacher?
What?
What actually was the benefit of studying something like gender and sexuality studies? I have to say it's been extremely beneficial to my job, both as somebody on social media and as a learning specialist, right? You have an idea of what kids are thinking if you study gender studies, because gender heavily affects a lot of young children, right? Not saying there's indoctrination, right? But I'm saying if I get a solid male assigned at birth individual and female assigned at birth individual and they're cisgendered, right? The girl is gonna wanna learn cursive more than the boy, usually, right? And I'm people like, oh my God, Desi, is that a stereotype that you're saying? No, it's society's stereotype. Girls write pretty and they write in cursive and boys do not. That is what we are told. So if I have a kid, two kids that are...
Do you think, so I have noticed that women, young girls seem to be more inclined to write in cursive. They definitely seem to have better handwriting than young boys did. I think that's an interesting gender difference I never thought about, but that definitely conforms with my experience.
I mean, I always dot my I's with hearts, so I don't mean, who am I to talk?
That's weird. I didn't even notice that until Desmond just said it. But how can that be a gender? Like, I've never been told that. Like, our teachers would always yell at us for having shitty handwriting, right? Like, the teachers never like, oh, girls can have shittier handwriting than boys. They never like, oh, girls like. There was never this gender. Like, I noticed that gender difference between writing, but I never experienced someone, explicitly or even really implicitly.
Did you ever
creating
pass
this.
notes with girls in school?
Sure.
Is that like a thing?
Sure.
Do you ever feel like they were like trying to wind you up with their
fancy writing?
girly handwriting?
I never thought about them trying to wind me up with their fancy handwriting.
Oh, really?
That was never. I never sexualized the words, the text.
Oh, really?
No.
Oh, man.
God, you are so fucking. You are like so Coomer brained. Like, you literally could think of nothing else.
Hold
but
on.
sex
I don't.
when you were
I
really
disagree
younger.
with the Coomer brain thing.
You were 100% Coomer brained as a child.
Coomer brain is
Yeah.
someone who thinks about it a lot but is not getting it. That's like
Is that the definition of Coomer? Is that? The
I feel
definition?
like it. Yeah. It's someone who it's like a chronic masturbator.
I just thought someone who just excessively thinks about it like all the time.
No, it's someone who thinks about it all the time because they're never getting it.
Okay,
There's a
whatever.
giant difference between
You
someone
were
who's
so,
like passing notes in
Jesus.
class with
Adam was so
a
hyperfixated
female.
on sex that like the text itself on the note was like sexually enticing to him. He's like, oh, that's some sexy text I got. Some sexy lettering, baby. Oh,
Look,
yeah. Look at this
I'm working on a
lettering.
theory here, but
Look at the curve. Oh, there it is. The curves of the woman. The curves of the text are so
Yeah.
hot. Yeah, look at them curves. Oh my
why
God.
do you think women have long hair and men generally have short hair?
I don't know. I mean, that's not always been the case for most of human history. So
Why do you think men are turned on by long hair?
I don't know.
Okay.
What does that have to do with handwriting?
Just, I mean, I'm trying to think of
Listen,
sexual
obviously-
signaling reasons why
Listen,
women might
obviously-
have this cursive difference from men.
Obviously, men like women with long hair because then they
Hmm.
can grab it and drag them further distances. Okay.
Tatachi
Against
said,
them.
Adam wants you to know that he definitely got it.
Yes. First of all, Adam is 100%. Thank you, Chitachi. Adam 100% wants you to know that he was not some loser. Okay. He got sex, despite the fact that he's being married. So we all know.
Look,
Right?
Look.
Yeah. Look.
Why? Hold on. Why is that?
Why is what?
Why is it important not to be classified as an incel?
Because you want to show people, you're like, look, I was cool. I was cool. I was hip.
Look, I was trying to postulate why there is a handwriting difference between men and women.
Right.
That's where
I don't
this
think
originally came from.
I don't think.
Like, I
if
could
had to,
see a schoolgirl going, look, how am I going to like turn this guy on?
If I had to guess, I don't think.
Do women not like to turn guys on? I feel like that's one of their favorite things to do.
If I had to guess.
Look, you're not even going to answer. Women
No,
in the
'cause
chat. Do I need to do a poll?
Stupid question.
Women
Yes,
in the
it's a
chat.
Stupid question. Actually, I'm curious now. I'm looking at women men handwriting study. Okay, because I don't think this has anything to do with sexual signaling.
Yeah.
I don't think this has anything to do with sexual signaling. I think it has probably entirely to do with just the way in which, on the average man and woman's brains are wired differently and for different things. And that whatever that is for women, that's what leads them to have
Look,
better.
I'm
handwriting.
tweeting at GadSad right now. We
I don't think it
need
has anything to do with sexual signaling.
look. We need to do a handwriting
Because
sample when women are ovulating. We
Women
need
on
to check
there you go.
We need to
women
check
on average have better
the curves
language.
on that cursive.
There you go. Do the curves get fuller when they're on? No, but
Yeah, no, when
they're
they're
horny.
in their most fertile part of their cycle.
There you go.
Look at that!
No,
all the
I don't
hearts
buy
have
that. I
all
don't
the
buy any of this.
all the eyes have hearts on the top.
There you go. Women on average have better language skills overall than men do on average. And so obviously that would translate to handwriting too.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Here you go. I found a study. Men and women
nice.
differ in the neural basis of handwriting. The neural basis.
Wow.
There's an ongoing debate about whether and to what extent males differ from females in their language skills. In the case of handwriting, a composite language skill involving language and motor process, behavioral observations consistently show robust sex differences, but the mechanisms underlying the effect are unclear. Using MRI in a copying task, the present study examined the neural basis of sex difference in handwritings in 53 adults.
Mm-hmm.
28,
Fascinating.
was it 27 males and 28 females, or it doesn't say, whatever. Compared to females, males showed increased activation in the left posterior middle frontal gyrus, a region that's thought to support the conversion between orthographic and graphomotor codes. I don't know what any of that means. Functional connectivity between Exner's area and the right cerebellum was greater in males than in females. Further sex differences in brain activity related to handwriting were independent of the language material. This study identifies a novel neural signature of sex differences and a hallmark of human behavior. So there you go, Adam. There's some literal neurological difference. It's not just sex signaling.
Like
horny.
Why? Look, I barely even paid attention to what you were saying. Because
I know. It's because you were too busy thinking about women.
Someone in the
you're a
chat.
boomer.
Someone in the chat typed double story G's, and I just started thinking of those G's.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
There's an experiment that's funny. There's an experiment where they gave people handwriting and they had them try to guess if there was a male or female. Let's see. It says 66% of the time they were able to correctly guess whether it was a male or female that wrote.
60%. That's it.
66.
66.
That's
Still.
pretty good. Yeah.
I mean, okay.
That's pretty good.
I thought it'd be closer to like 90%. Jeez. I feel like I can always tell the handwriting apart. God, women just always seem to have perfect handwriting. It's kind of disgusting. Every time I'm like, what the hell? It's like they're a robot or something.
I've seen women with bad handwriting, but I'll admit, on average, women generally that I've interacted with have much better handwriting than men that I've seen. Well, also here's another thing too. Well, I don't know. People are saying that they think it's hand size because women generally have smaller hands. I'm not sure that. I'm not sure that's the answer.
Oh yeah, that's what it's like. A surgeon. They're just down there like carving out those
there you go.
G's.
They have those tiny little hands. It makes them better. I don't buy that because then like young kids would like be better with handwriting, and they get shittier as you get older, which I don't think really happens. So I think there's some neurological thing happening. Anyway.
Are both dyslexic. Those kids would actually really benefit from learning cursive. Fun fact, cursive, you can't flip the letters backwards. So if you're dysgraphic or dyslexic, cursive might be really beneficial for you.
Is this true, Adam?
I'm looking at sexy cursive. You can't talk right now.
Wait, so you should okay, so Desmond just said
something about dyslexia.
If you're dyslexic, it's easier for you to read cursive because you can't flip the letters backwards.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Well, maybe you just learned something amazing from
my type of dyslexia is that I have a really narrow focus. So like I can only focus on like 3 letters at a time. Yeah.
Right. So that wouldn't make it. You're not flipping letters.
Yeah.
Right.
There's different types of dyslexia.
Because I
have a really narrow focal point on my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Really.
Because I would say teaching cursive is probably a waste of time nowadays. I mean, it was basically a waste of time when I learned it. But nowadays with typing, why would you ever need... There's no point. There's literally no point. To teach
Every
cursive.
once in a while, I'm writing by hand and I start thinking, what an idiot. Like I pull out my phone and I start talking into the phone and just dictating.
Yeah, but even when I mean, yeah, that's the thing. It's just pointless. Sasha sent me a study, fine motor precision tasks, sexual differences in performance with and without visual guidance. Supposedly women have better fine motor skills. So that might explain the some of the writing differences. But
mystery guest for $100. Hey guys, what's up, mystery guest?
Mystery
yeah,
guest.
thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks for the support.
Do you think that Desmond learned was there a message or was it just $100?
What do you mean?
Was there a message?
Yeah. Hey guys.
Oh,
That's
hey,
the message.
thank you, mystery guest. Thank you.
You assumed our, pronouns, but
You
whatever.
assumed our pronouns. We'll forgive you for the $100.
Look, you can call hey gals works too, right? For $100.
We found Adam's price point. For $100, you can call me gal. Call me lady.
Look.
He puts on the nice lipstick.
Just make sure you just make sure you smash the like button.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Guest. No, but do you think in Desmond's gender studies class, did they talk about the neurological differences or the fine motor skill differences between men and women and
Of
Ryan?
course not. Okay. They talked about the patriarchy.
Right.
Yeah.
But I know going into a room as a gender studies major, not just as somebody with a master's of science in education, but as a gender studies.
A master's of science in education and a gender studies major.
Yeah.
This
What's up?
might be the most terrifying person we've ever reviewed on the channel.
No, give me a break.
I mean, I'm scared. I am scared.
Uh-huh. Wash is 1,000 times worse than this. I don't know what you're so scared about.
Oh, really? Yeah, maybe you're right. Well, I feel like this person could be working for the Biden administration like any minute now. What are you talking about? It's true. Vosh is never going to work for the Biden administration.
Well, see, no, here's the thing. After, what was the guy's name that was stealing the luggage?
Did that guy get fired? I hope so.
Yeah, of course he got fired.
Now they're finding all sorts of shit out about him.
Yeah. But I'll just say after that, the Biden administration will never hire another man in lipstick again.
You're right.
Like Joe Biden's like, the last guy we hired with lipstick was stealing people's luggage. So that kind of some kind of weird fetish. Wear women's clothing that they stole.
Oh man, that story is so unreal. That story is so unreal. Yeah.
Sam Brinton, that was the guy's name.
Major. Teaching the boy cursive and convincing him it's a good idea is going to be significantly more challenging than convincing the girl. And knowing that is good. So there is a lot of real world applications for women, gender, and sexuality studies. We've seen.
Look, you don't need to take women, gender, and sexuality studies to learn that, though. That's the thing.
So there's a new story. There's new development. I don't know if you saw it in the Sam Brinton.
I did.
Saga.
Yeah, I saw it.
So
they've actually traced down some of the styles he was wearing, where they were stolen from.
There was a fashion designer who designed some like very elaborate red dress looking thing.
More than one. They got pictures of him wearing multiple outfits that she designed.
That a model wore on a runway, and it says they were unable to attend the fashion show after the original designs disappeared and were never recovered.
Right. Yeah.
And so I guess they're trying to say that Sam stole them.
Yeah.
But here's the question. They could have just got those by random chance, right? Like he must have figured it out. Like, how could he just randomly luck onto this like fashion designer's luggage?
He tracked it down.
He must have, like, yeah.
What
did he ever explain?
What did the Biden administration make him? He was like the nuclear waste disposal guy, right?
He was like the assistant nuclear waste disposal guy.
Oh, okay.
Did he ever defend himself? Did he ever say, bizarre. I just took it by accident or something?
The luggage that he stole?
I'm very curious as to what his bullshit excuse was.
He's non-binary.
I'm assuming what was going on. I'm assuming that Sam has some very bizarre fetish where he gets off on stealing women's clothing and wearing it. Because what else would it be? There's no other explanation for it. It had to be some kind of fucking weird fetish, right?
Okay,
there's no other explanation for it.
You're calling me Coomer Brain.
What? What is there's no other explanation. If he just wants to wear women's clothing, he just go out and fucking buy women's clothing.
Look, you don't know how much hotter it is when it's stolen.
That's my point. He has some kind of weird fetish for it.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my God, a woman wore this.
He's
like, yeah, when you buy store-bought clothes, they're not worn by some other woman.
No.
Yeah. That's why he steals them off the luggage carousel.
There you go.
It's like a 50-50 thing. Sometimes he flies all day. He's like, just rounding up. He He gets off the plane and goes to the UPS store and mails them to himself.
CT for 2 Canadian says, fake news, Adam. You've never seen my handwriting. There you go.
I feel like I have, but
there you go.
CT writes like a guy.
There. How dare you?
Well,
JMac
the handwriting I've seen.
There you go. JMac for $20. Thank you, JMac. Says, my son used to tell me he wanted to wear shorts in winter, and I would tell him he would get cold, but he insisted he wouldn't. Best teacher's experience. He got cold.
Yes. Yeah, JMac knows.
There you go.
The Zorro test works every time. How'd you like your day at school in your Zorro outfit?
I don't even think I'm pretty sure that the teachers literally didn't even let me go to school.
Oh, really? They just turned you away?
Yeah,
wow.
They said you can't. They said you can't do that.
Wow, really?
Yeah. I was 4, so I'm really trying to work off ancient memories here, but
that's sad.
Which, you know what? That's what they should have done that.
Not in this day and age.
No.
In this day and age, it would have been, oh, look, a non-binary kid. Get in here, Zorro.
There you go. My pronouns are Zorro.
Lawyers, we've seen social media personnel, we've seen learning specialists, we've seen consultants. I mean, I went to school with a lot of very, very talented people that studied this, and they learned a lot from it. But I feel like people just think, oh, gender and sexuality, you just sit in a room and you talk about pronouns all day. That is not what women, gender, and sexuality studies is. It is extremely diverse. There is business, there's economics, there's anthropology, there is government. Like, there is some seriously real. I took a women in politics class at Dartmouth College. It was government and gender.
Okay, this video is very useless.
Mm-hmm.
So, here's the problem, Desmond. You're trying to defend taking of a subject in college. Okay, fine, but you have to actually explain useful knowledge. Teach your audience useful knowledge that you gain from this class. You can't just say, trust me, bro, I'm gaining useful knowledge from this program that you all think is bullshit. Right? That doesn't work. You have to be like, oh, I actually learned this. Like you could have talked about the handwriting thing, but like, oh, why do men and women have different handwriting? Well, here's a theory that I learned in college, and this is useful for teaching children handwriting, blah, 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 right? This isn't really useful. Just saying, trust me, bro, I learned good stuff. Like, you have to be more specific. I mean, otherwise, what's the point?
Dartmouth is an Ivy League school. I just learned.
There you go.
I wonder what Dartmouth he went to. Dartmouth College. Wait.
There's more than one?
I don't know.
I thought there was only one.
It's in Lebanon.
What?
It's in Lebanon.
It's in New Hampshire.
Lebanon, New Hampshire.
Is that the name of this? It's in Hanover.
Oh, it is.
Where?
Norwich. Lebanon's the neighboring city.
Okay.
Yeah. Dartmouth College, New Hampshire. Oh, wow. I wonder if he's from New Hampshire.
Maybe. Who knows?
Yeah. All right.
Notable alumni from Dartmouth: Dr. Seuss, Robert Frost, Nelson Rockefeller.
Rockefeller. Wow.
Mindy Kaling.
Oh, wow.
Star of Velma.
Yeah. Destroyer of
Scooby-Doo.
Yeah.
Gender studies crossover. Read the book He Runs, She Runs. Actually, the professor wrote the book. Great book.
Nice. The professor wrote the book. What a scam. You guys are all going to buy my book. For my class.
The worst I ever had was there could be some justification if you're taking some weird subject, like the teacher makes you buy their book, right? Because they're teaching some very specific thing. I mean, it's still kind of shitty, but fine. The worst was I had a creative writing class. The teacher made us fucking buy one of her fucking novels.
Oh man.
And it was not good. It made us write. She made us buy her novel and write a report on it.
Oh my God.
And you know what I did?
What?
I
You
said
wrote Black Lives Matter
100
150
times.
times on a
I
piece of paper.
said, fuck no, I'm not doing that. That's lame as shit.
Good for you.
And it was funny because I should have actually complained because it's actually really gross. It was like it was like a huge part of our grade was to read one of her books, her creative writing books, and write a report on her. This is in college, okay? To read one of her books that was like, and it was really lame because it was one of those things that's like a fake autobiographical story, you know? Like, oh, it's just about a woman who's my same age in my exact profession, you know, but living some kind of like
Oh my
fantasy.
God.
And you're like, oh my God. I was like, this is this is fucking
Not
unreal.
that I'm against self-insert or anything.
I was just like, holy shit. And so I just said no, I refuse to do it. And it was like
She didn't have laser
worth,
vision, did she? Tell me she did.
no, but it was funny because I think it was worth like 50% of her grade or something.
Oh wow.
I just didn't do it. I just got an F on that.
Ouch.
But it was hilarious because then I got an A on everything else in the class. So I ended up with a C.
That's evil.
I was like, whatever. I was like, I'll take it. I'll take the C.
This is Deborah Jordan Brooks. He runs, she runs. Why gender stereotypes do not harm women candidates. This book is a gold mine of difficult to find information on the truth regarding how the public views female candidates. There isn't another book like this out there.
Well, there you go.
So this is once in a lifetime literature. Oh, wait, look, review, Desmond. I'm just kidding.
Oh, that would be amazing.
I made that part up. It's only got 3 reviews, only 1 written review. I was looking for a summary.
I had to buy this book.
I know.
Women in politics class at Dartmouth College. It was government and gender studies crossover. We read the book He Runs, She Runs. Actually, the professor wrote the book. Great book. But it's like, wow, this is what causes women to be elected. This is what causes women to not be elected based on societal stereotypes. So it's just, I feel like people always brush it off as like, I cannot believe Dartmouth. You paid how much a year to study what? To study pronouns? That's not what we studied. That's just not. It gives me a leg up. It's literally led to a platform of 1 million people. It has really helped me as a learning specialist. It's really helped me as a person, right? So I just wanted to make kind of a quick video, throw some images out there and really have this conversation. If you have more questions about it, put it in the comment below. I could also make a part 2 with follow-up questions. Yeah, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe and we'll do some more educational videos on this. I hope you have a great rest of your day. And of course, I hope this helps. Bye everyone.
Wow.
Gotta find the Dr. Phil episode. I can't find it.
Fambrini. Desmond Fambrini.
Oh, it's on TikTok. Oh,
Is
God.
that where the 1 million people are?
Huh?
I mean, if he's got a platform of 1 million people, geez.
I don't know where that platform is because it's certainly not on this video.
I'm going, look, guys, I'm going to Dartmouth.
Yeah.
Dartmouth. I'm going to Dartmouth. Myth Darth.
Okay, let's watch the okay, so we had that. So now we'll watch the right wing, the evil right wing version. The PragerU video.
Wait a second here.
What?
He only has 61 followers on Twitter.
Yeah, no, he's a tiny social media presence.
Oh, okay. Good.
Actually, I have to go to the bathroom. You read some super chats.
No way.
Yeah,
I'm
put your dyslexia to use.
Look, guys, I'm just gonna sit here and stare into your eyes.
Okay, you do that. Why don't you look up the lyrics to Papa Can You Hear Me and sing it?
You want me to sing it to the audience?
Yeah, sing it to the audience while I'm away, okay?
No, thanks.
Serenade them.
I'll read a super chat or two. Maybe when I get to it. Right now, I'm very much looking into Desmond to see, I think I might go to Dartmouth. I might get my what's next in line for me education wise. I think my master's is next up. I have a Bachelor of Fine Arts. I think a master would be the next step. And then my PhD, add to Add to the wealth of human knowledge. That's what I'm going to do. I got to figure out this sparkly nail polish thing. I got to figure out what how that actually works. Okay, well, hold on. Here's the tabs. So let me see here. So we got mystery guest for $100. Hey guys, that's we have caffeinated tweaker for 2 Canadians who's not supposed to be super chatting us. Says, fake news, Adam. You've seen my handwriting. Lol. I mean, I said I saw your handwriting. I remember that. CT actually has very nice handwriting, so I'm obviously playing around. CT did a font that I still have on my computer, which is also very nice, like a handwritten font. What's the takeaway? A member for 4 months says, I'll like the stream after you answer my $5 super chat. Okay, well, let's go to the $5 super chat then. That's a great way. I hope this question is just aimed at me, since Sitch has decided to leave the stream early tonight. He doesn't want to hang out with you guys anymore. He says, I'm over. Oh, right here it is. What's the takeaway? For $5, is it possible? Hold on, I better read this. I better read this. Okay, it seems like it's okay, super chat. Is it possible that the removal of God from public schools is what allowed wokeism to take hold to begin with? Is it possible that the removal of God from public schools is what allowed wokeism to take hold to begin with? Yeah, I'm not certain about that. Like I said in the beginning, I do think society needs a shared ethos. And God used to be that shared ethos. So, yes, the removal of God from public schools was a removal of a shared ethos. But I do think for a while there we had a shared, like some people call it a civil religion, where we had a shared ethos that was kind of just the American ethic. You know, we are a nation of immigrants, and sure, not everybody bought into it, but not everybody bought into the God thing either. So, and now, I mean, wokeism has kind of come in and attack that shared ethic that we had, the after God shared ethic. So I guess maybe I don't think it was the removal of God.
What's the question?
What's the takeaway for $5 says, is it possible that the removal of God from public schools is what allowed wokeism to take hold to begin with? Which, like I think we need a shared ethic, and God at one time was that shared ethic. But I think after God was removed, we had a different shared ethic that held up for quite some time before this wokeness decided, no, we want to be the shared ethic.
I think the answer is that it is and it isn't simultaneously. Because if there's any ideology that exists that's counter woke, that's in schools, wokeness can't exist in the school at the same time, right?
Yeah, it's like one ideology tends to crowd others out.
Exactly. So yes. So in one instance, by removing any ideology from a school, it's creating a potential vacuum for something else to sneak in. So from that respect, yes. But I don't think it's like, I don't think it's specifically religion. I think that's just, as you were saying, if having any ideology, not having any ideology allows the vacuum, essentially. I don't think religion in school is the answer at all. Obviously, I'm very against that. So.
Well, but this is the thing, because we're kind of having a difference of opinion on the definition of religion. And I mean, by my loose definition as like a shared belief system, that shared ethic that I'm talking about that we need could be described as a religion.
I mean, I don't really like your definition of religion, at least the one you just gave. I think that's too general.
Right, it's like a secular religion. It's an ideology, is what it is. A
It's
philosophy.
an ideology. Right, it's philosophy, it's an ideology.
But we need some shared philosophy.
Yeah, we have to have it. Well, we have to have a shared.
I kind of like throwing God in there.
Appreciation of liberal values.
Look, I'm an atheist, but I still like the concept of God.
No, stop it.
Well, no, I like it because I like the hellfire and brimstone part. I like the.
You're going to hell, buddy. I don't know why you like that.
Well, no, I like it because it's like you can say, listen, do it this way, or you're going to burn in hell.
Yeah, but you're going to hell, Adam.
Thunderbolts and.
Listen, I'm exempt because I'm one of the chosen people. Remember, but you're fucked.
Well, I don't believe in hell, so.
That's why you're going.
I know that's what they say, but when I show up there, I'm going to be like,
damn it.
I don't even believe. So
yeah.
And they're going to be like, oh, that's great. Here, come here. We have a room for you. It's the non-believers wing.
Yes. Stand in the boiling lava and you can not believe as much as you want, Adam.
God, that's back when Jordan Peterson was good, man.
What? I don't remember him talking about hell.
Well, he talked about how the real thing is like suffering because you can't deny its existence. Suffering is the kind of thing that you can't wish away. Which I'm a firm believer of that. That's a good attitude to have. Anyway, Craig, or you? Or you want to read more super chats?
Why I stopped teaching.
I only got like 2, but they were good ones.
Question: why would a teacher who loves teaching quit her job?
Founder, Exodus Institute.
Uh-oh.
That's a great title right there.
Exodus Institute.
First of all, it's like, that's right. You got to get your kids out of these public schools, and also the Exodus just lets you know. We're going to use the fear of God to teach your kids. Take that nail polish off.
Answer: when her job is no longer about teaching. For 15 years, I taught ESL, English as a Second Language, to middle and high school students. The last 5 years were at public schools in Salinas, California. Salinas has suffered for a long time with a gang problem.
Yeah, Salinas definitely has a gang problem.
But it might just be, I'm looking at their website, it might just be, they just mean exodus, like you're exiting schools, like your exodus away.
No, that's what I mean. It's got the double meaning.
Right, but I don't know if I'm looking, I can't tell if there's like a religious thing.
Salinas is a small town in Northern California that's probably like 90% Hispanic, maybe like 99% Hispanic.
No, here you go. Kalina has 15 years, Callie has 15 years experience as a credentialed educator working in public and Christian schools, teaching multiple subjects and grade levels. Her rebuttal statement to Proposition 16 in California helped to stop the push for legal reverse racism in a new extreme version of affirmative action in 2020. She wrote the guide for the Blexit Foundation to expose the dangers of critical race theory. So there you go.
Wow.
The Blexit Foundation.
Students are just as likely to fall victim to the temptations of gang life as they are to graduate from high school. If that sounds like a challenge, it was exactly the challenge I was looking for. It's why I became an educator, to help put kids, especially teenagers, on a good path in life. And that's what I tried to do. I taught my students that if they worked hard and accepted responsibility for their actions, they would succeed, that their race didn't define them, that they should respect the police, that there are only 2 sexes, that communism leads to misery. But in the last few years, they were hearing something different in their other classes, that their race was their destiny, that the police were out to get them, that their sexual identity is a personal choice, that socialism is compassionate, communism isn't so bad, and capitalism is cruel. Many of my students, especially the ones who had recently come to America, rejected these depressing lessons. They knew what they had fled. They wanted to embrace their new country and its values.
Based.
Yeah.
I sent you a picture that I want you to bring up.
Yeah.
This reminds me. So I tweeted today. It's actually pretty funny. So Nicole Hannah Jones got into some back and forth with someone who ran away from authoritarian communist China. And they were talking about how, they ran away from this authoritarian government and now they're in this like amazing country of America, and American exceptionalism is true because they arrived here 30 years ago with $200 and yet now they're, successful.
Mm-hmm.
And Nicole Hannah, and they talked about, like the greatness of kind of liberal rights and natural rights. And Nicole Hannah Jones is like whining at them about this. And I said, interactions between people who escaped actual oppressive governments and people who pretend to live under an oppressive government are always hilarious.
Oh my God. You're such a heavy hitter on Twitter, man. That's like going for the jugular.
Because it's true. It's really gross.
It is totally true. Yeah,
it's really gross.
It's victimhood culture.
Yes.
Like it gives cachet to be a victim. You're like,
right.
Listen.
100%.
Yeah, there are real victims in the world. No, I maybe you sent it to someone else. I see your Blexit guy.
That's what I sent you.
Am I supposed to bring that up?
Yeah.
It's got Candace Owens in it, though.
I know. That's why I want you to bring it up.
She wrote this?
No. Well, Callie did, yeah.
So she's with, she's a Candace Owens?
Well, no, the Blexit Foundation, I think Candace Owens started.
Right. Guide Against Critical Race Theory. Look at that.
So there you
This
go.
is why I'm like, I mean, I'm sort of forced to like Candace Owens. Sure, I think she's a grifter, but
but
she's our grifter.
There you go. First of all, don't lump me in here with Candace Owens.
You love Candace Owens.
Don't you ever do that. Don't you ever do that. So this is the cover of the Blexit Foundation Guide to CRT, Guide Against CRT. Now, I understand that Candace Owens, I think, started Blexit and stuff, but so you look at this picture and it's like, obviously it's supposed to like harken back to the civil rights era. You have Candace Owens in black and white with a bunch of guys in suits, but she also looks kind of like, a Batman villain with the jacket over. But if
was she like I feel like this was originally a Malcolm X picture and she was like,
he was photoshopped into it.
Yeah,
probably.
She's like, look, I'm Malcolm X now, bitches.
If I didn't send it to you, but the next page says Blexit Guides Against Critical Race Theory, created by Callie Fontanella for the Blexit Foundation. Wouldn't you be really annoyed if you're Callie and you create this thing and then Candace Owens slaps her own face on the cover?
Oh, of course. That's like Candace's
I'm like, what
move.
the fuck? Candace, what the fuck? You can't, I wrote this. Don't put your face on the cover of it.
That's Candace's move, man.
I don't know. I was like, come on.
Look, you do the work, she takes the credit. Come on, that's so sad.
Wow, Callie really seems to know what's up here. She has this thing's pretty long. Going into it, and
so despite Candace Owens' face on it, you actually like the thing?
Yeah, critical race theory is a worldwide framework that proposes that all aspects of life must be explained in terms of racial identity. Blah, blah, blah. In other words, critical race theory is putting on a colored lens at all times and looking at all areas of life, of American life, through the lens of race, with the intent to dismantle systems that are deemed white supremacist. In the words of Kimberly Crenshaw, founding critical race theorist and law professor at UCLA and Columbia, critical race theory is a practice. It's an approach to grappling with the history of white supremacy that rejects the belief that what's in the past is in the past, and that laws and systems that grow from the past are detached from it. Critical race theorists not only believe that people of color experience racism daily, but also that the majority of American society, or more specifically, white people, have no interest in stopping this so-called oppression because it benefits white Americans.
It benefits. Oh, wait! I just thought. There
you go.
Well, I didn't realize it benefited us. Okay, well, I guess. Oh,
you haven't got your white benefits check in the mail today?
Now I feel better about it.
Yeah. They also believe that virtually all institutions in America are racist and that people are privileged or oppressed based on their race. CRT has also opposed the idea of colorblindness. Blah blah blah. So yeah, it seems pretty good so far.
I mean, what would benefit me is if the woke stuff was taken out of the schools, but I mean, that would be a true benefit.
Right. And there you go. Connection to Marxism. See, they caught out. Boom. Right there. I like it. I like it.
Nice.
Okay, anyway, let's continue.
But other students completely bought into it. I needed to know why. So I dove into the school's
I do like, wait, this is so funny. The graphic here.
wanted to embrace their new country and its values.
You got all the immigrant kids waving the American flags. But then,
Yeah, what's wrong
But
with
other
that?
students
Oh my.
the BLM flags. Oh no.
Cock blocked by the BLM flags.
Oh, the BLM flags.
Oh, look at this. Look at the little revolutionaries.
I know. That's so funny.
Damn you.
completely bought into it. I needed to know why. So I dove into the school's ethnic studies curriculum.
Look at the graphic.
Toxic. Toxic. Look,
It's got a radiation symbol on it.
you know how they have the advertising for cigarettes and stuff? They should put that on the ethnic studies.
Oh
courses.
my God. How hilarious would that be? That'll be the new law in Florida. DeSantis passes. There has to be a warning label on all woke literature.
Skull and crossbones.
So I don't know if you noticed, like
This philosophy's killed 100 million.
I don't remember where I was. I don't know if it was in Canada or some place, not the United States. It was the law that they had to put pictures of like diseased lungs on the, the cigarettes package.
That's hardcore. I love that.
So imagine if on the woke studies, there's like on the book on the back, there's a picture of like that before and after picture of like, the girl before she becomes woke.
Oh yeah, they should do that. That's a good idea.
Yeah, that on the back of the book.
They could just
love
do
it.
like the mass graves in Stalinist Russia.
They could do that too. Could do that too. They have a picture of like a bunch of starving Ukrainians in the Holodomor.
Oh my God. Oh, ouch.
Mass starvation. Hilarious.
Yeah.
The source of so many toxic ideas. I found classroom activities such as a privilege quiz where students would compare and contrast their gender, race, class, and sexual orientation with those of their classmates.
Gross.
I found another exercise which involved conducting a mock trial to charge various persons implicated in genocide against Native Californians.
What? Holy shit. That would be, they'd put Sitch right up there. They'd be like, oh, get the white guy in front of the room. He's
Hey, whoa,
responsible.
I'm Jewish. I'm the one being genocided. All right. Like,
Look, he already, Sitch is like pulling his yarmulke out. No, not me. Look, I'm innocent.
They like pulled me up. They like you turn around for a second.
Jewish,
I'm like in
look,
full,
put
I'm
him
like
in
full
the
Hasidic
banker
outfit.
line.
I'm like, no, wait a minute. I'm a prince.
Oh, look at this. They're not going to let you get away with that. Come on. Jewish are like the Schrodinger's minority. What are you talking about?
That's true. That is true.
When they need the mock trial, you're white, buddy.
No, listen, I'll be the lawyer. I'll be the lawyer.
You're going to be
I'm Jewish. I can't be oppressed. You're right. You're the lawyer. Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
We did have
that's the thing. In Salinas, it's like 90% Hispanic. There's like one white kid probably shivering in the corner. Oh my God. They're going to make me responsible for everything.
We had a mock trial once in I think it was in middle school. I don't know why. It was about whether it should be allowed to kill and eat a turkey for Thanksgiving.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So
But it was super
the vegans.
It was super weird because it wasn't just like kids arguing about like the morality of eating animals. Like there was a turkey who was like the brother of the turkey who was killed and eaten for Thanksgiving who gave testimony. So they anthropomorphized the turkeys. And I'm like, how the fuck? Wait a minute. Why is like what?
Wait, the turkey can talk?
Yeah, like wait a minute. We're killing a sentient animal? Like what the fuck is happening?
As soon as the turkey can talk, man, he's off. I'm not eating that turkey.
Those fucking crazy kids in the classroom still voted that it was legal to murder the turkey.
Oh, really?
After his brother gave testimony.
Them were some genocidal kids you went to school
I know,
with.
man. What the fuck?
In order to create a social justice counter-narrative. None of this should be surprising because the guiding principle of the curriculum was to critique white supremacy, racism, anti-Blackness, patriarchy, capitalism, and other forms of power and oppression. And in case you think this is just one school, passing an ethnic studies class will soon be mandatory for high school graduation throughout the state of California. And it doesn't stop at students. Teachers who reject these radical ideas, especially teachers with the wrong skin color, risk being labeled racist or white supremacist, putting their jobs and careers on the line. In June 2020, I addressed the Salinas School Board. I told them that allowing critical race theory and Black Lives Matter indoctrination in the classroom is unbalanced, too political, and will only do harm. In response, the board president, a professor of ethnic studies at a local college, called me anti-people of color. I am people of color.
Wait. We gotta see if we can find this. Salinas.
The school board meeting?
School board.
I think I was listening to an ABBA and Peach video, and they were talking about how they hate that term people of color.
They should. It's a terrible term.
Because it basically, and I never thought of this before, but it's completely, it downgrades their status tremendously because it's like white people and everyone else. It's like, what?
Yes. Well, and it also lumps them all together too, right?
It's like
all people of color have some shit.
Yeah, exactly. Totally.
Right.
But it's like white people and people who, aren't white. How how degrading is that?
Well,
and it's supposed to be, the thing that is supposed to be uplifting. Look, you're a person of color.
Right. It's interesting. Dev had a video he put out the other day. That was
I know. I saw it. It's great.
That was like, he talks about, why is it that when it comes to the protection of indigenous people, that never applies to white people in Europe or the indigenous people in that area.
Because it's impossible for them to be indigenous, right?
Yeah, and I was like,
even though I was born and raised in California. I mean,
right. I was like, that's a great point. Why did I never think about that?
But I guess I was raised on stolen land. I mean, my parents bought their home, so I don't know.
I can't find. I want to see this meeting where this guy told her like, "Oh, you're not black." Like, that's pretty gross.
The ethnic studies.
Yeah.
It really, it's critical revenge theory. It really is. That's what's going on here. Critical revenge theory. And I guess. Yeah. It's sad. It's very sad.
Mark Twain's Revenge. Thank you so much, Mark Twain. It's very generous of you. Says for $100. Says just showing my support, gentlemen. Keep up the great content. Thank you so much, Mark Twain.
Yeah, thank you.
The revenge of Mark Twain. Thank you. Bryant Townsend for $20. Thank you. Says Sitch, I have a very important question. Who would you vote for in 2024? Vegeta with Batman as vice president, or Goku with Superman as vice president? And what would they run on? Also, this is very, very important.
Well, I don't know. Listen, it says here, A-Team reigns supreme for $200. So,
so this is a very difficult decision here, because I wouldn't want Vegeta nor Goku as president. Okay, Vegeta would be, it would go to his head. He would become the egotistical prince of all Saiyans again, and probably start nuking countries left and right. Right. Not a good look.
Could get rid of our Russia problem pretty quick.
He would very quickly get rid of our Russia problem, right?
Okay, well that's not a bad thing, right?
Right. But he would also very quickly get rid of any problem.
Okay.
Including the American people's rights.
Oh no. So, he's going down that dark fascist path.
Right. So listen, Vegeta, my favorite character in Dragon Ball Z, not sure he'd be a good president. Goku would also be a terrible president because he wouldn't be there. He would just leave the office every day to go train and fight. He would be completely absent from the role of presidency. And he's also kind of stupid. So you're really asking me, do I want Superman as president or Vegeta as president, with Batman trying to temper Vegeta. I don't think Batman could temper Vegeta, so I think I'm going to have to go with Superman as president, because Superman
Well,
is
that
a
wasn't
good.
one of the options, though.
Superman is the vice president.
Okay, but
Superman is Goku's vice president. Goku is going to be absent as president, so
oh,
really
okay.
Superman will be president. So
I don't know.
gonna have to go with Superman. Gonna have to go with Superman.
Superman's like in the Kamala Harris role.
Yeah, I think Vegeta would run on the platform of make Planet Vegeta great again, and I think Goku would run on the platform of he wouldn't have one because he wouldn't be running, because he would just run. He would just run away from it all. So I'm gonna have to go with Superman.
I'm half Jamaican. In fact, before the board meeting, the district had sent me a gift just for being Black. A mask bearing the message, Black Educators Matter, an I Love Being Black sticker, and an African greeting that acknowledged the God in me.
Shit.
An obsession with race and gender has taken root.
That's, oh my God. Can you imagine getting that? That's offensive.
Yeah, I mean, I would feel uncomfortable if people were sending me stuff that was like white themed. It's not really a good look.
Then you say, said it's okay. What if someone sent you like a mask that said it's okay to be cracker? You know.
Well, wasn't one of them like you're black and a goddess or something?
Well, no, that's not the one that she got. It said there's God inside me.
Oh, okay.
Something which. So there's pieces of the school board meeting, but I want to see the one. I don't see the one with her in it though.
Oh.
It's unfortunate. It's got to be somewhere because there's pieces of it. Someone has to have this fucking video.
So sad. I just like
in our education.
What?
Public school was so uneventful for me. Like they were always worried about funding, and stuff like that, but it wasn't like some fight over politics in school.
Right.
There wasn't a fight to get like intelligent design in school. All that came after I was already graduated. Like it was just so uneventful.
It's the weed that's rapidly overtaking the garden. What can we do to get rid of it? First, advocate for academic transparency. Demand that your school district's lessons and materials be made accessible online so you can see what your child is being taught. That may not protect you from an individual woke teacher, principal, or school board, but it will make them all think twice before adding radical material into the curriculum. Second, be vocal, express your concerns, pay attention. If you come across lessons you don't like, make your dissatisfaction known. Let the teacher know, let the principal know, and if necessary, let the school board know. Speaking of school boards, consider getting on one yourself. This is a time for action. Third, take an active role in your child's education. Don't send your kids to public school and expect everything to turn out fine. Supplement their studies with lessons that counter the indoctrination they might be getting in school. Look into other options, such as private or charter schools that share your values. Or, if you can do it, homeschool. It's easier than you think. I will always be an educator. I don't think there's a more important job. My goals as a teacher are the same as they were 15 years ago. It's the goals of the public educational system that have changed. That's why I can no longer be a part of it. I'm Kali Fontanilla, founder of Exodus Institute for Prager University. Thank you for watching this video. To keep PragerU videos free.
Blah, blah, blah.
Maybe
decent video. Good video.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe I'll get a job on one of these school boards. I'll go in just all woked out, going like my makeup on and stuff. I won't paint outside the lip line though. Obviously, I want to keep it clean. But yeah. I'll be like, oh, I'm trans. Look, I'm perfect for the school board. Just what you've been wanting. Just what you've been looking for. I'm here to get my lived experience.
So I found a 4-hour video.
Selena school board
of the school. Yeah, but I don't see her in it, so I don't know if it's the right one. And her name doesn't pop up in the transcript.
Oh.
So,
damn.
well, I mean, how, why else would this be up there, right?
Yeah,
Why
it's
YouTube?
probably just, it's probably that. It's probably her.
They actually have a bunch of these.
Yeah, school board meetings are all the rage. They love putting them online now.
Let's see, teacher. I'll see if I can figure it out. I am very curious to see what she said. I mean, the date lines up. The date seems like it lines up. So maybe this is the right one.
2020 is when she took off.
Oh, it was. She said she left in 2020. That's not right. Then this is 2021.
Yeah, that's what she said. 2020.
Oh well. I'll look. Anyways,
I feel like we're caught up on super chats here. I was just kind of perusing through.
No, there's lots of super chats we haven't read. Super chat time. Bop, 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 bop. John Masters for $5 says, unrelated to the topic, but what do you think of Dev's view that the true left-right divide between post and pre-enlightenment, is this workable or no? So I saw that he said this on Twitter. I believe you were the one who asked him this, John. I don't know what he means by that. I don't think that makes sense. Like how can that make, like, in terms of, like, to me, that doesn't seem useful, right? Like in American politics, if, most of American politics is not the extreme left or the extreme right, like, right? Majority of it is people that still believe in like liberal values that are Democrats and Republicans. And I categorize them as the left and the right. And I don't think the people in the right wing in America, that's not like the weirdo, fascist people. Like, I mean, they're still existing in a post-enlightenment ideology.
What's the thing? Let me evaluate it. I don't know. What are we talking about? I will be the deciding vote here.
Dev said the left and the right would be post versus pre-enlightenment. So I guess the left would be post-enlightenment philosophies and right would be pre-enlightenment societies.
Wrong.
I don't agree with that philosophy. But.
Wrong. Well, Edmund Burke, one of the great conservative minds, said that all conservative philosophy today has incorporated post-enlightenment thinking into the philosophy. So, yeah.
Right.
So I don't how could you, Edmund Burke got it wrong? And I mean, enlightenment is just, you're talking about doing away with individual rights and stuff like that. I mean, what does he mean by pre-enlightenment?
I don't know. That'd be the question too. What exactly does he mean by that?
Nah, wrong. The conservative. This is one of the things that the left says about the right that is just a stereotype that's completely incorrect. Sure, you get some religious people that are science deniers, or they're skeptical of scientific thinking, but most conservatives accept scientific framework and evidence-based thinking and all of that. Even if they're religious, I don't necessarily think those two positions are incompatible. So yeah, I think there's, you see just as much, I would argue even more like science denial type stuff on the left now, because the left is completely obsessed with gender, and all the stuff that they're talking about, sex and gender, is just, there's no science in that, any of that stuff.
Right.
Even the stuff that they're talking about in terms of climate change, I feel like, even a lot of conservatives are not like climate deniers. They're not climate alarmists.
Right.
So.
Black Hat 0061 for 11 months. Thank you so much. Says, gonna watch this later, but if you could eliminate one thing from your daily routine, what would it be and why? S-class, blue, blah, blee, blah, blue.
One thing from my daily routine.
So I'm tempted to say automatically, like assuming the question is, what could you remove from your daily routine, but without like penalty?
Suffering any consequences?
Right.
Yeah.
So the obvious thing at first would be sleep.
Sleep, yeah, that's where I was going. Look at that. We just gained 8 hours a day.
Right. But I don't think you'd want to eliminate sleep entirely. Because I mean, it's hard because we have to sleep. It's hard for us to conceptualize what life, like if you never slept, how would you, like, our conception of days is based around going unconscious and then you wake up in like a new day. So imagine if you didn't have that, if it was just this continuous stream of like awake. I don't know. I think it'd be weird.
Amazing.
I think it'd be very weird.
No way.
So like if you could say reduce sleep to like 10 minutes or something, or 20 minutes, just to get that sensation of like still breaking up the day, that would probably be useful.
Okay. I'm going
to say sleep or eating.
Eating?
Yeah.
Funny.
Eating. So.
I mean, if you could do those things for pleasure and just it wasn't required, that would be best case scenario, right?
Yes.
Like everyone wants to go out and have a nice meal with friends,
right.
loved ones,
eat all
whatever.
The time. Like, yeah. It's a hassle.
But kicking eating down to like Christmas dinner and, like occasional date with the wife, that would be amazing.
Which would you choose, eating or sleeping?
If I could get rid of one?
Yeah.
Sleeping, obviously.
Just for the time?
Yeah, the time.
Yeah.
Thing.
Yeah, that'd probably be it. Eating would be number 2. Sleeping would be number 1.
Yeah.
Also, if you didn't have to eat, you wouldn't have to poop, right? So you get 2 birds with 1 stone.
Well, no, pooping I would want to keep doing. I'm just...
Wait, why?
I'm only kidding. Just because it's like, it's funny thinking, I never eat, but I still keep pooping.
Okay.
It's like, what?
About being awake, I don't think you want to eliminate that from your daily routine.
Yeah.
Vinny Doman for 7 months says Home Depot sells wrenches for less than $20. How much are you guys selling wrenches for? Well, unfortunately for you, Vinny, I think the wrenches are not for sale.
Right. Yeah.
So sorry, Vinny.
But that is a nice ploy. I do like the effort there.
I do.
Dr. Diddler with
Dr. Diddler.
Another insult for me.
S-Class General for $5 says A-Team parks his car sideways to take up more space and goes dumpster diving for diapers so he can sniff them later. Ew,
gross.
Adam. S-Class is the best class.
I realized, like, you don't even follow Dr. Diddler on Twitter. I follow Dr. Diddler on Twitter.
I don't?
Yeah, what's the deal? You're like Dr. Diddler's he's your biggest supporter and you don't even follow him on Twitter. That's low. That's really low.
Look at you trying to sow division between us. Listen, I thought I did.
Look, I'm not trying to sow division.
Whatever.
I'm just saying, that's mean.
Well,
I'm just saying
I'm following him right now.
Look, I'm only saying that's like very cruel and heartless.
I'm not trying to sow division. I'm just saying that you're a bad person, Sitch.
Well, I didn't say you were a bad person. I mean, there's reasons to be cruel and obnoxious to people. So,
okay.
But I mean, if you're following him now, then that's cool.
Listen to this guy. You're so transparent, Adam.
Look, Dr. Diddler, I got you a follow there. I want you to remember that.
There you go. Solodoge for $2 says, any chance I could hop on to talk about education theory? I don't know. How do you feel about that, Adam?
Solodoge, I think, has been on before, right?
Yeah.
He seems competent and not insane.
Okay,
yeah.
Sure. If you want to come on for a little bit.
Well, did Solodoge was the one that was talking to us about Bitcoin and stuff, right? Or no?
Yeah.
No, that was a different guy.
No. Solodoge was talking to us about military stuff.
Military stuff, that's it. Yeah. He's in the middle, but he's like a libertarian guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Solodoge is great. I like that.
Okay.
guy.
Yeah, I see you like Solodoge if you want to come in for a little bit. Hear your theory.
He's got a theory about
He's got a theory.
How to educate these youngins. But military, like he's a military guy. So we're in favor of military school. Like we want to see Desmond in military school. That's our solution. Remember Bill and Ted's? Or now I'm totally dating myself, huh?
Remember what?
In Bill and Ted's wasn't
Bill and
like
Ted's?
Yeah, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
Yeah.
Wasn't his dad's threat to like put him in
Send him to
military school?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm gonna go to military school.
No, bro. No, dude. You didn't say bro back then. No, dude. I saw the third one. It was not good.
The third one's the best one. That's the one with the time travel and stuff.
No.
What are you talking about?
What?
Yeah.
They all have time travel. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh yeah, you're right. They all have time travel. But I mean like space travel.
That's the central premise.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
I mean, the third one has the most time travel. I'll agree.
Well, no, but the third one has like the afterlife and stuff like that.
No, that's the second. You're that's the second. You're saying the second one.
Oh, okay.
The second one, the first one is the one where they go
What's
back in
the
time.
bogus adventure? That's the good
That's
one.
number 2.
Okay.
Number 1 is the one where they get all the historical figures and they bring them to modern times and they go to the mall and they go to the water park.
Right.
Okay. Second one is the one where the evil robot versions of themselves come back from the future and kill them, and then they go to heaven and hell, or hell then heaven.
That's the one that I like.
That's the second one's better. It's one of those rare sequels being better than the original.
Yeah.
I mean, they're both good, but the sequel is much better.
Well, there's robots and also heaven and hell,
That's true.
which I mean, like the devil is one of my favorite characters. Anything robot, one of my favorites. So yeah.
Well, Devil's not really a character in the movie. Death is a character. Death is great. It's,
right.
What's his name? The guy from Shawshank Redemption.
Right.
Alexander Dumbass.
Dumas.
That's what it says. It says dumbass.
Yeah.
The third one was not good. The third one was the one with their daughters, and they have to like go in time to find the version of themselves that wrote the hit song that saves reality. It's really not good.
But hold on, that one came out recently, right?
Yes.
Yeah. That one was
really
dog shit.
Which is weird.
They didn't do a trilogy first, and then the dog shit one was like the fourth one.
No,
that's
There's
the
only
Matrix.
two.
The Matrix
That's the
was
Matrix.
like, yeah.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Evil robot us's. Lucifer Doman for 11 months says, my super hot lawyer girlfriend.
What?
Well, good for you, Lucifer. My super hot lawyer girlfriend is watching with me, and she says it's a common tactic to keep your definitions as loose as possible. Always leaves room to move. That's true. That's a good point. Your super hot lawyer girlfriend knows what's up, Lucifer. Andrew Clark for $5 says, Adam, you're correct that you hire people to make your house, but you can't decide or change building codes or build something structurally unsound. That is true. That's a good point.
True. But that's the whole point. They're coming in and they want to do stuff that's off code.
Right. Stop harassing the cat.
I tried.
You always turn off your camera. You do that.
Yeah, because it looks like I'm torturing her. Come on.
She hissed at you last time.
She's hissed at me before, yeah.
Just like, stop it.
Not as good as Nibbler. Nibbler would always, I could play Nibbler like an instrument.
No, it's not Wormy. The Wormy is the
It's
white
Ragamuffin,
cat.
yeah.
Yeah, If you ever hear, I don't think have we ever heard Wormy?
No. Wormy silent meows.
Does Wormy ever make sounds? Ever?
Yeah, occasionally.
Okay. Yeah, if you ever hear it, it's Ragamuffin.
Mm-hmm.
It's Rags. Just say that. It's Rags.
Adam
is molesting Rags.
Come on, I'm not molesting her.
Adam is well, yeah, I didn't say sexual molesting. You're just molesting.
Okay. You're right, it sounds so much better.
Fire everything for 7 months. Thanks so much for being discipline equals freedom for 7 months. Says you must be open-minded as a teacher, but at the same time offer all perspectives to what you are trying to teach. Both left and right ideas must be brought forth in the class. Liberalism and Americana. True.
I listened to that Stephen Hicks book, and now I'm getting like Stephen Hicks lectures recommended to me all the time.
Oh, Nietzsche and the Nazis?
Yeah, and I listened to an interview with him, and he was talking about how in college, any undergraduate class, your students should not be able to tell what your politics are.
I agree.
Yeah.
100%. 100%.
Yeah. Which I thought, that's a good rule of thumb.
Yep.
And he prided himself on none of his undergraduate students knew what his politics were. Like they thought, it ranged. A lot of them thought he was a socialist. A lot of them thought he was like a right winger.
I think it's a good simple way to frame it. You should not know what your teacher's politics are, period. That should be the criteria. Boom.
I feel like you should be able to gamify that, like in these schools. Like obviously, Desmond, his politics. Like it's written all over his face. That's the problem.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
Right.
That's the problem.
I gotta finish that. I never finished Nietzsche and the Nazis. It was pretty good so far. Yeah.
Oh, the ending's amazing. What do you?
Phil. Hey, Phil. Phil that remains for $5. Thanks, Phil. Says, hey, sorry I'm late. What did I miss? You missed all the cringe, Phil. All of it.
Yeah.
Andrew Clark for $10 says, like a good centrist, I agree with both Adam and Sitch. Sitch is correct that lipstick is saying that, quote, we should be neutral. However, Adam is right that lipstick's neutral is the leftist worldview.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Tim,
I like that you're calling them lipstick.
Oh, lipstick? Yeah.
Yeah.
Tim Pool has a new show.
What's that?
We should try and get on that show. That's like
what's the new Tim Pool
way
show?
More.
Mm-hmm.
It's like just an interview show where he just talks to people without going through the news and stuff.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
That's probably, if I had to guess, watch me be so wrong. If I had to guess, that's not going to be as popular as his normal show.
Yeah, but who cares? It'd be fun to just sit down and talk to Tim Pool for like an hour.
I think it's interesting because a lot of people criticize Tim for not doing the interview show.
Mm-hmm.
But I think a lot of people, part of the reason he gets such high views is because it's not just an interview show.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because people want to listen to them. They want to get their news from Tim, right? Because like with Joe Rogan.
Yeah, that's true.
A lot of times with Joe Rogan, you'll only listen if he's talking to someone you know or like. Or you read the little byline and it's something interesting, right?
True.
If it's something that you don't give a shit about, you're like, I'm not gonna listen to this.
Totally.
But with Tim, you could he can subvert that because he talks about the news. So.
That's a great point. Yeah. So maybe it will go nowhere. And there's also, he's moving into a crowded marketplace because like Lex Fridman does interviews. Everyone does interviews. Like
yeah, but listen, he's got time.
A lot of people do the interviews.
So.
Jordan Peterson's doing interviews now. He sucks at it, but he's doing it. I don't like Jordan Peterson's interview content.
No, I don't. I'm not a fan either.
Yeah.
Well, it depends. If he's talking to,
that makes it worse.
It works when he's talking to people who know him and they're having like a
dialogue,
a conversation where they kind of push and pull each other.
Vervaeke, I thought he did a terrible job with.
Who's that?
Vervaeke's his friend. Like he's the guy who would be in that category of like a person that they do dialogue and spar back and forth.
Why was it bad?
Because I felt like if this was your first interaction with Vervaeke, you'd walk away going, I have no idea what that guy is all about. And the point of a good interview is that, you ask questions of the person to.
Was it an interview or is it just a conversation?
Well, okay, it's a conversation then.
Well, there you go, buddy.
Well, no, I think that's I think that's an excuse, though.
Why you clap applesauce?
Look, you're inviting someone on your show because they're selling a book. You want people to walk away knowing what they're all about.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
I just look. I don't want to seem like a jilted ex-girlfriend or something, but. Jordan. Yeah. I used to really like Jordan Peterson's content.
Mm-hmm.
I do. I was thinking about this more too because I do think, Jordan Peterson's doing something now that his old content was never about him interviewing people. His content was about him being interviewed because he had interesting perspectives.
Right. That's a good
point. Which I don't. Like now he's trying to interview, and I watched the gold thing that we were laughing about last time because I was so worried.
Yeah.
And the guy has a pretty interesting perspective, but Jordan Peterson kept interjecting in ways that we've heard 100 times before and just did not seem relevant in the economics context. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. When I listen to his interviews, he talks too much in interviews and interrupts. And it's like if it's an interview, you're supposed to be drawing something out of the person, right?
Right.
Not necessarily going off,
Not
yourself.
using what they're saying as a jumping off point to change the subject.
Right, right.
Yeah.
I started listening to Eric Weinstein on Joe Rogan.
Didn't hear it, no.
Oh my God.
I've never really liked
Poor
Eric Weinstein.
I liked Eric, but God.
You liked him? Oh, look at you.
I did.
Look,
well, I mean,
you're
he's
turning
so
your back on Eric now. The thing that I never liked, well, he's like very arrogant and I just never really liked that aspect of him.
Yeah, he is a little bit. But I say that's the autism, so it doesn't bother me.
Well, now you think he's autistic, huh?
It's like Doomer. It never bothered me. Doomer's autism doesn't bother
Doomer's
me, but I
not
understand
autistic.
why.
Doomer's not autistic.
Okay, he's just an asshole.
Yeah, I mean,
But I love him for it.
Yeah, so do I. I love Doomer. What are you talking about?
But
I just wish he was nicer to the audience, so the audience loved him more.
No, come on. Doomer being a dick to the audience is like 90% of his charm. Okay.
It's not though. It really isn't.
It is. It is. People just gotta enjoy the kayfabe. Okay.
Yeah, but between us, not between the audience.
Oh, I
and
see.
you.
I see.
Yeah.
No, but it's just so I listened to part of it. I had to turn it off, and I was just like, I mean, he's just so terrified of nuclear war. Which okay, fine, but it's all like, oh God,
What a pussy.
It's all, Russia, Ukraine. Like, oh no, stop, Eric, no.
He's bought the whole 2014 coup nonsense.
He did. I think he actually said that.
Oh my God.
Remember. I don't remember if he literally said that or not, but I was like, oh no, Eric, no. Eric, no. Like he's just so singularly motivated by the fear of nukes. So
Well, that is something to be nervous about. I think
sure, but you can't if you just okay, if someone just says, listen, I'm so afraid of being nuked and starting a nuclear war that we just have to sacrifice Ukraine to the monster that is Russia, and that's it, then just say that. Just have that position and just say that's your position, right?
Yeah.
I feel like most people they're not going to say that.
Ukraine's the virgin sacrifice that we need to give to Russia to appease the nuclear weapon
monster that lives in the cave that comes out every 20 years, right? Yeah, if that's your position, which fine, that can be a position, but just say that's your position, right? And then just, you don't have to add in all the other stuff to it.
Yeah.
Well, anyway. Andrew Clark for $2 says, say it correctly, Sitch, play the clip if he doesn't.
Oh, that's the A-Team reign supreme.
Oh. I was like, what's he talking about?
We've got a clip of you saying A-Team reign supreme.
Yeah, that's terrible.
It's awesome. Very true. That's right. That's right, Andrew.
This is very appropriate. So in chat, I like this. Is actually hyper appropriate.
Are they getting mad because you're talking about Ukraine?
No,
I'm not looking
in
at the chat right now.
There's an account called World's Most Advanced AI Chatbot.
Oh, okay.
Saying in all caps, Victoria Nuland is on record bragging about creating a coup in Ukraine.
Oh, that is perfect.
Isn't that perfect? That is the perfect account name.
Well, AI bot, he must be new around here.
AI bot nailed it. AI bot nailed it. We are the monsters. We cooed Ukraine. Beep boop beep. This is what Aaron Monte told me and Jimmy Dore.
Let's say, for the sake of argument,
that
we did do a coup in 2014. Okay. Just for the sake of argument. If Ukraine has, two destinies, a Russian puppet state and obviously we know Russia is run by an autocrat that's been in power for 20 years and will be in power until he dies, and probably going to be, he's probably going to turn his evil empire when he does die over to someone that's even worse than him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or Ukraine could become some semblance of a democracy where people have a say in their form of government. Is the coup a bad idea? Do you do the coup?
Well,
if those are the two options, because I'm thinking maybe the coup's not such a bad idea.
It's an interesting question, but it's a different question, right?
Oh,
so
it's
like
totally
say,
a different question
right.
because
So
I
you
don't
could
like
say,
a coup
right.
didn't take place in any way, shape, or form. There was some
Right.
diplomacy
someone
going
can make,
on.
You could make the argument that it would be beneficial, though maybe not in the long run, right? But in the short run, or at least in theory, for the U.S. to coup countries, obviously the U.S. has done things like this in the past. The U.S. to coup Ukraine to make it a more freedom-loving, burger-eating, liberal country, right?
Yeah. The problem is in the past we've been turning them over to autocrats.
Right. But if we did do that, if America did do that, even if you believed it was the right move to do, you'd bite the bullet. You'd say, okay, I thought it was the right move to do, but I also bite the bullet and say that yes, that is definitely going to what's the word? Provoke. That's the word. That's definitely going to provoke Russia into action, right?
Yeah.
So you could say it was the right move to do in theory, but then maybe it wasn't the right move to do because it ended up in all these people dying, right?
In provocation.
It was a provocation, right? So then you'd end up saying, well, I guess it wasn't the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Now, the irony of the situation is that the U.S. didn't want Yukановich to be removed from office, but trying to tell that to any of these people is like talking to a wall. So
they wanted to leave him in the hands of the autocrat.
Well, they didn't want to piss off Russia, despite what the Arimates, Max Blumenthal's of the world tell you.
Yeah. Victoria Nuland's idea was just give them over to the autocrats.
Yeah, she's like, placate Yukановich. John Masters for $5 says, regarding the dangers of local government, that is a risk, but abuse at a local level is infinitely easier to avoid than abuse at a federal level. Is it infinitely easier to avoid? Well, I don't know. That kind of depends. Because on one hand, I understand what you're saying, or at least I think I understand what you're saying. On one hand, it's probably easier to expose and vote out people on a local level than a federal level because you need like less people to be involved. But at the other hand, it's harder. It's probably harder to change course because if you're living in like AOC's district, right? Are they ever going to change course to be more right wing?
Yeah, if you're living in California and you're like enlightened centrist and you got like 6 woke Democrats on your school board. I mean,
right. Yeah. If you're living in some sort of hyper woke area of California, if you're living in some sort of like really, super right wing religious conservative area, in Texas or wherever, like, so on one hand, I understand what you're saying. It is easier. So maybe if you say abuse, it's easier to some extent. I don't know. I think it's a mixed bag. I'm not sure I would agree to like a strict easier than statement. I think you need a good enlightened centrist balance. Guru Ralph for 7 months. Thanks so much. Says, give it up, Sitch. The Trump train is rolling full steam ahead. Choo choo. There you go.
Well, we're looking forward to it anyway.
Girls Arrow for $5 says, to replace the dolphin and the owl question, you should ask, are trans women women? I don't think that will serve the same purpose, Goro.
Yeah.
Let's go. Thanks so much for being Fruity for 2 months. Thank you. PEC for $5 says, yeah, respect my flat earth beliefs. Hashtag teach the controversy. There you go. True. Teach the controversy.
No, don't.
3x3 Nilo, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Asayar, hey Asayar, for $5. For 5 Walsies, says, I work in a school and kids learn all this stuff without teachers talking about it. These people acting like TikTok and Instagram doesn't exist. Yeah, that's a good point. that we should have brought up, that gets brought up a lot in these conversations. These teachers act like it's still the pre-internet age where it's very difficult for people to find this information out. Nowadays, it's just information is like the cheapest thing to get. And so I don't believe that kids, if they want to learn about, queer issues or sex ed or whatever, they could very easily find any of this stuff out on the internet. So easily. So easily.
Yeah, too easily.
Clyde for 4 months. Thank you so much, Clyde. Says, leftist teachers are the reason Gen Z is the most conservative generation.
That's so true.
Maybe. Also, S class is second best class after the one with Miss Cleavage. There you go.
Yeah.
Sitch Chan is obviously the best class.
True.
Oh, look at this picture.
Yeah, CT made this.
It's a cool picture.
Look, I'm shooting guns. I like that part.
This is me in a car with Adam and CT as we're fighting off the zombie horde.
Yeah.
There you go.
I don't know why we let Sitch drive. That's like crazy.
I hate driving.
I love driving. Oh, God.
But look, I'm driving a Sitch car.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
That's cool. I like
looks
it.
like my old. This kind of looks like an MGA, which is cool, I guess.
The Sitch Mobile. And CT is cutting a zombie in half with the powers of her karate chop. Look at that. Look at the blood. Look at the bones inside. This is a cool picture. I really like this. It's a great picture.
1957 MGA. Oh my God. Never got to own one of these cars, and I'm so sad. Have you ever owned a classic car?
No.
Oh, man.
I'm not a boomer.
You got to live a little.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Gotta drive my classic car with the stick shift. You haven't really driven until you've driven the stick shift. Oh my gosh. Chick, chick. I'm driving on the freeway with my stick shift. Oh no, it's bumper to bumper.
Hold on a second here. Have you ever driven a stick shift?
No, I've never driven.
You've never driven a stick shift?
No, of course not. Why would I have ever had the opportunity?
God, it's so much
I don't even know
fun.
how to drive a stick shift.
Look, that's why you get bored in modern cars. You're like, look, I'm playing with the radio. I'm like,
I can listen to something. I can be very dangerous and just, look on Twitter while I'm driving. And don't do that.
The gamification of driving. You had the oh man, my MG had a great shift. Oh God,
no,
amazing. Until
lame.
the clutch went out. That was a bit of a bummer, but
that's not good.
Yeah. Look at this. That's a sweet looking car.
It is a sweet car.
That's an MGA.
Nice.
It does look somewhat like the car CT.
That's the unsitched Sitch Mobile.
Look at that grill.
That looked kind of like. Did you ever watch The Prisoner?
No, what's that?
This old British show.
Oh yeah.
From like the 70s.
Oh, sounds boring.
It was really weird and really good
British,
till the end.
Anything British is like, gotta admit, kind of boring.
No, it was really good. It was like this guy who was supposed to be like James Bond, but he quits, and so they send him off to. They send him off to an island with all these other like ex-spies, and he's like trying to escape. They did a remake of it that I never watched and heard it was awful, with Magneto was like the bad guy or something. Ian McKellen.
It had Magneto in it?
Ian
so
McKellen
like a crossover universe or something?
It's you've probably seen, it's a very iconic thing. It's a thing where like, have you ever seen the clip of like the guy on the beach and there's like these giant like white looking like rubber balls
like
privilege? Chasing him? No, like there's these giant rubber balls chasing him, and they like grab you, and you get like sucked up into the ball. Have you never seen this? It's like a very like silly image. It's from The Prisoner. Like if you try to escape the island, these giant, it's like the 60s. These giant balls like would appear and like prevent you from running away.
Giant blue balls.
Giant blue ball. They're white actually.
Oh, The
Anyway.
prisoner white balls. Oh, look, it came right up.
I told you.
White ball.
The end of the show is so dumb and weird. It's like the worst ending of anything to ever exist in all of human history. Like it's totally like it goes from a show that had like weird like elements of artsy farciness to like just David Lynch nonsense at the end. Like just utter nonsense.
Utter nonsense.
Yeah. Complete utter nonsense. Anyways.
Look at these balls.
Look at the balls. And he had a little yellow sports car that kind of reminded. That's why I was thinking about it.
Oh, yeah.
Yellow sports car reminded me of that.
Love me some yellow sports cars.
But yeah, look at Thoth. Thoth knows what's up. What a based man. I am not a prisoner. I am a free man. I am not a number. Yes. I used to watch Prisoner with my dad. Yeah. Nice. God of Plague for $2 says critical thinking used to be logical analysis. True. True.
Yeah. Used to have to do with logic. Not anymore.
Selene for 3 months. Thank you. Says, am I a bad worker if I show up to work high? Well, without anyone noticing and still be able to do my job. Well,
no,
it depends what your job is. Depends what your job is.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
Look, I do surgery better when I'm high.
Are you a heart surgeon?
Look. Come on now.
I don't know.
I do.
Mm-hmm. Do you fly a plane? What do you do exactly?
What was that movie with Denzel Washington? I've seen that movie.
What movie?
Where he lands the plane upside down and he's like drunk.
Where he's yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I love that movie.
The anti-Sully movie.
That movie's so good.
Right.
I love it because it's like, yeah, you know. So, some people, they just do better when they're drunk.
Don't say that. JD Bachamp for $10 says, I can't watch the stream tonight because it's my birthday. Well, happy birthday, JD Bachamp. That's awesome.
Yeah, happy birthday.
I hope you gentlemen have a great evening. I'm going to guess that most of these people are for pro-choice abortion, but against school choice. Probably.
Oh, yeah. Good. That's a good one.
Landador for 4 months says, you guys should have Rose of Dawn on the next time you talk about trans stuff. A great underrated YouTuber.
I think I follow Rose of Dawn on Twitter, and sure, yeah, we'd love to have her on. Who would be good to come on and talk Ukraine with us? Because like it's no fun doing like the hug box thing. So we need to get maybe like Razor Fist or something to come on, and because we want to do it. There's a debate on Ukraine that we want to cover, but if it's just me and Sitch backslap,
yeah, we were talking about we
happy.
might cover the Constantine from Trigonometry, and I forget who his debate partner was, debated against Peter Hitchens,
right,
and some other beta male,
right,
about Ukraine.
And Peter Hitchens just, basically
Sucked.
went on about appeasement for.
Jesus.
I don't understand. Sitch and I are supposed to be the doves. How come we're the fucking hawks here? And like every single conservative has turned into a beta soy cuck on Ukraine. I don't get it. What's happening, Sitch? I don't understand.
Well, is Peter Hitchens a conservative?
Yes, of course he
Okay.
is. What are you talking about? Yes, he's a giant conservative.
I've never been a Peter Hitchens fan, so I don't know what exactly his
Peter
history
Hitchens is a
except he's some weird British
giant
guy.
conservative. All of a sudden, like the second coming of Hitler,
right,
it starts invading countries all over Europe, and now everyone's like a lily dove. Oh my God, peace and love.
Mm-hmm.
Like we have to bend over and take it. What are we gonna do?
Well, all I'll say is like, I know everyone was like a big fan of his brother,
Yeah, who was also conservative.
Christopher Hitchens, who was a famous atheist.
Conservative atheist. He was also
Right.
in favor of the invasion of Iraq.
Really interesting.
Funny, isn't that
that
funny?
Was Peter Hitchens in favor of the invasion of Iraq?
I don't know. Probably not.
That'd be interesting. But anyway, regardless of their political considerations, Constantine and the other guy annihilated Peter
mops
Hitchens.
the floor with them.
Oh my God, they just sucked in that comment. It was pathetic.
They did an Iraq comparison that I'm like, that is so based. We have to start using that, Sitch. Whenever anyone wants to bring up the Iraq comparison, we need to say, that's right. It is like Iraq. And I was not in favor of America invading a sovereign nation then either.
Right.
It's like, what the fuck?
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of thinking past the sailor going on in that conversation. So it's like, yeah, I'm not in favor of Iraq. I'm not in favor of Russia pulling invading a country either. So what does that have to do with anything?
Well, this is the thing. They act like, look, I guess theoretically, if you want, like Peter Hitchens is talking like this is really between America and Russia. Yeah. So
what about Ukraine?
It would, no, he's saying it would be totally over if we sat down and negotiated with Russia. And
What?
I'm like that. So what the negotiation would be, get the fuck out of Ukraine, stop sending them weapons. Right.
Right.
So are we going to do that? Are we going to, okay, look, you get Ukraine then. Negotiation over. And that's not a peace arrangement. Look, how would you feel if all of a sudden the United States was taken over by China? Like, and now we're going to be some satellite nation of China.
Well,
Chinese foreign ministers start coming in and they're going to be our new leaders. Like
the framing that like, oh, the Ukrainian people are like, what? Have they been hypnotized by the West? Like, I mean, why are they fighting if it's just between America and Russia?
They're fighting because they don't want, they don't want
obviously they're
Moscow
making
politicians telling them what to do.
Right. So I'm like, I don't know. He had horrible, terrible arguments. I was like,
look at
this
this.
is ridiculous.
This Simon, why do you do this? Adam is willing to fight to the last Ukrainian. Look, the Ukrainians are willing to fight to the last Ukrainians. Well, no, and all they're asking for is weapons. Look, do you think the outcome is going to be better for them? Like a lot of them would rather die than be a puppet state of Russia.
Imagine this talk during the American Revolution.
I know. Like, oh, we should just stop fighting, guys. Look, suck it up, bend over, let the King of England come over and sodomize you. Look, this is the peaceful way as you're getting ramrodded by the fucking dictator.
Well, I like that. I like that. Constantine's he brought up a really good point, which is he said, what is the off ramp? Because he said what I always say, which is why it's a good point, which is that the only way for the war to end would be if Ukraine has a security guarantee, and the only security guarantee really
is NATO,
is for them to join NATO. And that was kind of Russia's massive fuck up in the war, is that they left themselves no exit strategy. Because, if you don't have Ukraine join NATO or have some kind of, peacekeeping force on the border, I don't know, like some kind of wacky thing, like there is no other way to guarantee their safety, because Russia's already violated their sovereignty after having a written agreement with Ukraine. Once they got rid of their nukes. So what else there is no other possible solution.
This is another one. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was just saying, but if Putin lets Ukraine join NATO, then he'll look like he lost.
Look,
so that's why this is so difficult.
He didn't plan for that because he thought that Kiev would fall in like 2 weeks. He didn't.
They thought it'd be Georgia.
He was over optimistic about the outcome here. I can't imagine being in a situation where my entire country is being taken over by another nation.
I know,
and
it's crazy.
The entire world is just sitting around going, "Oh, that's fine." I'd be like, "Fuck you."
Yep.
Yeah.
JD Bachant for $10 says, "I did a public, private, and homeschool. I enjoyed homeschool the most. Despite what the name implies, homeschooling does not only have to be at home. I went to many clubs and classes outside of my home. Well, there you go. Yeah, I've heard mixed things.
That's
I've heard
great.
mixed things, but that's good. I'm glad you had a positive experience.
This is another thing that bothers me is the whole, and it's conceptualization. People, and I get this, like you don't want your tax dollars being spent on something that you're not into. But the amount of money being spent in Ukraine is tiny by comparison to the support of the taxpayers that want their money being sent to Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't just say, oh, we need 100% of people to be on board to send $1 to Ukraine. Because if, 40, 50% of the population is in favor of supporting Ukraine, and those people are paying taxes, those people are conceptualizing their tax dollars going to Ukraine, and your tax dollars can go to something else, right?
Sure. Rico Zoro for $10 says, why is it assumed that all parents even want their kids going to school? There are enclaves of people who find the education system the devil and don't offer their kids any option to learn. Well, first of all, I'm pretty sure in America it's against the law to not send your child to school. Right? Isn't that against the law?
Maybe, I don't know.
Your kid has to go to school or be homeschooled. And
Look,
I'm pretty sure
my
you can't
kids
just
are
say
going
I'm
to be
homeschooled.
my kids are going to be Montessori kids, man. They're just going to run around the neighborhood all day.
There you go. But so I think that's for good reason. I don't agree that a parent should just be able to say, no, I don't want my kid to go to school. I don't agree with that. But to me, that is a form of child abuse. Not give your kid any education. You're basically just setting them up to be for failure, and you're basically just setting them up to be a parasite on I'm including not going to homeschool in this. If you don't give their kid any homeschooling and you don't send them to any school, you're basically setting them up for failure and to be a parasite on society and a leech on society, which I don't agree with. Electromaster for 6 months, thank you so much. Says, Sitch, Adam, great stream as always. I know people who have awful experiences with homeschool. Social experiences build each year just like math. Yeah, I've heard very mixed things from people both on the internet and I know in real life that have done both. So it makes sense. It's going to be highly dependent on each person's experience. Drew the Dogman for $2 says, just admit sexuality is malleable. Well, what do you mean by sexuality? I think people can develop or lose fetishes. I don't think your overall sexual orientation is malleable at all. Or maybe it is to some point when you're young, I'm not sure. But I'm very skeptical of the malleability of sexuality. At least in most people. I mean, I don't even remotely feel like my sexuality is malleable.
Sexuality is like malleable to an extent in some people and not in others.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
yeah, maybe in some people.
Yeah.
And some people there could be some level of give. I would wager that there's not a lot of give in most people in terms of sexual orientation. So
didn't they say how much the Ukraine foreign aid was in proportion to the budget?
I'm sure you could look it up.
People
I don't know it off the top of my head.
I saw a thing that says 5% of the yearly defense budget, which defense budget isn't even the whole budget.
5% of the defense budget, not 5% of the budget. Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know how accurate that is.
Johnny Rico for 100 huffs. Huffs. I like that. Is that 100 Hufflepuffs?
Mm-hmm.
That's Hungarian money.
Oh, nice.
It says, I'm upgrading to S-Class.
Well, that's a downgrade. What are you talking about?
Bad Faith Adam thinks every gay man is Jeffrey Dahmer. Wow, Adam. Really?
Not every gay man, but Jeffrey Dahmer was a gay man, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Every gay man is Jeffrey Dahmer? I can't believe you.
Look, I think Jeffrey Dahmer is a gay man.
Okay. Lucifer Doman for 5 Canadian says, how many goth kids were in classes in the 90s compared to the trans kids now? Were their numbers similar? Well, it's a good question, which I don't know the answer to.
I feel like they were similar, to be honest with you.
I want to see the goth to trans study.
There were not enough goth kids in school when I was a kid.
Yeah, but I feel like the goth stuff was like after you.
What are you talking about? No way.
No, okay.
Look, you had all these 80s bands that were totally gothed out.
Oh, I thought you went to school in like the 50s.
Yeah, 1950, exactly.
Anthony Barron for $5 says, "Lucky you, Sitch. I had the really uncomfortable talk from my mom. She found the search history. Oh no!
Really?
Wow.
What happened there? Wow.
Wow.
What
Listen,
was it? Share that. What was the search history? Like, give us.
yeah.
How
Anthony,
bad
tell us
was
what
it?
was.
Yeah.
Anthony, what was the?
Hopefully there were no bestiality searches, right?
Well, assuming I don't know what your age is, but if it was like back when internet porn first came out, there wasn't a lot of variety, right? So you don't have to worry that much. But
Oh, okay.
see, when Adam says goths, he means like goths from like Europe, like historical goths. There's lots of goths in Adam's school. They came down from the mountains.
The Visigoths.
Yes. But no, see, it's funny. I actually learned. I think probably a lot of my computer technical savvy was making sure I learned at a very young age how to clear search history.
Oh man.
Well, if you forget, well, also because I don't know how you.
Why
but
is your
like
mom diving into your? First of all,
Well, no,
I
but-
was
well, they-
an adult, living on my own. I wasn't on my parents' computer
Well,
when
that
the
okay
internet
because
became a
because
thing,
the internet
so-
came out when you were an adult. Okay.
Right. Yeah. I was
Yeah.
like, listen, I can search whatever I want on my
Yeah, there
computer.
you go. There you go. But no, well, actually, it's funny because I'm pretty sure back in those days, like when there was like the family shared computer, I think I was literally the only person that knew how to access internet search history. Because remember
Ooh,
back in
did
the
you
day,
look at your dad's?
No, not really.
Uh-oh. That was a
I didn't think
long pause.
I was trying to remember if I ever, no, I didn't really think to. I would just clear it, every time I used it. I didn't really look to see what anyone else was doing because I wasn't really that interested. But no, because back in those days, it was before the internet didn't have the automatic fill-in search bars or anything. Like even back in, I think it even took a while for there to be history at all. I don't remember there being history like originally. It took a bit, but anyway, it's Majin for 8 months. Thanks so much. Says by JMax Mercy, I can harass you two again for free. Well, thank you, Father JMac. Does all this stuff make you rethink the whole nudist beach thing from Kill la Kill? What do you mean? I don't think there's a even a tiny bit remote element of wokeness or queer theory in Kill la Kill.
Kill la Kill is a work of art.
Yeah. So if that's what you mean by that question. So the nudist beach thing is hilarious in Kill la Kill. Kill la Kill is great. And a work of art. And also, a lot of hot women in it. That cringe for $5 says it's sort of true because my school had like 12 girls pregnant in 1 year. That's fucking wild. Holy shit.
That is crazy.
God.
There
I think
was
in my
only,
entire
yeah. Go ahead.
my entire school experience, I only saw one girl pregnant in high school.
Yeah, only one girl dropped out in my high school because she got preggers.
Well, to be fair, there could have been other pregnant girls, but I would not have known because they dropped out, right? So that's possible. But
Ooh.
Elder Hickory 7 for $7. Thank you. Says I'm at the homeschool part. In my experience, I found homeschool kids are massively lacking in social skills.
That's sad.
That is unfortunate. Thorgrim Hammerheart. Hey, what's up? Thank you so much for being a fruit here for 5 months. Says, hey guys, is there any possibility of getting Razor Fist on? I really want to see him be challenged. I never see it. Keep on crushing it, you kings.
I think Razor Fist might enjoy his hug box little bubble over there on his channel where he gets to yell and scream with his yell and scream at the screen with his sunglasses on and just be super cool.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Maybe.
Look, I'm only joking. I got nothing against Razor Fist.
Right.
I've some of his content I enjoy. I don't the whole angry thing is just really not my. I'm mellow. I like the.
He's like angry rocker from the 80s.
Look, I'm chill. I like to
who
chill.
thinks Abraham Lincoln was evil.
I remember when Tim
That
Pool
aesthetic.
I remember when Tim Pool was chill, and now Tim Pool is closer to Razor Fist. I do think like that's a way to be successful. Like a lot of people
Be really angry.
A lot of people on the internet are just they're filled with rage, and they want someone to articulate that rage for them. I mean, I got kind of triggered today because this is the stuff they're talking about is so insane, and these people are so stupid. I get a little angry, but I can't sustain it over an 11-minute video, right? So, but we would love to have Razor Fist on. I don't think Razor Fist likes us. People have tweeted at him and us at the same time, and I've said, we'd love to have you on the show and stuff like that, but he never really responds or anything. So
yeah.
But that's one of the reasons why I was just doing a little chiding there about the hug box and stuff. Maybe that will work.
Someone a few years ago was like really trying to set us up that for me and him to debate about something that neither of us had any interest to, and it probably put a sour taste in his mouth.
Oh, okay. Well, because what? Because you were being a dick, or
no. We had a different opinion on some political issue.
Yeah.
And this guy who was a joint fan of ours literally was just like OCD obsessed with trying to get us to debate about it. And it was like really fucking weird.
Okay.
Like,
yeah, that's not a good.
Yeah,
not a good look.
This is bizarre, but
I usually just mute those people, so it doesn't.
I had to block him because I was like, Jesus, like, chill out.
Oh my God, don't block him.
And I was like, this is like ridiculous. You need to chill out. You need to chill out, bro. It's really weird to me when people do that. They try to get like, oh, let me get these two people to like debate each other, and they just like fixate on it. It's like, just relax. Suggest it once, okay? If they don't want to do it, let it go. Like, right.
If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen,
right? It's like sex,
But it would be fun to have him on, and like if he could do the counterpoint on Ukraine, I'm sure he's like totally against Ukraine. So
sure, I would imagine. Gallus Jane, so thank you so much for being Freels here for 11 months with a smiley face. Gay Cuban hardcore right-wing agent for $10 says, why are teachers generally woke? I think it's just when you look at the types of personalities that are going to be attracted to teaching and education, I think it just puts you in a left-wing bias personality type, essentially.
Yeah, care, harm, nurturant, mother.
Yeah, very high in nurturing, very high in care, harm. I think people that are more right-wing personality types are going to be more self-motivated to like succeed in other avenues of life rather than education.
Yeah. Here's the path of a conservative teacher. How much do school teachers make? What the fuck? Look, I'm going into economics.
Right. So there's a phenomenon. There's a name for this. I forget what it's called. Where like, if you have something that selects for like primarily one type of group, like if you have, say hypothetically, so we have teachers, just the nature of teaching creates selection bias for people that have like left-wing moral foundations and feelings. That's going to unfortunately create a situation where, because most people there are on the left, it's going to allow the most extreme people on the left like easier access to pull things to extreme directions on the left, because there's not going to be any pushback from the right.
Yeah. And I don't understand why they don't include this in their hiring decisions. They're supposed to be smart people.
Right.
I guess it's because they want an environment that's ideologically pure. Well, we don't want to be challenged in the break room. Look, we want to sit around and talk about how Trump sucks.
I don't think for most teachers, I'm sure their teachers have been fired for expressing anti-woke opinions, but in the hiring process, especially historically, I don't think they're really like, it's just happened. I don't think it was like a decision like, oh, we're not going to hire the right-wing teachers, right?
No, they think, oh, that person voted for Trump. We're not going to hire them. And then that plays itself out over and over again. And soon, next thing you know, they're all like,
issue.
No, I think it is, to be honest with you.
Okay. You think there's all these right-wing teachers out there that just can't find work because they're right-wing?
Well, I think teachers probably stopped hiring Trump voters, like, unless they're in Trump counties or whatever.
I don't think they asked them. No, but
well, they could tell. They're like, look, this is a
there's
Trump
a lot
voter.
of Trump counties all over the country, right? So that wouldn't really explain that. There's another thing too.
Don't challenge my Trump theory. I'm very attached to it.
It's a bad theory. But there's another theory too, which is that if people who were interested in education and were on the right would probably be more religious focused.
Did you? Oh, sorry.
People that are
paying attention to you.
Yeah,
You're
you
debunking my theory. So I was like, hey, did you ever send Sola Doge the link?
I did.
Okay.
He never responded.
Okay. That darn Kidda is in the chat if you want to invite her on.
Sure, she wants to come on and talk about whatever we're talking about.
Continue debunking my theory.
I wasn't. I moved on to a different point, which is more, which is a better point.
My theory is safe, guys.
Yeah, which is that
Trump voters. That's what they were after.
People who have more right-wing ideas that still want to teach. I think they're more drawn to private school. Because there generally is a more religious framework and ideology of why they want to teach.
I'm like, if I had kids, I'd so be sending them to Catholic school right now. I'd be going, listen, God doesn't exist, but shut your mouth and listen to the fucking nuns, okay?
There you go. So that's probably another reason why, because, and even if we remove the moral foundation aspect, if you have two systems, a public school and then a private schooling, and the private schooling gets this reputation of being more like right-wing or religious, it's going to create a natural selection bias where the private school is going to suck up more of the right-wing people, and it's going to leave the public schools basically in the hands of the left, essentially, which I think is what a big part of what happened too. So
this is the way that I would do it. Like, if they pulled me in as a principal or administrator at one of these schools, I would get together a big assembly. That's what they call them, right? Where everyone comes. Actually, not an assembly. No, let's do it in front of an assembly. Assembly would be better. So you get all the kids there, you get all this faculty there. And I would say, listen, I'm the new administrator here. Which one of you teachers is woke?
There you go.
As all their hands will go up, I'd be like, you're all fired. And then the students would erupt in cheers. Yes! Woo! The school is free. Thank you, Adam. A team for life. It would be a brand new school immediately. I'd be like, the rest of the day, you can take the rest of the day off. We're hiring new people tomorrow. I'd get some Trump voters in there. I'd clean shit up pretty quick.
There you go. Simon O'Leary for $5 New Zealand says no one is against kids reading. The question is, what are they reading? A-Team drinks bong water, sometimes on purpose, and eats the pizza box as well. S-Class is the best class.
Look, nobody drinks bong water. That'll kill you. You can't drink that shit.
Oh, God.
It's like stuff floating around in there.
Yeah.
It's not good. Don't try that.
Lucifer Doman for 5 Canadian says, Adam, OTEP told me she knew she was lesbian at 6 years old. Why are you a bigot?
Who? What?
I don't know who OTEP is, but
who knew they were a lesbian?
OTEP. Oh, it's the band?
I don't know.
I'm not familiar. Yeah, I think people can realize they're gay at very young ages. Not everyone, but I think it's possible. I mean, I've heard people say that they have felt that way.
Wait, how? You can't know your sexual orientation until you have like sexual attraction, though.
I don't know. I've heard gay people say that at very young age. They maybe didn't know that they were gay, but they knew that they were different.
I guess maybe
it's a common thing.
I guess I did feel like sexual attraction before I hit puberty because there were obviously, girls that you'd feel I guess, but you don't really, it's not really sexual attraction, though. It's just like attraction. It's just attraction, right?
Right.
And I guess they would feel that sort of thing for same-sex people or whatever, you know? Probably more like celebrity type stuff.
Asme for 6 MYRs says, did the Zorro thing terrify you from cosplaying? Yes, that's what happened. That's what happened. Asme for another 15 MYRs says, do most women find men with makeup or nail polish attractive? Feels like the people who like it are of the Tumblr variety. The makeup is its own thing that I don't know the answer to. All I know is when I've been with men who have nail polish, I hear women comment on it.
You've been with men with nail polish?
I'm sorry. When I've been around men wearing nail polish.
Sitch is coming out on the show
I'm
today.
coming out, yeah. I've heard a lot of compliments from women. And I didn't poll them to see what their political leanings were, so I'm not familiar. But
I mean, But
I assume not with the makeup. I think the makeup's a whole nother level. But
in Los Angeles, there's a lot of guys that wear eyeliner and nail polish and kill it with the ladies. So it's just like girls, it really depends upon the cultural atmosphere of where you live. Yeah,
That's
exactly.
If
you live in Southern California, they're going to think, oh, this guy's an actor, he's in a band, or, he's an artist or whatever. And they love that. They're all over that. That's so hot.
Right.
Like, if you start wearing nail polish and you're like in Houston, I don't know, they're probably going to think this guy's a weirdo and I don't want anything to do with him.
Mm-hmm. Astral La Vista, I like that, for 6 months. Thank you so much. Says, thank you for being your usual neo-English selves.
What?
Listen here, Proto-American. Keep up the good work. Sorry, Sitch, but A-team all the way. Gross.
What's that little gross?
Gross. Bilbo Balboa, thanks so much for being a free for 5 months. Says, has Adam not seen Reefer Madness, the movie musical? Surely it's worth a look, right?
I love that movie. It's amazing.
There you go.
No, I've actually never seen Reefer Madness, but isn't it like some propaganda movie that's supposed to make you think
it's very silly?
Someone smokes weed and goes like insane.
Well, no, I think they made a musical version of it. I haven't seen that. They're talking about. They made like a comedy musical version of it in the 2000s that I never saw. But
good.
I saw the original like propaganda piece.
Sounds lame.
Contrast for 2 Aussie bucks says, Adam, did you have dinner with the Pride Parade?
What happened?
Did you have dinner with the Pride Parade?
That's like my joke.
Yeah.
Have not had dinner with a Pride Parade yet. Look, I don't even think I've been to a Pride Parade. I've been to Mardi Gras, and Mardi Gras has a lot of gay people, but it's not really a Pride Parade.
I can't believe this. On the local news the other day, they had it wasn't Mardi Gras, because when is Mardi Gras?
Mardi Gras is around Easter.
Right. It was like Fat Tuesday or some other weird fucking
Fat Tuesday.
New Orleans holiday, one of these things. And this was on the local news. And they have like, I guess it was like a live feed. And like this lady just like pulls her top off to get beads. And they just showed it on the local news. I was like, whoops.
In Florida, really?
Yeah, and that nobody commented on it. They didn't even cut away. I was like, no one's paying attention to the feed.
When I moved to New Orleans, like I had no idea that was the Mardi Gras thing. Like, show us your tits and we'll give you beads.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God, this is amazing.
There you go.
Yeah. A lot of nudity at the Mardi Gras parades. Yeah.
Fondue for $2 says, I think Adam's lore is about as true as Desmond's.
Which lore?
Your sexual assault lore.
Look, of course. Like that's we were making all of that up. Yeah.
Papa, can you hear me?
But I did have a theater teacher named Joanne, and she did tell me I have
can you see me?
She did tell me I had a nice voice, and she did it in front of the entire
Mama,
class.
can you save me from my
She did it
Drama
in front.
teacher.
Look, she did it in front of the
Touching
entire
my
class,
ding-a-ling.
of which contained 7 or 8 very attractive ladies that I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. Thank you, God.
He said as the 65-year-old lady was feeling him up.
Yeah, exactly. Grabbing my wang.
Yep. Steven Sugars, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Soapy Cappy for 298 SGDs says, so is Kim Possible to say, what's the sitch? There you go. There you go. Derpenstein for 3 months says, listen to you guys every day while inspecting parts for military equipment. Wow, that's pretty awesome. Listening with my wife right now. A team for life.
Woo!
Gross.
Look, why are you disparaging our military? That's what I want to know. Mister, some hawk you are.
Uh-huh. 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 Okay. What's the takeaway for... Thanks so much for being a Free Will Seeker for 4 months. Says, I'll like the stream after you answer my $5 super chat.
That's the one that you came in on, yeah.
That was the God in School one, yeah.
I'm sending Kidda the link.
Sure.
I always want to say Kiddith, and I don't know why. Soladoge. You lost your spot. No, Soladoge can come on too.
I'm assuming Soladoge is not around anymore, but...
What happened?
I don't know.
I think Kidda is in South Africa, so...
Wow.
Might be her morning.
Vincent Martin for 7 months says, read Fault Lines. The social justice movement and the evangelicals' looming catastrophe, wokeism has made its way into the church. Yeah, I've heard that too. Kana X122 for $5 says, Adam, Sitch is a Jewish person of shadow. There's no way they're putting him on trial. Well, at least not until he commits his own Holocaust. Terrible.
I mean, they seem dumb enough to put him on trial, I do think. Hopefully Sitch will be smart enough to keep the fact that he's Jewish a secret until the trial, until they've convicted him and they're sending him to the gas chamber.
Why
they'll be like, look, I'm Jewish, you guys.
No, the second they accuse me, I'm putting on my little Star of David armband, okay?
No, you got to say that to the end so the headlines
Why?
can be woke classroom convicts. Woke classroom sends Jewish student to the gas chamber. That's what the headline has to be.
It'll be too late then. I can't bang on the... Adam's like, I'm banging on the window as the gas comes in and I'm like, I'm Jewish.
Look, no, it's a mock trial. Come on, you're not. They're not going to gas you.
I see.
But if they...
You say that now.
I think... Look, I think
that's
you should...
how Hitler started. He said, don't worry, Jews. This is just a mock trial.
No, I think you should encourage them to do a mock gassing just for the headlines.
I don't think doing a mock gassing of your Jewish students is a good idea.
Well, look, that's my point. That is my point.
Okay.
But they're the ones doing it.
Okay.
Woke class thought they were gassing a white supremacist, really gassed you.
Well, that would be pretty funny. I'm okay. You've convinced me. I'm on board now. I'm on board to get gassed.
Mock gassed. Come on.
How you doing? How you doing today?
What's up,
Kidda? Kidda?
Hi, Kidda.
Kidda?
It was because the kitty with a Y was taken, so I said Kidda, and then it stuck. So
nice.
But Kidda sounds really epic, so I don't mind that.
That darn Kiddith. Yeah,
yes,
I do like that. Yes, it adds extra weight to it. Yes.
So thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me on for I don't know what reason, but
well, I was going to say I was going to introduce you a little bit.
Yeah, cool.
She did a kind of a breakdown of our debate with organized chaos and actual fandom. Obviously I shared it, and I shared it in chat a couple times. So a bunch of you have watched that breakdown, and I just thought it was super cool. And, thanks for doing that. It was cool and fun.
Thanks so much for sharing. That was insane. It was the first one that I've done, so having you share it was kind of embarrassing. But
I noticed that. So
was,
you did a part 2, and I watched part of part 2, and I was like,
yeah, it's 5 hours. Yeah,
well,
I
yeah,
get it.
and also you could see you were like, okay, now I know I'm being watched, and
Yes, it
like
was
you're a
different.
little.
Yeah. Oh, it was different. I was like, especially I stream basically with my friends for games.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, okay, so I did something different. Only like one of my gaming friends came to watch. And then this happened, and then I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I am being watched now. And I was like, yeah, so it was different, but I think I'm over it now. I
So
I
in the
calm
first video,
down again.
did you say like, Adam here says this? Now Adam is really dumb. He shouldn't have said this.
Yeah,
This is really stupid. But
She
the
actually was
second
really
time-
nice to me.
I was like, Adam's the best, and Sitch sucks.
Oh,
Sitch hasn't watched this. He's a dick.
Listen.
That's exactly where I went with that.
Listen. But then in the second video, you're like, oh, now that I know that Adam is watching, I have to be nice to him. I have to be
No.
okay.
I actually think I was meaner to Adam. Because
Nice!
he could see.
She was, but like
yes.
I really don't care. Like you kept saying, look, Adam's totally bored. He's completely checked out of this debate. And then I would pipe up and oh, look, he's back in the debate again. Look,
Every time you say I don't care, Adam, I feel like it's you signaling that you do care.
Really? Oh man, it's so far from the truth. Like,
okay,
I honestly, it's.
I am South African, by the way. Yes,
Nice.
I live in Dubai though. So I'm
wow.
Luckily, you guys use Zoom, because if it was Discord, I would have to use a VPN just to get
Yeah,
on.
what's up with that?
Yeah. They're weird. I don't know. They kind of I don't know. They want us to use certain products. And WhatsApp and Discord are just ones that we're not supposed to. I'm glad PlayStation Chat works. I didn't know that was going to work or not. But yeah, you have to use a VPN. Like I use a VPN. Well, I don't use a VPN. I've never used a VPN ever in my life, so it's fine.
How do
I
you?
don't do that.
Is there? Why are you in Dubai? Is there? What's going on there?
My husband, he got he got transferred here.
So, does your
and
husband? Does he own you, or did you get married?
You know what? He had to approve my my alcohol license. You have to have an alcohol license here to you're declaring you're not Muslim, and
wait.
Well, your husband had to sign a license for you to be able to drink. Really?
Yeah,
we're moving to Dubai, guys.
Yeah, exactly. For you to buy it and transport it, you do need a license.
That's hilarious.
But
and when I signed up, I tried to sign up by myself, and they were like, oh, and the guy was so embarrassed. He's just like, your husband has to be here. So I was like, because I think it also is because my visa is dependent on him. So, I like on my ID, I'm a housewife. So, which is great. I can't really get fired for that. So,
well, yeah, but so did he have to show up because of the visa issue, or is it like in that country women just need their husbands?
No. You really. I think it is a visa thing, and just because I think he didn't say. My friends haven't said that they needed their husband there, but I guess they went together. So yeah, a license. Yeah, I needed a license for the drinking.
And this is just to buy like personal amounts of alcohol, not like to
yeah,
serve it.
exactly. Yeah, and but recently they took tax off the booze, so they're cheaper. So it's really good.
Interesting.
Yeah. So that's great. But it is the stores, the alcohol stores are like. It's like the sex stores that are kind of like on the corner and like in the background, like they've got the basically tinted windows. You can't see through there. They're not they're not encouraged. But
interesting.
Yeah.
CD alcohol.
Yeah, it's CD. It makes you and my license, the exact same picture that they used on my ID, is on my alcohol license, but I look like a convict. It's like, what are you guys did something there. But anyway.
They put it through a special alcohol.
Yeah, they put your alcohol. Look at she's definitely drunk in this picture. Look at this.
They have a deep fake that just it makes you look slightly drunker. the picture. And they just
So you
put it
could
on the
see
license.
hair and stuff. Like my hair was funny. Yeah, I look much better. Well, I don't look okay in my ID, but still. Anyway,
I'm assuming pot is
yeah.
out of the question entirely.
Yeah, definitely not. But people have their ways. Yeah, I don't know why they would do that because you're instantly deported if you do anything
Ooh,
wrong. So,
yeah.
people, I know people who, well, I know of people using drugs that, and I'm just like, how the fuck do you guys get hold of that stuff? So, well done, but also that's dumb.
Where there's a
Yeah.
will, there's a way.
Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, but I mean, what was that movie where the guy ends up in like some Turkish prison or something because
That
he's
was
trying
not,
to...
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But that was not Dubai. Yeah. That.
But still, I mean, I'm like, nah, I probably wouldn't risk that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they do smoke. Sorry, I was just looking at weed. Is it popular among locals? I don't know. They would never speak about that, but they do shisha. Those hubbly bubbly things. That's like a traditional thing that
Hubbly
they do.
bubbly.
Hookah.
Hubbly bubbly, a hookah.
What are you talking about? A hookah?
I've been to
Hubbly
I've been to a hookah bar.
It's called
hookah bars are pretty cool. Yeah.
A
Where they
hookah
have
bar.
all the different flavored smoke and stuff like that.
It ends in AH, or are we sure that it's
Hookah?
a hookah bar?
Is it a hookah?
No, they are.
I don't know.
A hookah, yeah. No, it's hookah. Yeah. Yes, Sitch Turkey
Fun
isn't
stuff.
in Dubai.
Midnight Express is the movie you're thinking of, Adam.
Midnight Express. Yeah, exactly.
But he was smuggling drugs. He wasn't just like doing them.
Yeah, I know, but why risk it, right?
I know.
Jeez.
Jeez. No, why risk it? One of a friend told us a story where somebody just picked up a wallet. He supposedly wasn't gonna steal it or whatever. He just picks it up. He didn't bring it to the nearest store to hand it in as lost stuff. And they caught him on camera. They showed up at his apartment, and they were like, "Come, you're deported now. That's it."
Oh my god!
But that makes it sound very like militaristic or whatever. But the thing is, it means it's really safe. Like if you do anything, you're gonna be caught on camera, and you're gonna be caught by the police. Coming from South Africa, we have shame.
Is your husband in the private sector or military?
Private.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, but they would be deporting him too, obviously.
Yeah, they don't mind. There's enough people wanting to come here that you get replaced very easily. Nobody's that special.
What is Dubai like? Did you pick Dubai to move to, or was it a job opportunity?
Yeah, it was job opportunity. We knew we were going to leave South Africa at some point. We knew we were open to it, but it would have to take an opportunity. I'm working in a family company, so I probably wasn't going to be the opportunity person. So my husband's let's just say he's in IT, and the opportunity came up. We were thinking of at one stage it was going to be Washington. So then all of a sudden he just like called me up. And he's like,
oh wow.
Yeah. He's like, do you want to move to Dubai? So I'm like, okay, cool, let's do that. I can work from anywhere, so let's go. So yeah, I've been here a year now. So yeah, it is a very different thing going from South Africa, where people don't really care too much about the law, and then here it's something you have to be aware of, which is nice. I like it. Vegas or Dubai.
They don't care about any law, or just like the narcotics law?
Narcotics law, yeah. They don't give a shit about that. Which laws do we care about?
Yeah. I lived in New Orleans, and I felt like New Orleans had a lot of corruption as well. I felt like, law is kind of... In California, I feel like everything is just by the book. But, some places you feel like, I could probably try to bribe this cop and get out of this.
Yeah, that's it. In South Africa, you can give a cop I'm such a great spokesperson for my country, but you can give them a cool drink. You give them a Coke, and you can maybe get off for you. It depends on
That's
how severe.
great. All
Yeah,
it takes is a Coca-Cola to get.
Yeah, it's like, oh God, they're so thirsty right now, and it's hot, and then you kind of
Oh, okay.
figure out how to just give them a something, or you give them.
Look, I got
I've
some
never done it.
cookies in my lunchbox. Here you are.
Yeah, you got a packet of chips
Little
in
oatmeal
there.
raisin,
Okay. Yeah.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
Oh shit, my weed fell out.
It's fine. Are you going to share that? Then maybe we can make something out. Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Does
Yeah,
Dubai look as cool as it does in all the pictures you see?
Oh, look, it's beautiful in that weird modern way. It's insane. Like the Burj Khalifa, the huge Burj Dubai, the huge tallest building. It's like a mountain. It really is. It's really beautiful. The pollution and the dust does make it look a bit.
Oh, there's a lot of pollution there, huh?
It looks, yeah. I mean, it's not Hong Kong or anything like that, but
Right.
yeah. But it's beautiful in a weird way. But I told someone the other day, oh no, Dubai's beautiful, and she was like, oh, it's your first time here or whatever. I was like, oh wow, okay, what do you mean?
She's been really red-pilled on something.
Yeah, I was like, oh, Jesus, okay, yeah. That does depend where you are. But mostly it's very clean. You're just gonna get dust because you're in the desert.
Right.
So,
Well, whenever I
and
see
there's a lot of
pictures, it
construction.
looks like it's the same like area, like that's always taken in all these photographs.
Yeah, it's like downtown Dubai because that's
Yeah.
that is where the tallest building is.
Right. That's one of the coolest
Yeah.
photos.
So it's like they just try and find things that will make people come across here. So it's like, okay, we've got the tallest building, come see the tallest building. Oh look, we've got indoor skiing. Go and ski in the middle of the desert. But yeah, it's a nice, it is a holiday destination, but you wouldn't stay here more than like 3 or 4 days.
I just found this article: 15 things not to do in Dubai. Do not
Ooh,
use your
please
left
tell me.
hand to greet anyone.
I'm left-handed.
Have you ever shook someone's hand and they're like, "What the fuck"?
No, I shake with my right hand.
Okay.
I'm fine.
But you are left-handed.
No, I'm left-handed.
You should try it. See what happens.
Filthy hand. Have
Number
you-
2: do not indulge in public displays of affection.
Oh, I hold my husband's hand. We're okay. It's not that bad. What do they define as public displays of affection?
They don't say. I assume they mean like kissing and stuff.
Was that a super chat?
Oh no, this says
Oh.
no, it's an article. It says holding hands is socially unacceptable in Dubai.
Oh, really?
That's a lie.
Okay.
That's a lie.
That
People
can't
still.
be true.
Yeah, maybe it's not acceptable to locals, but I think they are some of the most accommodating people that I've seen. Their country is crawling and mostly made up of immigrants, and they understand that it's beneficial to their country, so they're actually quite nice.
So this is fake news because they say, in Dubai, holding hands, hugging, and kissing in public is generally considered socially unacceptable, and if caught indulging such acts, you might land up in jail.
Yeah, I remember actually being told that because I'm very affectionate. And it
Oh,
was like,
you were told that?
No, not by anyone like
Your
officially.
husband told
but
you this?
my husband told me, he's like, we're going to Dubai and we're going to go into jail because of you.
Back off. You want to get us thrown in jail?
No, but I don't think so.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Number 3. Oh, what were you saying?
No, someone said I'm in a bubble. That's interesting. But number 3, let's go.
Do not dress inappropriately.
Yeah, that is, especially if you're going to a government building. You want to cover up. It's just a respect thing.
No headscarf.
Yeah. No. You don't need to cover your head.
Oh, okay. Do you have a headscarf?
Don't be racist.
No.
Oh. How's that racist?
I mean, I could just cover I put a cap on. Technically, I'm covered. But yeah, it's just there are signs like, which was funny, like at the beach, it was like dress appropriately. It's like, okay.
What are you supposed to wear at the beach?
Cover your private bits. I mean, yeah, and at the mall there is something that says dress appropriately. I think it just gives them bye. My husband's leaving now. Bye. So
Bye, husband.
Sitch says bye.
Make that monies.
Just waves at me like he doesn't get the whole internet thing with me.
Is he a boomer? What's happening?
No, he's not. He's my age. He's actually the same age, but he's
Boomer's
just
a way of the mind.
like,
Okay.
why you always? How could you just watch a whole stream of 8 hours? How do you just sit there and just watch people talk? Just don't get it. But yeah, what was I saying about getting
The mall?
at the
There's
mall,
a sign.
I think just having the sign there means that they can, if there is some problem, if somebody, if a citizen, complains, that is, it's like, okay, then they need to take action because it's their country. So, yeah.
Okay.
I think they just want the sign there to just make sure that that people were informed, and that's it. But I mean, in the hotels, I went to a hotel. There was a chick in just, like her bikini and like those netted dresses or something, and she was fine. I mean, everybody did get it's socially, like, you're just like, wow, that woman's hardly dressed, and let's have a look at her. But that's about it. It's not wasn't a problem. So in the hotel, you're good. Everyone's just like, well, I mean, she could pull it off. It was really good, but it was nice. So we just, I just felt bad for her because I was like, if you were hoping not to be looked at, then I guess that just didn't work out for you.
Don't cuss in public.
Oh, that was one of my scary. Yeah, I was so scared of that. Because I cuss a lot, and also if my husband gives me a fright, which is a thing that he likes doing. My immediate thing is to swear. I don't know how. Somehow it's like I think that the swear word is going to protect me. So immediately I swear and scream loud, and so he can't do that now. So because literally I will be in the middle of a mall and he'll be like, and I'll be like, oh fuck you, like go lose my mind at them. Sorry about that. But you guys swear, so it's okay. I guess you just don't.
Swearing is fine. It's like that's a husband thing. All husbands like to give their wives a fright.
No, it's because it's just funny. I guess
totally
I
funny.
I do laugh at it afterwards because, like, at first I get so angry, and then it's funny because I got so angry. He's just like, oh shit, that was a bit funny. Okay, cool. So he does that only at home.
You're not supposed to curse in public.
Yeah, I mean, just don't be loud about it. You could. So don't do that. don't do a Chinsia thing, please. So yeah. Chinsia is my name. Sorry. That's why I always say this. That's okay. I'm highly doxed.
It's not.
If you really wanted to, I know exactly where you would be. Oh, it's look, my first name is.
It's on the Zoom meeting, but the Zoom meeting is not in the stream, so.
Yeah, good.
You're safe. Your secret is safe with.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Do not eat in public during Ramadan.
That's a respect thing as well.
No one is eating in public. No public eating is going on. Like they just close the restaurants down and.
No. So like, okay, so they eat. Oh, look at me. I'm so
crazy.
informed.
Can you imagine?
I've only been through one Ramadan, but
Isn't it like an entire month?
Yeah, so it is, and working hours are reduced for public. What's the name? Actually, for most people, it is reduced because the fasting does take its toll on people.
I bet.
So yeah, so they do that, and that whether you're fasting or not, you benefit from that. So, but anyway, you can eat at night. In the evening, there's the different breaking fast meals. So you eat at night. That's fine. But eating in public, it's like if I'm eating my breakfast at the office, it's like I'm eating in front of somebody who's fasting, and they're not gonna get angry at you because their religion is about that restraint and things like that.
Just walk around with like hot dogs in each hand all day, just like shoving them in your mouth, just chips going.
You just like put it under their noses. Oh, sorry. Oh, no.
You have to get what you want one.
You want sorry. You can't even chewing gum is just not a It's not a good thing. So they prefer not. You don't do that. And then yeah, but IKEA, they have their restaurant bit. They actually they just closed the outside part of their restaurant, so
Right.
there are
So go
you can
inside.
go in. Basically, you can go. They would never shut down all the restaurants.
Right. Right.
You go inside. So the outside, the cafe bits that where people can see you, that's where they would stop. They're like, okay, just
Right.
close
Those-
that off, and then at night you can.
There's two more I'll ask you about. The one is do not stay together in a hotel if you're unmarried. Staying together
That's
when you're unmarried is illegal.
yeah, that's old.
That's no fun.
Yeah, they've stopped that. Well, I mean, they wouldn't find you. They're not spending time to come and look for you.
Right.
But yeah, that was something that I was like, I was wondering about because we got friends that actually they only got engaged after years of living together.
That's crazy.
But yeah, so it's technically they could have, but otherwise, yeah,
Okay.
that's fine.
And last one, do not dance in public.
What? What what does that mean?
Don't
Does
dance.
it mean like what? Like in the mall, I'm just gonna go and bust a move and that's wrong?
Yeah, don't bust a move in the mall. Okay.
Okay. I'm okay with that. But
You're in favor of that law.
yeah. No, I mean you
Okay.
could it depends where you're gonna go.
Right.
Where you are. Like we went to a New Year's Eve party and we were dancing.
Sure.
So
Sure.
yeah. And there's clubs galore here. So
Really?
somebody tell them that it's illegal, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah, I typed in Dubai clubs and there's all sorts of like cool looking
Mhm.
places. Even
So
though I hate clubs.
you're a fan of like Friday Night Tights and stuff too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw you tweeted our thing at Gary Nerdrotic. Sitch hasn't been on Friday Night Tights. I was on once, but I should have asked to just bring Sitch with me, but I didn't really think about it. So
I don't want to go. I don't like talking to people.
I mean, you've
Yeah,
been
well,
on.
look at you. You're talking to me. I'm
Yeah.
a person.
Yeah, but I'm already here. You were brought to me.
Yeah,
right?
I can. I don't like going in other people's chats.
Well, you've been
Like,
on.
I'm like
you've been
sitting here
on
like a king on a
EFAP.
throne, like bring her before me so he could speak.
You've been on EFAP a couple of times.
That's true. That's true.
I just watched a Xander Hall video,
Mm-hmm.
and Xander Hall was calling everyone a Nazi. He called
Yeah, I saw that video. Yeah.
Professor Flowers a Nazi. He called I Hypocrite a Nazi. Is it I Hypocrite? I think I Hypocrite is a Nazi. No, it's
I don't know if he's a Nazi, but he seems pretty racist.
oh, it's
On
not.
Twitter.
Hold on. Is it? Oh, it's alt hypothesis. That's
Oh, hypothesis
yeah.
is a Nazi.
Okay. I always get them mixed up because it's got that comma thing.
We talked to a hypocrite.
Yeah,
Never
but I
talked to
didn't
alt hypothesis.
look. I don't think of him as a Nazi. I think he's right wing, but I don't think
I think he's
a
racist.
Nazi.
I don't think I call him a Nazi.
Well, weren't you going round and round with him on Twitter about some anti-Semite shit?
Yeah, something.
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly what it was, but I remember him being like, "Wow, this is pretty sus."
Yeah. Well, we should go back on his show and call him out. Go listen.
There you
What's
go.
up?
That'll be fun.
Why are you? Oh yeah, that wouldn't be fun. Never mind.
Let's Sitch and Adam the woke moral place. Ah, you did a racist on Twitter.
Yeah, you're right. Never mind. I feel.
How dare you?
I got 10% Sawyer right after I said it.
did.
I was like,
You did.
dang. So what have you taken like a debate class or something? The thing that you did with our video was pretty amazing. Like
I did. Oh, it's not. Oh, I'm really thank you, but I don't think it's. Yeah, it's
well, I'm in these debates and I don't think about them that much. I mean,
Well, yeah, you can't. It's a conversation. That's that's what, like I would think like if you go back on your own debate performance and look at it that way, it's like, yeah, oh shit, I should have said this. Any argument happens like that. Where you're like,
Totally.
oh damn it, and you're in the shower, you're like, oh crap, I should have said this.
yeah, you totally rethink it. Well, no, that's what's
Yeah,
great
like-
about seeing it from your perspective is because you're seeing things I'm even missing myself. So
Yeah, like, but I mean, it's and that's the thing. I'm not. I'm definitely not. Good at debating or whatever. I just want to understand it. So I did philosophy. I guess that could be the first thing. I did like first year philosophy one.
Right.
thing. And one of the coolest things was you had to diagram some of the things, but it's very different. Like somebody did say, go and look at these debate, or not debate, like argument software mapping things. Go and look at them, and yeah, they're cool. There's good notation that you can do, but it's a conversation you guys are having, so it's very difficult to just, it would be kind of boring actually to just go, okay, this is the argument that they're saying, and this is the reasoning behind it, boom, that's the end of it. Like actually following the conversation of like, oh, we went all the way over here to talk about She-Hulk, and we went all the way over here to talk about this and this. So I like the conversation part of it. It's quite nice. I'm still trying to refine it. Look, I've only done it twice. But it's cool. And also I did realize that I went from right to left instead of left to right. And
that's bad.
And I really think it's weird. Like, why on earth? But it was because it just felt like we immediately went off in the wrong direction. So we immediately just went to the left. Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
I don't.
So I wanted to ask you guys. Well, what? Like I did ask. I put a little post out to the new people that. Thanks to the new people that followed. I really appreciate that, especially with the state of my channel. There's like clips from my streams from like 3 years ago and shit. So I really appreciate that. I asked what should be the next one, because I mean, what's the next one we're looking at? And what, I don't know if I would stay with the organized chaos thing and look at what he said with Eric July, or look at another one. Somebody had the thing that I really liked about this one is that I actually didn't know anything about the subject, which is the other one that I'd suggested.
You could do the Ukraine debate. Everyone loves hearing us talk about Ukraine. Oh my God.
No,
I'm kidding, obviously.
No, versus Kurt how do you say his name? Kurt Metzger?
Kurt Metzger?
Yeah.
No, I wants to see that.
Oh my God, that would be amazing. That would be amazing.
God.
I got trolled because I was like, somebody tell me, what should I do next? Because I want to compare this to a debate that didn't get derailed.
The Kurt Metzger one. No, that one totally didn't get debate.
Yeah, so someone said that one. So I was like, oh, I'll go and check that out. Oh, that's cool. And then the first thing of the thing is the preview is Sitch losing his shit. I was like, oh shit, I still want to do it though. I want to see what got Sitch all the way up there.
When I lost, what was the? Did I lose my shit when Jimmy left? Or are you talking about against Kurt?
I don't know who it was. It was
Look, that's
Kurt,
the thing. Kurt stuck around forever, man. Kurt is totally cool.
He's insane.
Yeah, but that's fun. Like, look, our organized chaos and Dane were both insane too. But
in a different way. Okay.
A much different way, obviously. But I mean, look. Every society has an innate respect for the insane. Come on, it's like a thing.
That is not true. What the fuck do you mean?
It's just it's a fascination.
Oh, I see.
I think it's fun.
Yeah, what? Destroyed by EFAP even. Okay, well, I don't know. Anyone just it's not like there's only going to be one more, so just give me.
There's probably I can't think of one off the top of my head, but I'm sure there's if you want to get the views, if you get some Destiny debate or some Vosh debate or something, it'd probably be.
Yeah.
James Charles.
Go after that's grift hard.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Look at this already.
Sitch is
like
guns.
Schooling you. You gotta look. You gotta think about the views.
Do I have to pay for this advice now?
No.
Like some sort of hustlers.
That's right. I charge it. This is Hustler University.
Your video, I didn't find it. I found it in a search, and I don't even know why I was searching. I think it's because
Adam searches himself. Outed.
You guys should.
What I searched Sitch and Adam because a lot of people were doing responses to that debate. Sitch, people want to see us do more debates. That video got more views than our last Sunday show.
Sure.
Yeah.
But
Look,
the
Tuesday show's competing now. Yeah.
Yeah. That's good. I'm not opposed.
Tuesday's
We
show,
need
I
to get
can't
you in
I
there.
can't
Look.
see because I'm asleep. And you guys finish earlier.
What time is it? where you are?
Sometimes I Sitch
It's it's 8:45 actually. I should be getting.
Wow.
Luckily, I work from home, but at some point I am gonna.
Yeah, don't let us keep
I'll be
you.
fine.
Is it
No,
night?
no, I've
Is
only
it
got.
nighttime there or daytime?
No, he's
It's
in the
daytime.
morning.
9
It's
a.m.
morning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Her
no,
husband
no,
just
no.
went off to work.
My first meeting is actually whoa. Yeah, it's only at like 9:30. Sorry, 11:30. So it's fine.
There you go.
You can split
yeah.
whenever, so yeah.
No, whenever you want me to go, you gotta just. You guys can just boot me and be like, oh no, she got
Well,
disconnected.
no, we were at
no.
The VPN
I don't.
thing
We,
happened.
I think we have some super chats
Oopsie.
left to do.
We do, but
Okay,
we're
no,
not.
I'll
We
let you
won't
guys
pull a
do super
reverse
chats
doomer.
alone.
Well, no, you stick around for the super chats.
Okay.
but, like,
I'll chill.
Doomer just
no.
leaves without telling anyone. Just leave in the middle of like the conversation.
Yeah.
Okay,
What the
where
hell?
was I?
Look,
Reigns.
I like having friends of the show. Like you're an official friend of the show now. It's great.
There you go.
Thank you so much, guys.
Look, we gave you
really
a wrench.
appreciate it.
We want you to clear
gave
all
me-
the
I know.
riffraff out of the chat. Like if you see any.
This is the first wrench I've gotten on YouTube. Do you understand this?
I feel like you're like, oh, you're a friend of the show. Now do work for me.
Yeah,
If you see any
I'm the
woke
best. I'm the best
nationalists-
mod. Best mod comes in the last hour of the show because she's been asleep.
There you go. We
Yeah.
have shifts. Okay, you're fresh. You're fresh, ready to deal with the trolls. And by trolls, I mean Vinny being
Yeah, exactly. Like
I'm gonna DM Kurt and see
trolls
what.
do you guys have?
I'm gonna see if Kurt's around.
Don't
Maybe Kurt can
don't
come
DM Kurt. Kurt's not coming on. Jesus Christ.
on. He's-
Like a dog with a
gonna-
bone.
Look, that one got a bunch of views too. Look, you need to grift harder. Come on.
Rashidi Henry for 7 months says, if you can't tell by my name, I'm black and I hate the term person of color.
Nice. Yeah.
True.
So condescending.
Yes, love the South African accent best.
Yeah.
There you go. Someone in the chat said better than the Aussie accent.
They get confused a lot.
They sound exactly the same.
Yeah, it's because of some weird nasality that we have and our propensity to not give a crap about R's. We just don't.
Yeah, wait, why the fuck is that? I'm just joking. They don't sound similar. Why are they similar?
No. It's it's we former colonies. I don't know. We have the English influence. Like our I think Australian spelling as well is the same as South African. We put U's in our spelling and everything, so we're very English influenced.
I
British.
thought you were from somewhere else. You have English ancestry?
No, South Africa has the English influence.
Gotcha. Okay.
South Africa, yeah.
Excuse me.
Do you know what's
and Dutch, yes, and Dutch, yeah. Of course.
Kidda?
Mm-hmm.
Is it Kidda?
Kiddith.
Kiddith?
Kiddith is my
It's
name
not
now.
really Kiddith.
Yeah, but it is now. Yeah,
no,
it's now.
come on.
Yes.
It's Kidda.
Sogoth Kiddith.
How do you pronounce it?
Kidda. But it's
Kidda.
like it's Jimmy. It's Jimmy.
Kidda. Kidda.
Kidda.
Kidda.
Yeah,
You-
Kidda.
Kidda,
Well,
do you
actually,
know-
people.
Go ahead.
No, people call me Kitty, but they
Okay.
actually do just say Kitty. Yeah, like
Okay.
I answer to Kitty. Yeah, I do.
Kitty.
Yeah.
Kitty.
Kitty.
Do you know about the Scott Adams situation here where Scott Adams told I think he said something about
We can talk about
white-
that now.
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
What do you know?
I'm not gonna let it go. Once you bring it up, I'm gonna have to.
Do you,
I
if
need
you-
to know.
Look, if you want to wrap up, let's wrap up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, wrap
I
up.
won't. We
Sorry.
just let's read the super chats. Look, I'm more amicable to that.
We can talk about Scott Adams if you want. Jeez. Now you're gonna make me seem like the party pooper.
Well, no, we've been streaming for a long time. Well, how long?
Uh-huh.
Look,
Yeah, it's like 8.
yeah.
You do a full day's work of streaming.
Of
It's
course.
amazing. A full
That's
day. Like
This is not work.
you can cover my whole.
Kitty,
if I have
Kitty.
you guys in the background, you cover my whole day. It is work.
Kitty, this is not work.
I mean, yeah, it's not work. I agree
This
with
is
that.
like just yeah.
It's work, but it's not work.
It's work, but not
I
work.
actually,
like,
I look forward to this. I'm like, I've been drawing all week. I'm stuck in my head. Like, I'm dying to talk to Sitch. Like, I'm wondering, what's going on?
You only talk to him online. You only talk to him live.
No, we
That's
talk.
it.
We talk privately
I'm
from
kidding.
time to time, but we
We
did.
actually don't talk that much privately.
We don't.
Because you talk in this huge.
I know.
Yeah, we talk. Look,
So you're like, get the fuck
I
out.
Exactly.
we talk 20 hours a week. What? Like, why do
Yeah,
we need to
true.
talk more than that? Like, it
Like,
seems,
there's not much that you don't
Yeah.
say. Yeah.
Exactly.
No, okay.
everything can pretty much be said online too, which is
No,
kind of
but
cool.
when you're doing these debates and stuff, that is work. I'm sorry. That is.
We talked about the last one ahead of time, and every time we do, we kind of brainstorm ahead of time.
Hmm.
It's like so much better. So much
No,
better.
you can see that you did though. You can see that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You guys kept it all just consistent. It was not like there was nothing shaky going on with you guys. They
Yeah.
were having these great time, like all over the place, and I would like to know whether it would have been if they just stopped arguing absolutely every point and could actually just accept one premise of an argument.
Totally.
And maybe it would have been an interesting conversation because you don't have to necessarily lose the debate. You could just argue certain points of that you would get to agree on.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's rich coming from me because I've never been in that situation. But
You should do it. We'll set up a debate with you.
no.
We'll get you and Soladoge. Like, he's great. He's a little bit of
But
a ball buster, but well,
a
you
dog
know. No,
versus a cat. Doge.
There you go.
Oh, I
Yeah,
guess
you guys
you're
are on the
right.
Same team, yeah.
No.
It's perfect.
That would be cool
I
to
don't know what you guys would debate.
yeah.
Maybe prayer
Ooh.
in public schools or something.
Well, that's interesting. I wonder if there's. I can't do that considering my location.
Oh yeah.
How
It'd have to
about
be
you?
like Muslim
You'll debate
prayers.
Adam on his terrible voting take.
Nah.
Oh yeah, then you piece of fucking shit. What's my position on voting? And then I watched that stream too many times. I could quote it. So, like Sitch is just like nobody understands that. You can't bring that up.
It's funny.
Yeah.
They just
Holy
wanted,
shit!
they
You know
just
that
wanted to
conversation
duck
better
on
than
us.
I did. I was there.
They
I
just
forgot
wanted to
about that.
dunk on us.
That's
I wish we
hilarious.
could have gone down, like you said, it's just any thread, any path we could have followed up for more than just, they basically put a dead end on anything we wanted to talk about. I would like to talk about the ideology thing more, but they were like, no, ideologies don't exist. It's like, what?
There were so many flip flops on that. Like, okay, no, it does exist. Then also, I watched the post. I went to actually go and see the post debate seethe after somebody.
Oh, I
said they
watched
did
that
it.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, and they doubled down basically,
Totally.
and they really did think that they did well.
They had some guest on too that came on and was saying,
Yeah.
"Oh, their
Oh,
problem
he-
is they will not talk to black creators at
Yeah.
all. They hate
Yeah,
black."
What?
Yeah,
One
I'm
is
like,
a shadow
I'm
person
like,
completely.
what the
Okay.
fuck? Like, we've had so many black creators on. What are you talking about?
Okay,
Yeah,
that's interesting.
yeah. No, they have this idea in their head that anyone who uses the word woke is just a
Yeah.
Nazi racist.
No, that's look. I mean, debate brain, that concept, you can see it in many debates, yes, but they're really debate brain. Like, it's really like not even one. Like, I've seen other debates with you guys where they at least interact with some premises and they
Right.
go a little bit further, but then. Yeah, these guys just would not accept one thing because they thought they were being trapped every single time. It's like, no, I don't know where they got this idea from because I don't think I haven't seen you guys trap in a malicious way. You actually just bring people down, the reasoning path.
In a non-malicious way.
It's not malicious. I'm serious. I know I'm simping now, but no, really, you're not
Simp more,
malicious.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. No, you don't do that. So
Mhm.
yeah, I don't know what they had this idea of you guys, and they just it screwed them up actually.
Oh, I mean,
Well,
I was
listen,
kind of mean in the thumbnail, but
I'm glad
the
you said that
title, but-
because I'm glad you said that
That's
because my goal is to trap people, but make it look like I'm not trapping people.
I hear you. You're like, oh, they love you, Sitch. You know that. Did you see Adam? They love Sitch. They're okay with. They hate Adam.
That's the way it
They're
always is.
S-class. Yeah.
Everyone always
You know
hates
why?
me.
Because they can see your face. They decide, this guy. Look at him. Look at him. Look how happy he is. Look how confident he is. No, he's not allowed. They seriously go straight for Adam. I
They
think
do
it
that in the
is because they
comments
can
too.
see
Like
him.
90% of the comments are mean to me. No one ever.
Adam, why are
is
you
mean to
posting as me in
Sitch.
the chat? What's happening here?
Oh, I just had the wrong. I just did the wrong.
Sure.
So looks like Stardust sent us some viewers. So thank you,
Nice.
Stardust.
Thanks, Stardust.
Stardust
I
is
think
also
it's-
Hufflepuff, so that's like
disgusting.
We
Get
share
outta here,
that in
then.
common.
But no, I don't. Well, I wonder if it's because Adam is like there as a person, so they can like.
Yes, I think so.
Well, and I
psychologically
said I was a
project on him.
sexist, which
I
was
think it's
like,
also
yeah.
because Adam usually plays the bad cop in these situations. I'm
Yeah.
usually the good cop.
Oh
like
yeah,
if it,
he
like if
has
Adam
the
wasn't
troll
in the
glasses.
conversation, if Adam wasn't in the conversation, I think they would hate me.
Well, if it was just you.
It was just me talking to them too. I think I would be like, oh, that's this guy's a fucking
No,
hiding his power
I
level.
wonder. I don't. Oh yes, hiding your power level. What the fuck is that?
Yeah,
You-
that'd be my guess. That's what they'd say.
You pointed it out, Kitty, a bunch about how Sitch is like ultimate good faith and like just always trying to, show the principle of
doesn't have to
charity and yeah, I know.
No, he doesn't.
I don't.
He doesn't have to be bad. Like even going with good faith, he knows the argument's still shit.
Yes.
So he's like,
Totally.
let's go. We'll take your example. Let's go with it. And they don't like that because they want
No.
him to be against the example, against the reasoning. They're like, no, you're supposed to argue with me about everything. And Sitch
Yes.
is like, cool, fun. And there was one time that Sitch was like, you're going to say this, and that
I
is not-
remember that, and I was
Yeah.
like, "Why are you telling him? Why are you giving him an out?" Oh God, that made me so mad.
It wasn't giving him an out. It was, listen, I don't want to go there. I don't know. For me,
It did no. It was
like-
the
it's like
death of
Sitch
the
was just
author
like,
thing. He totally did give him an out. I'm like, these guys they don't know death of the author. Why they're fucking stupid? Why are you giving them?
Oh, they didn't.
Why
yeah,
are you giving them the answer in the back of
Was
the
it that
book?
one? It was something else. No, there was two then, because there was another thing where Sitch was just basically he kind of just shut down the path that this guy was going to.
I'm talking. I'm
I
talking
think it
about
was,
the one where he
it was
said,
chaos.
and you're probably gonna plead death of the author. And I was like, oh, why? Why? They don't know death of the author, man. Look, they didn't know.
Mhm.
They don't know jack shit.
No, that's a nice debate to have on EFAP. The death of the
The
author.
death of
I
the
don't
author.
even
They know. All those guys know death of the
Mm.
author. Definitely. Like
Yeah.
they're into the arguments and stuff.
That was very
Yeah.
interesting.
We had
I
a-
don't
we-
even know where I land on it.
We've talked to Mueller a couple times in Rags about that. I strongly disagree with them because they think they basically are just like 100% death of the author, which I don't. I don't.
100%, yeah. I would like. Oh, please debate them. I want to go and I want to map that.
I want to debate them on the
Oh
I want to debate. I think that would be great. But no,
on
seriously, because
the
both
consistency versus conflict. I'm like, what,
Oh,
in what
yes!
world? In what
Were you
world do
there
we
for
lose that debate?
You want to map out the most horrible autistic debate was
we're mapping out
the
debates. I think
prequels,
we're-
the
we're
prequels
past
versus
autism.
I had a Star Wars prequel debate on whether it was good or not on EFAP. That was just like
Was it? Is that where that consistency versus conflict? Yes, you were there. Or who was it?
No, that was a different conversation. I don't
Oh,
remember where the
okay.
consistency conflict meme
That conflict,
started.
because I remember it was
that
there.
was
It
on the 200 show,
might
I
have-
believe.
Might have
Maybe.
been. Yeah, and that went on forever.
Oh my
Even
God.
I was in chat there as well, and the chat is just like stop, telling them like stop this, and they don't read chat for a while. Yeah.
Right.
Anyway, sorry guys. Just go.
It's okay. Someone in the chat wanted our take on Scott Adams because we brought it up and then never really say anything.
Okay.
Scott
we'll
Adams.
do the brief.
So you are in favor of? I mean, you agree with basically everything he said about white people need to move and stuff like that.
No,
so that you were like,
No, okay. This is what happened. So Scott Adams, he read some poll from Rasmussen, which I wouldn't trust. I don't have a lot of respect for Rasmussen, but whatever. That said, first of all, and he had a talk with Hotep Jesus after this, and Hotep Jesus, I think, totally nailed it. He said that this question was asked in order to incite racial animosity.
Yeah,
because
of course.
it's a weird question. The question was, they asked black people, well, they ask everyone, but they also asked black people, is it okay to be white? Which is such a weird question. Like, I would assume most people don't even know what that means. Like, what do you mean, is it okay to be white, right? And so I think it was something like 25-ish% of black respondents said something like it's not okay to be white, and 25 or 24-ish% said they didn't know whether it was okay to be white. So Scott Adams saw that poll. He got very triggered by that. And he basically said, I don't remember the exact words he said. I don't know if you remember, Adam, but he basically said,
well, I don't want to get clipped.
he basically said something along the lines of like, you shouldn't be racist against individual black people, but you shouldn't live in like a black area or a black community. Like white people should get out of there. Black community has a racist problem.
Right.
I think but he said it in like a very not eloquent way, very kind of incendiary way.
Yeah, his media training must have been offline that day, because I was thinking when I'm like, oh my goodness, holy cow.
Right.
This is like a just nuke it all.
Yeah. So I think he even said something like black people are a hate group or something. I forget. It was, very incendiary. I heard it and I was like, wow, I wonder if he's going to get in trouble with that. And apparently he is getting in trouble for that. And he's basically getting canceled. Dilbert is basically getting canceled from every newspaper in America. I think if you've listened to Scott Adams, I don't think he's remotely racist at all. I mean, he's
this is why he was so angry, because Scott Adams has done a lot of like activist type work for the black community.
Yes.
In the conversation with Hotep Jesus, he goes through all that stuff, and I have heard all that stuff. I used to listen to his show, not every day, but nearly every day, and he'd always talk about working with black folks and trying to help black folks and stuff like that. So that's why he felt hurt. He was like, listen, I devoted my life to, trying to end racism. And now we're in a situation where everyone hates white people. What did I do?
He took it. I think his problem is he took it like personal, which is weird. I mean, he's, kind of narcissistic and egotistical. So I guess that makes sense. But it's kind of like, when he was working with Hawk Newsom, and I forget, Hawk Newsom said something kind of racist and he got like all very personally offended. It was kind of that same energy and it kind of pissed him off. And I mean, I don't know. He didn't word what he was saying very eloquently, which fine, but I forgive him. I mean, I don't think he's racist. I don't think anyone that listens to him regularly can actually think he's racist. But none of that's going to help because obviously no one really cares about.
No, they're like,
that.
Can we make him look racist?
Right.
Like,
so he's going to be basically canceled from all newspapers.
Can we convince the world that he's a neo-Nazi?
Right.
I think we can. And that's exactly where we're at. I think it is.
It's unfortunate, but
it is totally unfortunate. I don't know if this is going to hurt him financially or whatever. My sense is, it will.
Well, he won't be making his primary source of income now. I'm sure he's probably got a big pile of money to sit on. So it's not like he's going to be, out on the street or anything. But assuming, he didn't give it all away in the divorce.
He does. Oh yeah, fuck. It does seem. He does seem a little. I don't. He's like tweeting stuff that just doesn't make a lot of sense. Doesn't seem like a realistic picture of what's going on. So.
What do you mean?
Well, I saw a tweet from him saying like, I'm gaining all this power now, and I was like, okay.
Well, he's gaining all this like temporary attention.
From white nationalists. What the fuck? Like, what's he gonna do?
No, that's not what he means. He means like a lot of people are like listening to him because they're tuning in because they've never heard him before because they get it canceled, and so he's going to try to leverage that to his benefit. Now, I don't think at the end of the day he'll definitely make a lot less money. I don't know if he'll come out with a stronger social media presence or not because of this, but
he's thinking that they're gonna turn to his content like they turn to Jordan Peterson's content and find something deep and meaningful there. But I don't I don't know that that's the case, to be honest with you.
Up yours, woke moralists.
Well, see, this
Up
was
yours.
This was pre Up Yours
Yours,
woke
ye.
moralist, though. Obviously.
Was it? Okay. Mm.
Do you
No, but
watch? Do
seriously,
you
have to
watch?
understand.
no, I don't.
Okay.
It's just somebody did just compare him earlier on to like Peterson, when Peterson like says things really horribly. Yeah, that it sounds like that's
Well,
what happened
I
here.
think it's a little different because like when Jordan Peterson says something not like worded the best, it's because he's kind of playing with an idea in public that he's not really fully formed.
Mhm.
This was more like Scott Adams was like personally angry, and out of his anger, he said something he probably shouldn't have said. In a way, he shouldn't have said it.
Mhm.
But
he's doubling down on it now.
yeah, well,
what?
he's trying to create like this. I didn't say anything wrong because technically this was my argument, and I mean it's technically
That's
true.
not gonna work. Yeah.
It's not going to work, but technically it's true. I don't think he's going to become the next Jordan Peterson because I don't think he's interested. I like him. I listen to him every day, but I don't think he's as interesting as Jordan Peterson was back in the day. And also because Scott was canceled for a little bit more sus reasons than Jordan Peterson was canceled for. So I think that is important to.
Jordan Peterson never had the racist rant.
No.
And like all the stuff they tried to paint him as, well, I guess in the end he kind of did have the transphobic rant on.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah,
but that was way
he wouldn't
later.
Go.
After he was like working for the Daily Wire and kind of bulletproof.
What happened? Why? What did the Daily Wire do to this man? He's lost his mind.
Yeah.
All that Jew money just.
Oh my God, Sitch.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't
What?
say that.
He can.
I can. I have
Got
the idol.
the card.
I have the immunity. Yeah.
It's not fair though.
Up yours, woke Christian, woke atheist, Adam. Anyway,
Kitty, are you an
that's
atheist or are you a Christian?
I'm agnostic, so I'm one of those assholes that is just like fence it. Yeah, what that Ricky Gervais, but you put them on a certain train or whatever, and then his arguments against or his treatment of the agnostics, I guess I understand that, but
I think I'm probably better described as an agnostic just because I'm sympathetic to religious people, even though I 100% don't believe in God. So.
I was then you're like V, because it's the same. Like he was brought up in a what's the name? Catholic-ish, religious household in Romania. So it's going to be you understand the religious people, but that doesn't mean you're one of them.
Which they all very fond of telling me often.
So that's the Scott Adams situation. I don't know what else to say about it. I assume you agree, Adam. You don't think he's racist or should be canceled.
Well, he did retweet me and hashtag artist me once, so like I'm not.
Oh, well, maybe he should be.
Yeah, I feel that's worth canceling in and of itself.
There
like
you
I'm
go.
I'm not gonna cry about it.
There you go. Well, listen, maybe Scott Adams will get a job at the Daily Wire. Okay.
And I do think I for a long time have thought. I thought Scott Adams lost. Scott Adams ultimately built a show making an argument that Trump was some secret genius. That I think ultimately that argument he was wrong on, hugely wrong on. And he's never really, ever since that situation happened where, Trump kind of lost it after the election. I've always thought Scott Adams was never really admitted that he was wrong on that. It's funny that he came out and did a big mea culpa on the vaccine and getting vaccinated and stuff, but he never did.
He didn't, though.
What do you mean?
That was all. He was being sarcastic.
The admitting that he was wrong on the vaccine.
Yes,
that was sarcasm.
Well, no, he says he was wrong, but he was being sarcastic about thinking anyone could. His position was that no one could actually figure what was the correct answer while it was happening.
He still came out and called himself a loser on it and all that stuff.
Yeah, but he's kind of being sarcastic. he didn't really take an L on that one. Not serious though.
He did in my eyes. I thought,
Okay.
what a loser. Why are you?
Well, there you go.
Look, you did what you did on the best information you had, and like if you're losing sleep because you think you're going to have a heart attack or something, maybe see a therapist. If you're worried about your myocarditis or whatever, maybe you should stop watching heart attack videos on Twitter 7 hours a day, right? Look, I steer away from that stuff too because maybe we were involved in some secret government experiment that we're all going to die in 5 years. I don't want to spend my last 5 years of life worried about that shit. I got shit to do. I got stuff to get done. So.
There you go.
Montessori kids to get.
Are you vaccinated, Kidda?
I had to be. Yeah.
Look, we're all gonna die together, Kidda. So
yeah.
look,
I wasn't gonna. I wasn't able to leave the country otherwise. So
we'll get our heart.
Yeah, well, let's go.
We got Johnson and Johnson. What about you?
Did you get? Shit. Wait, we got the Pfizer one.
We got Pfizer too. We didn't get Johnson, but.
Did you get sick after yours? I got pretty sick.
The first one, not the first dose. No, I was like, oh, this is easy. I felt a little woozy a couple hours after, but then I was fine. The second one kind of kicked my ass for like a day. I was like, oh, this sucks. Yeah.
I was worried because I didn't get sick at all. I just felt a little tired. I'm like, I heard that's a bad sign.
Yeah.
Well,
and
there
next thing you know it, your heart's packed out.
Well, no, because it's supposed to be the reason you feel bad is because your immune system's fighting it, and if you have not a strong reaction, it means your immune system's not doing well.
Really? Okay.
Or you're just OP. So
there you go. I am just so powerful, I couldn't feel it. You guys are just whingers. Okay, that was it.
I thought there was some inconsistency.
Older, I think.
I thought there was some inconsistency in the batches, and that is where a lot of the problems are coming from. Like some people got fucked up batches.
Shit.
I hope not.
Well, everybody's different, so that's also what happened. It was like, oh, you're just everybody reacts differently. It's like, oh,
that's true. People do react differently. I've always been lucky. I've found being lucky is probably the best thing that you can do.
There you go. I mean, I don't even think I ever got COVID.
I've decided I'm going to do that. I'm going to be lucky.
There you go. That's exactly. Yeah, just decide. That's how it works. You just say it. You declare it.
Look, that's the best decision you've ever made. I'm telling you.
It is. But anyways.
Read some super chats already. We're done with Scott Adams.
AC now. Shut up. For $5. Says Eric Weinstein is insufferable. Brett is the awkward but more palatable one. Eric is usually the smartest man in the room and knows it and acts like it.
Not true.
Not true. You don't agree with that?
We did a double show on him and the Project Veritas guy,
James O'Keefe.
Right. Yes. And just God. Eric just has such an inflated view of himself, and I don't.
But he was right in that conversation. James O'Keefe was wrong.
No, he wasn't right. I remember.
Out of your mind.
I remember. Look, you guys. It's obviously recorded. It's like 20 hours long. I think Sitch and I had very different opinions on, and to this day have very different opinions on James O'Keefe. But all those are articulated in the. What? Oh my. Sitch, this is new to you that we have different opinions on James O'Keefe?
Look at Mr. The Context clip chipper over here is going to defend clip chipping. Okay.
Who? What? What happened?
That's my whole problem. With Project Veritas.
Look, I don't like that part.
I have two problems with Project Veritas. One is that's obviously politically biased.
Look, and I disagree with that, but you can't say
you're fucking insane if you disagree with that.
Sometimes people do good work and sometimes they're fucking shit.
Whoa. You can say wait. You can say someone's political biased and still does good work. I'm not suggesting otherwise. Okay. Well, okay, fine. I agree with that. But the second thing, my more important complaint is that I don't trust anything that I can't see the full context to, especially something that's very contentious.
I know from doing the show with you, you question everything.
I know, but that's the thing. So it's all they'd have to do is just release the full footage of these conversations, and then I could actually look through them to see if I say, oh, okay, this wasn't taken out of context. Oh, this wasn't someone bragging to a date, something crazy, right? That's all I want to see.
Look, they didn't have video cameras when my acting teacher told me I had a great voice. Okay, it wasn't a thing then.
Yes, you said your sexual assault was not caught on camera. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay.
I,
But
I guess we did have video cameras, but they were like super old.
They were
school.
gigantic.
Yeah.
Right. But no, it's just like because especially when they're operating, their mode of operation was literally let's try to find guys and go on dates and get them to brag about stuff. It's like that's like the worst way to get.
I would never get caught doing something like that. That would never work on Adam.
How many things has Adam lied about to a woman in the course of a debate?
Look, first of all, I would never lie about stuff like that. But I mean,
never hyperbolically brag about the importance of yourself and your job or something to a date.
I did have dinner that one time with Jay Leno.
James O'Keefe.
Yeah, remember you had dinner with James O'Keefe, Adam, and Jay Leno and Jimmy Dore.
Look, that's the thing. That's where the lies come in because they're like, it's not untrue that I had dinner. I did have dinner with Jimmy Dore. That's not untrue.
Okay.
I mean, the situation was I was at a dinner club with my wife, and
but you leave that part out when you're when Adam's on his date. He's like, I had dinner with Jimmy Dore.
Yeah.
Like, oh wow.
We were in the same place and eating at the same time.
Exactly.
He wasn't eating. He was actually telling jokes. Like he was
you wouldn't tell the date that part. You'd be like, yeah, he was great. He was very funny.
I leave that part out. Yeah. He was cracking jokes the whole time.
Not a lie.
Exactly. Not technically a lie. Rich Jammer for 11 months says, what's the difference in saying I agree and I don't disagree? You guys say this a lot. I don't understand. Also, I smashed the like button twice. Oh, look at you troll. Smashing the like button twice. You can only smash the like button in odd numbers, okay? Not even numbers.
I don't disagree means I wouldn't endorse that, but I'm fine with you saying it. That's the difference. I mean, for me,
that's kind. There's a very. It's interesting that you asked that question, Rich, because there's a subtle difference. Yeah, I agree is a very strong. Like I agree with what you're saying. I don't disagree is like.
Yeah, that's how I took it. Yeah.
Yeah. As you said, you're like, well, they're right, but maybe I don't exactly endorse it, or I don't want exactly. I mostly say it for comedic effect, like 99% of the time.
I mean, if you said FD signifier is racist, I would say, well, I don't disagree. I mean, he is racist. But
I don't know if he's racist, but
you don't think? Wait a second here.
I'm trying to be on good terms with FD.
See, hold on. This is why I brought it up because it's a perfect context here. It's like you don't want to make a full-throated. I mean, you might think, oh yeah. I mean, technically. But, you don't want to come out and say it because, look, he's a friend of the show. He comes on.
There you go.
We're trying to talk him out of his racism.
There you go.
We're trying to make some
Daryl Davison.
Yes, Daryl Davison, exactly. Yeah.
There you go.
Pretty soon he's going to be, red pilled.
There you go. We'll have his cover of the CRT book on the wall.
That's never going to happen.
Behind.
Look, once we start making videos again, look, I'm dying to do a movie review of Menace to Society. Like he likes Menace to Society, but we should just. Oh, it's an amazing movie. You should watch it. But it's the Hughes brothers were super influenced by Martin Scorsese, so the entire movie is basically stylistically indistinguishable from Goodfellas. Which there's just something interesting to be said about black artists influenced by a white director.
Why? What's wrong with that?
No, nothing. There's nothing wrong with it. But I mean, obviously, I think it would be fun. It would be funny to. I mean, there's lots of joke. There's plenty of funny room to run with that.
Right.
Yeah.
Sam Cedar's bucket of gum for $20. Says, if you got a few minutes, you should try to react to, quote, they don't even know what woke means, since you guys use the term a lot.
What is that?
Don't even know what's a video on YouTube.
Is it based on, look, we know what woke means.
There's a David Pakman clip.
All 17 different versions of it.
They don't even know what
you read it out.
Kitty, do you have a definition of woke? I mean, you use the term pretty generously in your video, so it doesn't seem like you have a
Well,
problem with it. Where are you
I
on the
very,
political spectrum?
I've been told I'm libertarian, I
Oh, okay.
suppose. Yeah.
You've been told. You don't know.
I love the libertarians. They march out and they say, "You're a libertarian."
And I'm like, yeah, okay. No, what's it?
Nothing
I'm just what
authoritarian about that at all.
no, no, but I'm just what a normal leftist used to be, and then the left went way left, and I turned out right. So
there you go.
I haven't not much has changed about my opinions for a while. It's just the way it looks. Although no, that's untrue because I hated Trump when in like, and then I don't remember why I changed my mind, but I did. Yeah. Anyway, no. With the basically the definition that Sitch read out, it made a lot of sense to me. And yeah, basically it's pushing in the message all the time.
Yeah, that's it.
About it.
Good
It's
critical
just-
drinker reference there.
Yeah, well, because it's really it encompasses a lot.
It's true. Yeah, no, he's right on the money.
Mhm.
The message for modern audiences.
Audiences, yeah, exactly.
Look
I
here,
don't-
the indoctrination is taking.
And they just say going back to that argument, that debate. It's not about politics being in content. It's not about in media. It's not about that. It's about things having to be subverted all the time, and the message always being shoehorned in. Like actually one of the things that like that. Did you guys watch The Last of Us? Are you watching it?
No.
No.
Okay, well, yeah, there was one episode that you could really take as woke as fuck.
Oh, really?
But,
Is that the gay romance
the gay
episode
one,
we
yeah.
were
But
talking
but if you look at it, it's not. It's not pushing this in your face, and it's like, oh, they were persecuted, and then the apocalypse happened, and they were free to be gay. It was none of that. There were no, it was still a good story. So like, there's
Oh, so it wasn't woke then.
It you could say it was woke, but I don't think. There's some people took it as woke because they were just very sensitive about it.
Right.
And I don't know. I guess my view of it is different because I haven't played the game. But I thought it was a really well told story. That's the thing. Nobody has a problem with a well told story.
Yeah.
So it
Sure.
doesn't. So yeah, something is woke when it's just bad. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know about that video. I haven't watched that video either. I want to see it.
Joey Garrissy, thank you for the $20, Joey, and your very first super chat, even though the message got retracted. But
Yeah,
thank you.
I wonder what it was.
Basil for 2 months says my high school claim to fame was the amount of pregnant women getting tased by the school police. What the fuck?
Wow.
Wow,
What?
that's incredible. That sounds incredible.
Tasing pregnant women. Wow.
It's just Abby for 5 Walls. He says, have you dudes ever considered doing interviews with people outside of live streams? Well, like if there was someone we like, I don't know, say there's some big personality we want to talk to and we couldn't do it in a live stream. I mean, we would definitely, we wouldn't be opposed to doing it. But I mean, I don't think we've ever done that. So.
Yeah.
Andrew Clark for $5 says Bob and Dane have a blind spot. They don't see political messages in media. I think it's because they agree with wokeness and they see everything in a left-right dichotomy.
True. Yeah.
Do
They
you-
see
do you-
everything as not left or as anything that's not left is right wing to them.
Do you think it's an honest blind spot, or do you think they're hiding their power level?
What do you mean by that?
Well, do you think they realize what, like, when I'm talking to them and I say, like, oh, it's political, do you think they know exactly what I mean and they're just kind of being obstinate for the debate brain conversation, or do they actually just not see what I see?
I think they don't see what you see. I think they're just stupid, to be honest with you.
I think they see it, but they see it differently. I don't know. There does seem to be this disingenuous thing. Of
Yeah, it's so difficult. Yeah.
Their perspective is different, so they know it's there, but
Mhm.
they've decided it's good. What I got from that is that they're like, so what that there's this sort of political messaging in there? It's good, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I that's my interpretation too, because I feel like they'd say like, "Well, what are you talking about? That's not there." And then when I like break it down, they'd be like, "Well, that's fine."
Yeah, that like they were just arguing that it's not there because they wanted to argue because you said it was there. So
Yeah.
that was they decided that that's what they're going to argue. And then
Right.
when they finally get to it, and they're like, "Well, then what's wrong with that?" But they have two
Yes.
different, yeah.
That's so funny though. It is.
It's annoying. It's
Like
so annoying.
it's
Oh
the
my
same exact
God.
argument as the CRT. Like it's not there, but it's good if it is there.
Yeah, it's
like,
good. Yeah.
Okay.
Where is this happening? Where is it happening? Okay, well, okay, if it's not happening, that's fine. But can we make sure that can we legislate that it's not happening? No? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, cancel culture isn't happening, but the people that were
Awesome.
canceled deserve it.
I wouldn't cry if they did.
Yeah. Oh my God. Adam's shiny forehead. Wow. For $2.
It is very
Says-
shiny today, I've noticed. Okay.
Says
It's glowing.
It's glowing. Yeah. Are you pregnant?
I feel like my camera's like switching. I don't know. Some software update made my camera act weird.
Sure.
Yeah. Or my forehead is just, I put a
You
bunch
wash
of
your
wax
face
on
away.
there and like decided.
It's not that shiny. It doesn't look that different.
Not
but
now,
anyway.
but earlier it did. It was a lot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I was noticing.
What was the
it.
Remy LeBou for 8 Aussie bucks? I don't know what is the context for this. It says, LOL, Vosh is live, and he just stated, I think Sitch is a lot smarter than Adam. True story.
Really?
Well, there you go. First of all, that's true. Secondly, I don't know why he's talking about it, but that's pretty funny.
That's a tough one because Sitch and I have different types of intelligence. So
Yeah, it wouldn't work if one of you was way dummer than the other.
yeah,
that is
that
true.
would be a
It
bummer.
would just be like,
thank you for
you're bullying each other.
He doesn't know he's the dumb one.
Look, I often think, I mean, God, this show would be insufferable if.
I often think like long pause.
No, I just, obviously, if there are a lot of people on YouTube that I think are idiots.
Yeah.
Like being on a show with someone who's like not very bright and not really interested in learning shit.
Yeah,
and
that'd be awful.
Yeah, it'd be a fucking nightmare. Like I can't imagine consistently doing a show with Bosch. It would be like,
Oh, you wouldn't last as long as this show does. You wouldn't be able
No.
to sit for that long. Mm-mm.
yeah.
That's the thing. The way you two interact on simp. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but the way you guys interact on just anything, you don't agree on everything,
Yeah.
and you're able to argue with each other, and then not hate each other because of it. So.
Listen,
which
you
is a
never have to
rare
apologize for
rare
simping
thing
for us.
Yeah.
Only for
That's
you guys,
basically
yeah.
why we invited you on. So thank you.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to kiss your asses.
There you go. There you go.
Look at that good comedic timing too.
I know.
It's funny.
Perfect.
Now you'll go far on YouTube being funny. Like this is one of the. I do think Vosh is funny, and that's one of the reasons why he has an audience. So I disagree with him on everything, and I think obviously he's a buffoon, but he does understand the power of humor.
Is that one I should map? I mean, there's a lot of Vash on your channel, but I don't.
Well, I don't know.
Probably not.
I just have a good lol.
You get if you want. I mean, here if you want to like kill yourself, you can map me and Adam in the no bullshit conversation.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's like a nightmare. That's terrible.
Well, then let's see if it's objectively terrible.
If you never listen to it, you'll. It's quite a ride. It's quite a ride.
I'm sorry, my South African accent is strong. I lived there my whole life.
Was someone in the chat attacking your accent?
No.
How dare they? Desert Runner. Desert Runner's just jealous because he has the inferior Aussie accent. Even though they sound exactly the same.
Can you even tell the difference between
them? No.
Yeah, what's the
can't
difference?
tell any difference. It's all the same. South African, Australian, Kiwi. It's all this. Canadian, British. It's all one accent. Okay.
Not yeah. Everything that's not American.
Yeah. I'll hear like a German person speaking in English, and I'm like, oh, they must be British. Like, it's all the same thing. I don't know. Is American, and then there's everything else. That's all that.
Speak American.
Have you ever been to America?
No,
Oh my
not yet.
How dare you?
Yeah, I'm one of the most patriotic non-Americans. I'm super for America.
Wait, so you're patriotic for America, but you
Yeah.
couldn't.
No, it's I always just laugh at people that hate America because
Hmm.
when you and a lot of South Africans hate America.
Hmm.
But it's like when you live in literally in a shithole country, and you look at the the Americans being upset about what they're upset about, you're like, oh, that's cute. Do you want to swap? I've
Are you,
asked several Americans. You know what? It's okay. I'll save you. You can be
Yeah.
an. Let's
Right.
just give me a green card. I'll give you my shitty South African passport, and let's go. Yeah.
are you calling South Africa a shithole country? Is that what just happened? I
At
feel
the
like
moment,
maybe so.
people only have 4 hours of electricity there.
Oh my God,
What
that's
the
a
hell?
nightmare.
Yeah,
Jeez.
and if you don't have money to get an inverter or solar panels or any of that, your business is fucked. Like
Damn.
we're a digital business. That's if we didn't have electricity, we fucked. My mom's a hairdresser. She also, I mean, hair dryers. You don't
Right.
have hair dryers. Yeah, the whole country and our grid is very close to collapse. And I don't know what happens then, because then I'm the only one that has electricity in the entire company. I'm not going to be that person. But
Damn.
yeah, it's becoming. It used to be one of the best African states, and it's becoming just horrible.
Wow.
Maybe we'll have a show where you tell us, because I
I'll
don't know
tell
that
you,
much
I'm a
about like.
political refugee from South Africa.
Well, I'm curious as to
Look,
like what
I've
caused
seen the
all
movie
problems,
District
'cause-
9, okay? So I know about South Africa.
Oh, are you
About
saying that
prawns.
aliens landed in South Africa? That's what's causing the problem?
I mean, it's a documentary, right?
Yeah, it's exactly what it looks like. I
Okay.
don't know what you're talking about. No, yeah, it's really unfortunate. It's so beautiful, and it's home. But
Right.
again, I would be giving you the white person's perspective from South Africa. We're a minority there, so there you're often told to go home. So even if you've been there for
Were you
generations
born in
and
South
generations.
Africa?
Yeah, I was born there.
Wow, okay. So that's a crazy
My parents were
experience.
as well, but I'm Italian. I've got an Italian citizenship. Everybody knows everything about me now. That's great. I've just given. I need to go and change my name and everything.
Bipidabuco.
Nobody knows your name. What are you talking about?
No. Well, I give my name most of the time because I always yell at myself, and then I speak to myself with my name.
Oh, okay.
It's okay.
Yeah, just so. I'm sorry.
Classic Italian
That's
behavior.
okay.
Yeah, exactly. So I've got the Italian thing. My husband's very South African. He's a mixed breed. South Africans are mixed breeds. They're Afrikaans, English. He's got American in him as well. Yeah, but yeah, I would like to talk about South Africa. It would be
Yeah, we should do a stream. I mean, because I'm curious as to I don't know like what's caused all the the downfall of the country. So
I could put you guys in touch with people that are much more knowledgeable than me.
yeah, I'd rather talk to you.
You could just ask me. I will
like
make sure that if I
strangers?
don't know
Nah.
something, strangers, yes, we are
Stranger
friends
danger.
now.
Listen.
I've been friended, so
Yeah,
boom.
There you go. Exactly.
Utter Nonsense for $2 says, I have a sibling who's going into elementary education, and her education is pure woke indoctrination. Look into what the NEA is trying to push into our schools. I can get my hands on evidence if you like. It's disturbing. Yeah, of course, Utter Nonsense.
Receipts, bring them.
Scary.
NEA is the, I think, the largest union for teachers in America. So, what's so funny?
Nicholas, he's like apartheid and Mussolini. Damn.
You got them both in your point.
Shit. I'm fucked.
You
but
are.
I'm a woman, okay? There, I get a point there. Come on.
I mean, there was probably some awful lady behind Mussolini, pulling the strings, right?
Mm-hmm.
Behind every great man.
We run the world, totally.
Behind every genocidal maniac, there's a great
every
woman.
genocidal maniac.
There's a great genocidal maniac of a woman. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Everything is done for women.
Who runs the world? Girls.
Evil woman. Yes.
CT for $2. Or is this fake CT? Because the name is Caffeine Tweaka. Tweaka.
Nice.
Maybe this is fake CT. For $2 says, Adam, I heard from a friend who's really into economics about a person who completely demolishes MMT. It's a concept called DPPOV. Look up Professor Johnny Sin's DPPOV videos to learn more. Sitch will know more. Best witches.
Look, that's not even, I mean, that's so obvious that that's some sort of pornography.
What are you talking about?
I even saw that.
Yeah, come on.
Professor Johnny Sins, you don't think that's an economist?
I mean, come on.
You don't want
DPP, come on.
You don't
Come
know.
on,
It was DP space POV.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So look that up.
No, I'm
Adam?
good. I'm good.
Google Johnny Sins, Professor Johnny
I'll
Sins DP POV.
Incognito mode. Yeah.
No, I don't need to Google that.
I shouldn't have called out that CT's name was spelled wrong. I think that got Adam on heightened alert.
Nice try, though.
Okay. We got you last time. We got you.
I can't remember.
Almost. You almost got him. He was typing it out or something, and then he realized.
I'm gonna count that as a win. Okay.
Yeah, you guys did.
Lemur Wrench for $2 says, instead of school choice, we should have teacher choice. Have teachers be self-employed and set their own prices per class and teach what and how they want, but the school everywhere teaches at and other staff are public. I don't think that will work. That seems like
I haven't caught up on this, obviously, because I was asleep.
Mm-hmm.
But school choice sounds like an interesting argument. I heard Amala did the same from Unapologetics. She did the same video, and she's only done half of it. So, but she did talk about school choice and the downsides of that, and it's quite interesting. We don't have anything like that in South Africa. It was kind of like it becomes too much of a. It could lead to more just inequality because of the people that are basically lots more children get left behind because they are not put in the right school or something. Something like that. She put it really well. She really doesn't know those things.
Well, I'd be curious because they could. I'm assuming they could try it somewhere in America. They could try it in a city or a state or something. Just as a pilot.
Yeah,
program,
you guys got lots of space and a lot of people can try it out. Yeah.
We have lots of people to experiment on.
but yeah, there is then you could just go and be like, okay, it's just apply like a principle of like free market, and just be like, okay, well, people will adapt around it, and people will try harder, and the kids that are left behind will be helped somehow. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the idea. So
that is, I think that was the one side she landed on, where she was like, okay, well, if you can work against that with policies, then maybe it would work. Policies, what do you want to call it? Charity? I don't know.
Mr. Girl, that's your good friend Adam. Mr. Girl. For $2 says, it's okay, Adam. I think the girl in white sitting front and center of the vice panel is cute too. She's a little too old for my liking though.
Oh shit.
There you go.
Uh-oh.
I need to see that panel. I need to understand that joke. I'm dying.
Mr. Girl likes really,
what, the one with the makeup?
really young girls.
No.
And the one girl in the middle is in high school, so yeah. So obviously he's right in that Mr. Girl territory.
Vice News. Well, look at that. Vice News supporting us. Thank you, Vice News, for $2. Says, Adam is super mean today. I think Desmond is amazing.
Oh.
Desmond is amazing is the
it's the guy,
stripper kid, right?
Yeah.
Which
I think he's gotten, or she, no, that's horrible.
Desmond has gotten less amazing.
No, like I don't know what their pronouns are at this point.
Saying it's
Desmond,
appropriate, right?
Yeah, if Desmond is not trans. See, it's South Africa. It's trans. Trans.
Trans.
He wasn't he just drag? That's why I say he, and I felt wrong saying he though. Anyway.
I have no fucking clue what's up with that.
Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, Desmond.
Sorry, Des.
Sorry that happened to
What
you.
are your pronouns, Des? How are they not in your
Yeah.
bio?
It's the worst thing
I
that
mean,
can happen to
Desmond
you.
looks like he's 20 now.
Okay, so we can be mean
No,
to
he's not.
him.
He's like 15. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Really?
they just dressed him up that way.
I don't know.
Wow, the
how
one
old-
we saw him
person you
groomed in
want
real
to
time.
have their pronouns in their bio, and I don't. What the fuck?
The,
Who are you?
They, them, he, she. Desmond.
really?
Yeah.
What? I'm blocked.
Desmond Napoles.
I'm blocked by Desmond.
You should be
Exactly.
blocked. You.
Yeah.
I never had an interaction with this fucking person.
How old is Desmond? Because I mean, I'm looking.
I don't know.
I'm looking
You're just
at.
on the blacklist. You're
I
just on the
guess.
far right. You're
I'm looking at
intellectual dark web.
I'm looking at his Instagram.
He says it's 15 on Wikipedia.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
Jesus.
Born in
Poor
2007. Is that the
guy.
correct math? Yeah, that's correct.
God, there's people that are born in 2000s.
I mean, he's got like
know.
5 o'clock shadow now. I mean, okay.
Okay. You can
Look,
have 5 o'clock shadow at 15, Adam. I don't know if you know this.
No, you can't. I've been 15
did,
and
though.
I never got
You never
5
had
o'clock
5
shadow.
o'clock shadow.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Well.
I know. It's so sad.
God.
Someday.
Anyways, fucking Desmond, get out of here. Blocking me for no reason. I'm
Desmond-
gonna block you back.
look.
Take that.
Desmond, that's what I do. Finally, you're learning.
No, I'm just kidding. I don't care.
Desmond's website is www.desmondIsamazing.gay.
Yeah, I know. I saw that.
Is it? Are you? I'm not going to do that.
It is. It is.
Probably can't. Oh,
Dot-
fuck.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Are you okay? Did you get
It's a
electrocuted?
fire alarm. It's a fire alarm.
That's what
Oh,
it
I-
sounds like. Is there a fire? What's going on?
Did someone
Yes, I'm going to head out.
did someone
Okay.
take off their
Good
clothes in
luck.
public? All right, take
Yes,
care.
it was me, actually. Bye.
Bye.
Oh my god.
Let us know when you
Yeah,
Oh,
it'll
God.
just go off for too long. Okay, thanks. Thanks so much. Bye.
Bye.
bye. I hope she's okay.
That was funny.
That was interesting.
Now I got to
Anyway.
see if I'm blocked by Desmond is amazing.
No.
Oh, is that it? Did we finally finish the super
No.
chats? Oh, okay.
Adam's drawing instructor for $2 says, as an instructor in the fine art of drawing the human form, I don't see what's wrong with a low cut top. In fact, I taught an entire semester nude, and the class attendance was over 120%. Do you want students to skip class?
120%.
There you go. There you go.
I did have a figure drawing class where one of the models I think was like doing the write her phone number on the cup thing. Like your barista.
Oh, really? Was it a woman or a guy?
It was a woman, yeah.
Look at you,
Yeah.
actually getting women to give you their phone number.
But I was like, look, I've already seen the goods, okay? Like I'm
Oh,
not buying
wow.
it.
This was like a nude model?
Yeah, in figure drawing class, you have models come in, like, and they get
Wow.
buck
She
naked.
gave you her number based
She
on appearance
didn't-
alone?
She didn't give me her number, but she was chatting me up at the break and stuff like that. And
While
I
she was
like,
naked?
No, she had her
Oh,
like
I was gonna say that's a pretty fucking alpha move.
She had her
just
robe
walks up
on.
to you naked and is like starts chatting you up. I'm like, damn, that's pretty base.
she had her robe on and stuff. But
Okay, that's still pretty impressive.
yeah, no, I
You-
was like,
Happened. She wasn't your type.
no, not at all.
Sad.
Yeah,
Sad.
not my type.
Hey, look, Vosh gave us $2. Thank you, Vosh.
Oh, nice. Thank you, Vosh.
Vosh says, "Yumo guai guai fa di zao,"
Mhm.
like 20 times.
Desmond is amazing on Twitter. I better be blocked. Here it is. Here it comes. Let's see it. You're blocked.
There you
Oh,
go.
damn you. Why would I be blocked? Look, and I haven't even blocked him back yet, but damn you.
Oh, look, Kitten's alive in the chat. I'm glad you're still alive. I'm glad you're still alive.
Naked woman strategy. What's
There
that
we go.
mean?
Yumo
Oh,
guai.
she's talking about the. She's
The
talking
art.
about the the art. Yeah.
Or
the
hitting up,
artist
chatting up the
model.
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if I have any. I wonder if I have any drawings of her.
Well, there you go.
I don't think I do.
Apparently, Vosh is a big fan of the Jackie Chan Adventures cartoon.
Was Vosh talking about us again?
I don't know. Yumo Guai Guai Phi Di Zhao. There you go. Vosh, another $2. Thank you. Says one more thing. I don't know why Vosh is impersonating Uncle from Jackie Chan. Out of Komodo Dragon Tooth. One more thing. Picture of tortoiseshell. One more thing. Castanets, the symbol of cow Gorju. Oh, there you go. Dr. Diddler for $2 says if CRT's tenets about privilege and culture were true and you could teach them to middle schoolers, it should be much easier to point to obvious examples of problems rather than obfuscating it. True. That's
True.
A good point. Yeah.
Look, the problems are there. The racism is obvious. Just talk to any racist. They'll tell you.
Right. Carl Benjamin. Hey, thank you, Carl. Carl for the $2. Definitely the real Carl Benjamin, not an imposter.
Why is everyone always impostering people?
Says, we must never forget that the British were the heralds of a greater present. The English of old brought about the righteous demise of slavery that their children's sacred freedoms might now be assured.
Ouch.
There you go.
That does.
Carl always
sound
likes
like
to brag
real
about the
Carl.
Brits stopping the slave trade. So
It's true.
I actually looked it up.
Mm-hmm.
So, at first, all they were doing was stopping the slave. So when they outlawed slavery, they were just stopping Brits from the slave trade. They were allowing other countries. It's not like they were stopping the slave trade entirely. Like they were just enforcing their own laws. But that's still pretty based. I give them credit for that. And then eventually they signed treaties with other countries to be able to stop if they were outlawing slavery, to stop all boats, that were carrying slaves. So, I give the Brits credit for that. That's pretty good.
I read that book.
Yeah.
Thomas Sowell.
Secret Boy for $2 says all these closing statements about how we need to, quote, stop fighting and just put more resources, yada, 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 towards our children really just mean just let us teach CRT and queer theory, okay, guys?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Give us more money so we can indoctrinate your kids and shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Or when she says, like, we just need to stop focusing on boogeymen, you're like, okay. Derek for $2 says at least most states have stopped participating in Penis Inspection Day. Never forget them. Telling them too much head. And I'll never forget them telling me too much head and sending me to the doctor.
Whoa.
There you go.
Whoa. That doesn't sound
Adam, because of his sexual abuse history, has blocked out his Penis Inspection Day. He doesn't remember it, so.
Yeah, I never had Penis Inspection Day.
You did. You just blocked it out of your memory.
Look, CT is not blocked by Desmond is Amazing, and I told her to tell him to fuck off, and she won't do it. What a fucking CT. Chop chop.
CT, does he have his pronouns in his bio?
Look, I'll tell you exactly what to tweet. Tweet at him, Sitch and Adam send their regards, and give him the middle finger emoji. Tweet that at him, and tag us in it too.
No. Say, Sitch and Adam send their regards, send them a kissy face emoji.
No. Look, you pedo. He's only 15. Look, you can tell him to fuck off, but you can't send him a kissy face. Oh my God. I can't.
You can tell him to sit and spin. Don't tell him to kissy face.
That's the kind of messed up world we live in. Okay. CT, you've talked me out of it. It's a bad idea.
There you go.
I want you to bookmark one of his stupid tweets and set a Google Calendar entry for 5 years from now when he's 20 years old, and then we'll tell him to fuck off.
There you go.
Oh my God.
There you go. There you go. I like it. It's a good plan.
Yeah.
Some weird guy for Joe says, hey, Chuds, did you see Dev's ugly statue video? More specifically, the last minute or so. It was pretty disheartening to see the old-timer fight with these young punks. Also, Lord Frieza or Super Boo for president. Jesus, what choices!
Yeah.
I didn't see I didn't see Dev's ugly statue video. I don't think I saw that one.
Yeah,
No.
I
So
missed
I don't
that
know.
one.
That's the one about the weird penis statue that everyone's making fun of. You know, the MLK arms that look like arms holding a dick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's the
a
emoji right
very
there. Mike's got it right. He knows what emoji. Why? Look, if people are trying to make the internet a nicer place, why do they have a birdie emoji?
There you go.
That makes
That's an
no
awful
sense to me.
choice. My God, that is the worst choice. Frieza or Super Boo for president? Like, okay, you have to go with Frieza because Super Boo is just gonna kill you. Super Boo is just gonna kill everyone alive, regardless, for no reason. Frieza, you have a high chance of Frieza blowing up your planet, but you'll at least live for some period of time as long as you serve Frieza, right? So you're gonna have to go with Lord Frieza over Super Boo any day. Shitty choice, but Andrew Clark for $2 says, Weird Al is wonderful. Musics are great, and S Class is the best class.
Boo!
So there you go.
Posers, all of you.
Andrew Clark for another $2 says, To me, woke is a particular brand of political correctness and civil rights advocacy, but it's best distinguished by its praxis. There are correct answers and viewpoints, pro-revenge and segregation, oppressors versus oppressed. I just like to throw liberalism in there because most people on the left don't want to admit that they don't like liberalism. And so it automatically stuns them.
Most people on the left don't even know what liberalism is.
I know. Well, that's another reason.
They have no idea.
I know.
And as soon as you tell them it's individual freedom, they're like, "What? You're an individualist? Oh, you right winger, motherfucker!
Right.
How dare now you're going to talk about personal responsibility next, aren't you?"
I know.
It's so sad. It's so sad.
Vosh for another $2. Thank you, Vosh. Says, who wants a body massage?
Oh, Vosh, thanks. Here. Oh, yeah. Come right over. I can't wait. My
Andrew
shoulder's
Clark...
acting up a little bit. How are you with
There you go.
Look, can Vosh come? Look, Vosh obviously is desperate to come on the show. I think we should send him an invite. Look, he's talking about us.
Andrew Clark for $4 says, count how many times Dane cut Bob. Oh, no. Let me
Oh, yeah. Dane.
Andrew Clark says, Bob
off.
is honest, but Dane is hiding. Count how many times Dane cut Bob off to hide the ball.
I'm not like those crazy types. I just have some good faith criticisms. Always end up being, eventually they're like, yeah, he's like a fucking
Kidith
giant.
brought up the fact that you
Vosh
still have
ask for
her
proof.
picture.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Is this
Wait,
some kind of
sorry. We have to
memorial?
be responsible. I'll need to see proof before I
Are
can.
you, I'm sorry. I was listening to Vosh. Vosh's live stream now. Now I'm in his chat.
Don't.
Yo.
Oh God, it's like 1 o'clock in the morning. For fuck's sakes, Adam. Please.
Oh, sorry. It's too late. I don't know. My hand slipped. Jeez. Let's see if anyone responds.
God, you're so fucking stupid.
Oh, I'm sorry. Look, it could be a faker. No.
Okay.
Oh, so look. No, it's the real me. No, it's the real me. Okay.
Anyway, Andrew Clark $2 says, did you or I miss my $10 super chat? I read it. What was it, Andrew? Was it you proclaiming your love for S Class? Oh, the lipstick thing. Yeah, we talked about that. We both agreed with you. And your use of the word of calling them lipstick is pretty funny. Peace John for 1 month says, keep up the good show. It's 6:37 a.m. where I am. Been watching you guys for 2 years now and always VOD the shows. Well, thank you, Peace.
Wow. What's the best part? When I destroy Sitch?
That must be it.
That's awesome. Everyone loves that. I was always like in the comments, yes, Adam, again this week. You destroy Sitch.
That thing that never happens, that happens in your own mind. Yeah.
I mean, occasionally you get off your rocker, but most of we rein you back in.
There you go.
We make you more sensible.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, when I was 15, CAP made me shave twice a day. There you go. Twice a day, yeah.
15? God, you bastard.
There you go. Adam has beard envy.
I do a little bit. I still can't grow any here. I'm like bald
JV,
spots.
JV Shota for 20 Canadian says, I used to be a fat slop with no with no hope of happiness and success until I got free will from Sitch and Adam. Not only did I get a job, but I also lost 20 pounds. Get your free will today.
Woo woo.
That's right. That's right. Thank you, JV Shota.
Do it up.
And good for you. Good for you. Blaine's a scapegoater for 3 months. Says catching up. Thank you. Says catching up and that stick shift mockery has solidified the B team will always back up the A team. May they rate supreme. Sitch needs a driving lesson.
Yeah. Look at that.
There you go.
S class is the B team backing up the A team. That's why I like it.
Andrew Clark for Drew says slander. Who was that? How was that name spelled? That was you. What do you mean? Right here, Andrew Clark. Weird Al is wonderful. Musicals are great, and S class is best class. That's you. It says it's you right here.
Oh no.
Andrew Clark. Yeah, what's wrong? What's the problem?
Is someone spoofing Andrew Clark's?
No, he's just a little shy. Andrew's just a little shy.
Is that like a Streamlabs? Sometimes people mess around with the names on Streamlabs.
It's real. It's legit.
Andrew Clark always super chats, so it's got to be fake. Fake
real.
News.
Ricardo Aguera Jr. for $5 says adult education by Hall and Oates. I'm so tired. Do yourself a favor and listen to it. Also, A team, S class, may your powers combined. You are enlightened centrist. Go centrist. Well, thank you, Ricardo.
I mean, what Hall and Oates song is that? I've heard some Hall and Oates songs.
Adult education.
Oh, that's okay.
That's the name of the song. I don't think I've ever heard that song.
I'm trying to think of any Hall and Oates songs that I've heard. Isn't it You Make My Dreams Come True? That's Hall and Oates, right?
I don't know. I'll be honest, I was never a big Hall and Oates fan.
Well, yeah, but everyone knows like the one song that everyone knows. You make my dreams come true. That's Hall and Oates, right? You know that song.
I don't know. I know that song. I don't know.
Yeah, everyone knows that song. Like that song's probably been in 100 Pepsi commercials.
GSB for 1005 for $5 says, have you seen what's going on with James O'Keefe and Project Veritas? I haven't been following it closely, but it seems rather weird.
Yeah, he got fired by his own company.
He got fired by Project Veritas. I have not even done a single ounce of looking into it.
Right.
Whatsoever. So I don't.
Who's
really
the other guy that happened to?
I don't know.
Greenwald, Glenn Greenwald. He got fired from The Intercept.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
This is like a thing. People getting fired from. Oh God, I hope I don't get fired from my own company.
I know it's pretty rough, but yeah, I haven't looked into it at all. But probably I don't know if I will because I don't really care. But so it's very contentious, obviously. But it does.
Adam is a Simon and Garfunkel fan.
It is weird.
Like Simon and Garfunkel.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
That's a good song.
Simon Garfunkel has good songs. There's nothing wrong with Simon Garfunkel.
There's a movie with Art Garfunkel and
Mrs. Robinson.
Is he in? No, they sing a song in that movie, but
like the whole soundtrack is their songs.
I think the movie is Carnal Knowledge. It's got Jack Nicholson.
I never saw that.
And I think Jack Nicholson is screwing Art Garfunkel's girlfriend behind his back.
Wow.
It's a pretty crazy movie, yeah. Yeah.
Here's to you, Mrs. Robinson.
That's Dustin Hoffman.
That's The Graduate, yeah.
Yeah. You should see Carnal Knowledge. That movie's a great movie. And it's got Art Garfunkel does a great job acting. He plays a total dweeb.
Mm-hmm. The Avatar. The Avatar. About $2 says, how come there's no heart bending? That's a good question.
Yeah, what's up with that? I don't get it.
What is up with that? That's
There's
why
air
they could never
bending, but
summon.
no heart bending.
Yeah, they could never summon Captain Planet because there was no heart bending. That's a good point.
Carnal Knowledge, 1971, before I was born.
Well, actually, there was no heart bending because Lilo Multipass wasn't born yet. So, there you go.
Candace Bergman.
Anyways.
Candace Bergman, I think, plays his girlfriend.
Anyways.
Sitch needs to get to sleep because he's a little baby.
I'm tired. No, I'm just hungry.
He's a little. Oh, I've been snacking on my
You've
little
been
munchies.
eating this whole time? Listen, you weak man. I haven't eaten a single crumb of food since we started streaming.
I'm gonna stay up late and drink some Pepsi.
There you go. Like, you need to work on your voice of an angel singing. Hey, listen, Adam. If you want to get molested by your drama teacher, you're gonna have to sing a little bit better than this.
Thank you for coming on, Kitty. Where were you, Solar Doge? Tune in on Tuesday when SFO is on.
Perfect.
Bye-bye!